Hello, that's mine. LGBTQ. Alô, dedo?
كنسمع
هبط ال LGBTQ.
صيفط ليه.
أول تحت.
ما عرفت فين هو هادشي صح.
ده ضم هيوتينو. هبط البولي.
A big nothing.
How do you know that?
Because everything has a end. Everything has end, and
But you just so where's the end of space?
Wrong.
So where's the end of space?
If you go much far and much far, and you will see the
How far have you gone?
because
How do you know? Have you done this?
because my say to me the space is a big black ball.
Yeah. How do they know?
And beyond this ball, there is nothing.
Space is a big ball.
Like it's like before we born. Before we born, there is nothing, and we born and we start.
That's Abdullah. That's imagination. You know what imagination is?
No, the nothing, because it's nothing. And
Imagination.
nothing can be made.
Imagination is something you think about in your head, but you've never experienced.
but there is a reality. This space
Yeah.
has an end.
But you've never experienced space in reality, have you?
I have no experience about it
So how do you know it's real?
because I see with my eyes.
No, you see the sky and the night sky.
But we see the sky is blue. But we rising to the sky turning to black because the sun's rays are changing with atmosphere.
So how does that tell you that
Yeah,
space exists?
I mean, the sky. You're saying the sky is atmosphere.
Nope.
There's no sky. There is a space, and
No, there's no
we say
space.
the blue lights. The blue lights. We say blue. The sky is blue, but it's not blue.
But you
It's
say beyond the sky, is a vacuum of space, right?
Yes.
You don't know that.
I know there is a reality about the sky and the sky sphere, sky dome. But the art is flat. If art is flat, sky is a dome.
Is
Sky
the
must be a dome.
universe a ball or is the universe flat?
Universe not big. Universe like a space. I can't. Sorry for my English.
It's all right. Well, they say the universe is flat. Did you know that?
Space is not a sphere in the true sense, but a void with a gravitational force inside.
Now, how do you know that's true?
Because a moon makes tide. Tide, the water is come and back.
But that doesn't tell you anything about space. And you don't know that. You don't know that
Can I
either.
take the question again, please?
You're not talking about space now. You're talking about the moon and tides. That doesn't have anything to do with you knowing that space exists. That's just another story you've been told.
But all planet. Sorry.
It's all right. You Google whatever you need to Google.
All planets have a gravitational force within them.
Just more. It sounds like more stories, Abdullah.
Yes.
Anyway, we got anyone from the flat Earth side who can pick this up?
And these physical properties occur in space. I mean,
that's just a claim.
Is a real thing.
Abdullah, do you know the difference between a claim and evidence?
I'm looking.
Bounce, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to be bouncing in a session if you want to pick this up.
Okay.
I don't know where we're really going to get to, but
Yes, but I want to say something. And there is anyone want to speak? They can speak, and I'm writing my sentence.
Yeah, man. So, where are we at? What's the claim?
He's claiming space exists, generally.
Okay. This is an idea, space, right? It's not a place that you've ever been. It's just something you've been told about. Is my mic working? You doing all right?
Yeah, I think he's taking some time to translate stuff for his English.
Oh,
We'll have
okay.
to be patient.
I want to say my sentence. The data of particles with which it is not possible to agree on a lie can be accepted as absolute truth.
Whoa. Particles of light and their path. What does that have to do with the idea of outer space? Outer space is supposed to be a region where it is ever expanding in a very large vacuum, high vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. These are two claims made about space. Now, I'll give you one more claim about space. It's supposed to be flat, but I don't know how they would actually measure that. But the two main claims, a very strong vacuum and ever expanding. Do you believe in these concepts, these ideas? Am I talking to myself at this point?
Yeah, I don't think he's paying attention.
Lucky you, I'm taking time out of my day to talk to you, bro. Are you not going to engage or what?
If the Earth were flat,
Keep going.
Magellan would complete a full circle around the Earth. But
What plane?
the Earth is a big ball.
Who made a circle around the Earth? And circles are flat, just so you know.
Ferdinand Magellan.
Magellan? So Magellan a flat route around. What's your next question?
Magellan didn't draw a circle around the flat world. He's go and turn back to his first destination.
Okay, so he took a circle and he ended up where he started. Okay, so did you know that a circle is a flat 2D shape? So Magellan sailed in a circle and proved the flat Earth. I agree.
No, is not a circle because they.
You just said circle.
Because they go too straight, and there was compasses. The compass is lying.
Right. Yeah, so the compasses you have to hold flat and level to find north. North, south, east, and west are azimuthal directions. Those are all straight and flat. You said now Magellan didn't do a circle, he sailed straight, so straight is still flat. At what point are you going to be trying to prove a ball? Because everything that you've described to me is a flat Earth.
I very apologize for my English, and I want to ask you something. Do you believe the world is flat or ball?
No, the Earth is measured to be flat by everybody, including you.
What means include?
So it's not a belief, it's something that everybody does and everybody agrees upon. Everybody observes and treats the Earth as flat. Like, I think at some point in this conversation, if you and I talk about gravity, you're going to use the word down. Down is in relationship to a horizontal. So you think the Earth is flat too, right? Man, there is a lot of space in between when you say something and when I say something. And I don't know if you're using Google Translate or whatever, but
I want to ask something. How will the seasons be explained if the world is flat, the Earth is flat?
what do you mean explain the seasons?
Seasons. One side of world, right of Ecuador, is the autumn, and this and the other side is spring, or one side is summer and other side is winter. Like the
Yeah, what about it? What does that have to do with the shape of the ground? You see, the Earth is measured flat, so I guess on a flat Earth, sometimes it's winter, sometimes it's spring, sometimes it's summer, and sometimes it's autumn. Those are all happening on a flat Earth. I hope that explains it for you.
but the sun is moving around the Earth, and
Yeah, you're right. The sun is moving and the Earth is not, and that would defy the globe explanation. So you're right. The sun moves, and sometimes it's winter, spring, fall, and summer. You're right. So it's all flat Earth evidence that you're providing for me so far.
yeah, okay. The sun is moving, and
Okay.
the Earth is waiting, don't move, and the Earth is like a plane, one plane.
Yeah, because that's the way people measure it. You know, the people that make your maps,
And
they measure it flat.
and the one side is day and one side is night. For if I believe this, the Antarctica is the middle of is in the middle of Earth.
I don't know. I've never been to Antarctica. I don't know where its relationship to me is. The
Or,
people say it's south, so that would be straight. So straight south of me, yes, on a flat Earth, that's where Antarctica is.
Antarctica is in the middle of Earth.
What do you mean by the middle?
Like a circle plane. The world is like a circle plane, and
I don't know if it's a circle or not. I don't know if it's a circle or not. Friend, I don't know if it's a circle. I don't know what the shape overall of the Earth is. I just know that what you're describing to me is a flat Earth.
But you're saying it's flat. If it is flat,
Yeah, does it have to be a circle? Why does it have to
shape.
be a circle? No. Nobody said anything about shape. I'm talking about the surface. The surface of the Earth is flat. The overall shape, I have no idea. I don't know why you would say it would have to be a circle. That seems like a a claim on your part. Could you prove to me that the Earth is a circle?
Not a circle, but I want to say something. Since the travelers and discoverers traveling all around the world, how they don't see the end of the surface? What
Well,
is the
probably
end
because they were traveling in a circle. What travelers? Who specifically? Can you give me a name?
I don't know. I am asking you.
Well, this is your claim. You're telling me that all the travelers have never found the limit of the Earth. So, what travelers are you talking about specifically?
I can't. 1 second, please.
Are you lying? Are you making this up that all the travelers can't find the edge of the Earth and you don't know their names?
Nothingness. You can't prove nothingness because it's nothing. Because any traveler.
Holy cow, dude. What, nothing? What do you mean nothing? Who? Why are you getting so upset? Who are you talking about? Which traveler are you talking about? Which one?
Christopher Columbus and Ferdinand Magellan and
Okay. So let me ask you a question. And I need your evidence. So did Christopher Columbus try to find the end of the Earth?
When he started travel, all Europe thinking he going the end of the world, but he see the America.
No, that's not the story.
He saw America.
That's not the story. Supposedly, this is the story. He was going to go to India, and he went the wrong way, and he found the Americas. That's the story. But he certainly wasn't trying to find the end of the Earth. I think you're lying to me now. Are you lying to me?
I'm not lying to you. I have claims
why
about.
are you making up? You're making up stories about things.
I have claims about this topic.
Okay, well, in this topic, you would have to prove to me that somebody was trying to find the end of the Earth, and then you would have to support that claim.
But what is the Earth is flat? It must be a book. A book must exist about the flat Earth. And
There is. You haven't.
After the invention of camera, we must.
I know.
We must have to see.
I agree with you.
The end of the flat Earth.
So you think that just because the Earth is flat, somebody has to have taken a picture of the end of it? I don't understand how that follows. You want to explain that?
Because nothing about the flat Earth, but all we know about the world, a big ball. It's the like the ball Earth. We have much information.
Right.
In
that information, do you have the measurements? Hold on, bro.
About
Relax. I know. Can you give me the measurements and how they got the curvature of the Earth? If you say there's so much information, just show me how they measured the curvature and who did it.
I think Neil Armstrong was see the Earth because they
Neil Armstrong. No, don't just say that. I want you to show me that Neil Armstrong measured the curvature of the Earth. I want you to show me that.
Neil Armstrong went to moon and they captured the Earth's photograph, and the Earth is not flat. That like
okay, so bro, relax. So if he got a photograph of the Earth and it's curving, how come on Earth, when we measure it, it doesn't curve?
I
Got him.
Is your-
I don't
Got
get it,
him.
sorry.
Got him.
See, your entire religion is based on what you saw on TV, just like Cyclone said. So you saw it on TV. Did you know that everything on TV is not true? In fact, most things on TV are not true.
The TV is a big liar. I don't believe all
Yeah.
I see
Yes,
on
you
the
do.
TV.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, because you said Neil Armstrong on TV said that the Earth was a round ball. So I guess you agree that Neil Armstrong is telling something that's not true.
The only man has go to moon is only the three or Neil Armstrong and his friends.
Well, there was about 20 of them between 1969 and 1973. There was about 20 of them that supposedly went to the moon. So all I need to know is, do you just believe what you saw on TV, or is there other evidence besides what you saw on TV?
The moon travel is a big lie. Yes,
Well, I mean,
I believe they never went to moon. I don't believe it.
okay.
But there is spaceships, and these spaceships taking pictures.
Dude, no, they don't, bro.
They don't going much far, but they are going to outside of atmosphere, and they are taking.
Okay, give me your evidence. Just give me your evidence. All I need is the evidence, because that's the claim. Now I want the evidence.
You can find YouTube the live videos. NASA shares the live videos from the outside of atmosphere, and the surface of Earth is curving.
No, that's
circling.
true.
You're like,
That's not true, because the ISS is not supposed to be outside the Earth's atmosphere, and it's only showing 3% of the Earth's surface, and what they're showing is flat. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Grandísimas con el papel que ocupa la religión. Hay que ver que el papá de la sociología de la religión es McRae, porque es el papá de la sociología de la cultura. Entonces,
Once again, that's still something that you're seeing on YouTube. That's still TV. So do you believe everything that you see on TV?
But you saying the screen is a big lie, but you are using it. I'm talking to you with the screen. The screen. You using the PCs. Are you using these liars? You don't show. Don't you watch TV? Don't
I'm
you use?
I'm sorry. Discord is not TV, friend. Don't try to conflate the two.
How do you believe I am not the artificial intelligence, a real person?
Well, maybe you are. Are you artificial intelligence? Are you lying on behalf of everybody else that watches the TV? Are you lying? Are you AI?
I'm not AI. But how do you know I'm not AI?
I guess I don't. I guess I'm going to assume from this point forward that you are an AI bot and you're trying to promote the globe Earth. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
No.
So is this an argument for you? Are you trying to help your argument? Because at the end of the day, the Earth is measured to be flat. I don't care what you saw on TV. The Earth is measured flat by everybody.
But it is for your say it is a big claim or about your
No,
sentence.
it's not a claim. It's I have evidence. Do you have a map?
You can't. Sorry, sorry.
I'm sorry. Do you have a map?
Sorry for my English.
Do you have a map?
You can't prove your sentence because
Yes, I can. Do you have a map?
those art because
Hey,
art-
bro, listen. If you're going to start freaking out and not listening to my question, I'm just going to mute you. I have a very specific question. You asked for evidence. I'm giving it to you. Do you have a map?
if the art's surface is
So
flat,
are you just going to ignore me? You listen. Hey, AI bot. Are you programmed to be a complete butthole to me? Is that what your programming has this? Is that what it dictates? Is that you treat me like crap?
no.
Okay, so why are you ignoring my question?
Sometimes I can't understand. I apologize.
Yeah, I asked you. It was a really easy question. Do you have a map?
What I have? Do I have a what?
Map. M-A-P.
Yes, I have a map.
Oh, okay. So you have a map. So you're not ignoring me now. Does that map have longitude and latitude lines on it?
Mm. Sorry, I don't get it. I can't understand.
Does your map have lines on it?
What's on it? Please write in the chat.
Lines. Lines. L-I-N-E-S. Lines.
Oh, lines. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Those lines are a measurement of Earth's surface, and they are straight and flat.
But if these lines, unite in one destination,
No, that's
Maybe-
because of the polar
maybe this
coordinate.
line,
Hold
this line
on.
might-
Hold on. Hold on. On a globe that is a polar coordinate system, those lines meet at the top and the bottom. That's because that projection, and I know that English is not your first language, but that projection dictates that those lines meet at the top and the bottom. On a Mercator projection, those lines are a flat grid. That flat grid is made by elevation angles to Polaris. The people that made that map measure the Earth to be flat using Polaris, the star.
I understand.
Okay, so the people who make your maps, they measure the Earth flat. Is that good enough evidence for you?
For me, it's not real evidence, but the claims are.
So the measurement of Earth is not good enough evidence for you. Well, I'm not surprised. Because everybody that comes in here and we tell them and we show them that the Earth is measured flat, they don't like it. They want to go back to seasons and stuff. So seasons don't prove the Earth's shape, but measurements do. So that means that you would prefer to have something that doesn't prove the Earth to be flat as your evidence for a ball. Meanwhile, the people that measure the Earth, they measure it flat.
I want to ask one question, please.
Okay.
You say the Earth is flat, but we.
No, I don't say that. I say it's measured that way. Be very specific. I say the Earth is measured flat.
we looking the moon. The also moon.
Here we go.
The
What about
moon
the moon? Yeah, no, I didn't say that. So the moon looks like a circle. The Earth is measured flat. Next question.
The other planets or a sun?
Other planets would assume that the Earth is a planet. That would be a begging the question fallacy. That's a lie or fallacious logic. Earth is not a planet unless you have evidence for that.
How the Earth isn't a planet? Earth is a planet.
Because it's not a planet. Holy crap, dude. You ask a question and then you keep talking. If you ask a question, shut up afterward so I can answer it. How is Earth not a planet? Well, planet means wandering star. The Earth is not a wandering star. Next question.
Next question.
All the stars is flat?
What?
Did I say that, or are you asking? Are you saying that the rest of the stars are flat? Because I didn't say anything about the stars being flat. So this guy believes that all the stars are flat, and the planets too.
Earth is a big tray?
A tray? I didn't say the Earth was a tray either. Why? So you think the Earth is a tray now? Well, welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. Trays are flat.
All right.
Why do you think that the Earth is a tray? Why do you think the Earth is a tray?
If it's flat, it must be look like a tray.
What kind of tray? Does the tray have a shape? Is it a rectangle? Is it a circle?
Must be circle. Because we can walk around it. If I want to walk.
Oh, I'm sorry, friend. That's bad logic. I'll tell you why. Even if the Earth was shaped like a rectangle, I could still make a circle on the surface of the rectangle. It doesn't mean that the shape of the surface, is a circle. My goodness, you guys draw circles on rectangular pieces of paper. Because you draw a circle, does that make the piece of paper a circle too? My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why you're laughing. You're proving to people that are listening to this that you don't have good logical skills. You're proving to people that you don't know how to make reasonable statements. What's so funny?
I'm sorry. There isn't perfect rectangles in nature.
I didn't say that the Earth was a rectangle. Do you think that the Earth is a rectangle?
There isn't perfect rectangle things in nature.
Why are we talking about rectangles now? Nobody here mentioned a rectangle. I mean, I did, just to show you that you can draw circles on rectangles, but I didn't say that the Earth was a rectangle. I was just letting you know that you can do a circle on a rectangle, and it doesn't mean that the paper is a circle.
I want to say the art can't be a perfect rectangle or a triangle. But it can.
Why are you talking about the Earth being a circle or a rectangle? I didn't bring that up. Now you've lost the plot. Now you've gone to full troll mode. Congratulations, you've spiraled into absurdity like everybody else.
Hello, trolls.
I actually can't believe I just heard that.
Yeah, I know. But that's pretty much what happens at this point. When they figure out that they don't have any logical reason for the things that they're saying, they start trolling. They can't deal with it. So I guess he doesn't believe the Earth is a rectangle. All right. So the Earth is measured flat. That's how you experience it. That's how everybody measures it. It doesn't mean it's a rectangle. It doesn't mean it's a square. It doesn't mean it's a circle. But it is flat on the surface. You and I both agree. Unless you have some kind of Earth curve measurements that could be verified, then I would change my mind. It would be real simple. It would be the easiest thing I've ever done. Back to the globe. Because someone measured the Earth to be curving. Is that it? Is he out of gas? Are you out of gas, friend? How to talk to a flat earther.com?
Is he running out of
Did the
gas?
website that you went to?
Is he running out of gas?
How about you, Doom? Hey, Doom. You think you live on a spinning ball, Doom?
Spinning
No?
ball?
Yeah.
No, I am living in a triangle bowl.
Just like the last guy.
Jesus Christ.
Can I help you? Were you going to mutter during the conversation? Here. Tell me about your triangle balls, dude.
What's happening to your voice? Is that how internet works on flat Earth?
Hey, Doom, take a triangle ball.
I can't, like your
Should I
voice
just
is
mute you, Doom?
Your voice is unintelligible.
Doom, should I just mute you at this point?
Your voice is unintelligible.
Doom, tell me about the triangle ball, bro.
Triangle ball? I'm living in a different planet, that's why I said triangle ball.
A different planet? Oh, shoot, what's a planet?
What's a planet? It's a thing that you live on.
It's a thing that you live on. Like a house?
Yeah.
Okay, so planets are like houses now. Good job, Doom. Doom, you could just go ahead and admit to everybody that you don't know where you live. That would be way easier.
Oh, what do you think it was?
What do I think what is? You haven't described to me anything except that maybe a planet is kind of like a house.
My planet is my.
You're incoherent, Doom. You're having a bad day, Doom. Your trolling is not impressive, Doom. See, we like trolls if they're funny, but you're not even funny. You said you live on a triangle ball, and then you said it was like a house. That's stupid, Doom. Be embarrassed, Doom.
What the fuck, dude?
Laugh to yourself, Doom.
I live on a triangle ball.
You live on a triangle ball. Is that your only shtick? You've gone back to the beginning. Are you bricked, Doom? Are you just going to go back to what you said previously? Should I mute you, Doom?
And I don't believe that you live on flat Earth. Then, if you don't believe I live on a triangle.
You don't believe that I live on a flat Earth? I don't care what you believe. It's not really up to me. Who
I
cares?
don't care what you believe as well, bro.
Okay, so you don't care if on the flat Earth I mute your dumbass because you live on a triangle ball,
Okay,
right?
bozo. Okay, bozo.
Okay. Doom gives up. Doom doesn't know where he lives.
Can you advise a book about the flat Earth?
What?
Can you advise a book about flat Earth? Is there a books about it?
Advise, give you a book? Why would you need a book? You just go out and live your life on the flat Earth. You can measure the Earth yourself. Why would a book help you know where you live? Why would somebody telling you about where you live help you? You just go measure the Earth.
I need evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is the Earth. Are you serious, bro? So all your evidence comes from somebody else telling you about your experience? You don't have firsthand knowledge about where you live?
There is students and there is teachers. The teachers
Yeah.
teach the students.
What if the students are retarded? What if the teacher is retarded? What if the teacher is lying? What happens to the students then?
When someone sometimes someone can't see the um, other's soul.
Well, if your teacher told you that Santa Claus was real, would you believe him?
If is there an evidence? Yes, I can believe.
Oh, okay, so there actually has to be evidence. It doesn't matter what someone told you. Perfect. So, go measure the Earth and see if it's curving. That would be the evidence. Never mind what anybody told you. The Earth is the evidence. Do you understand that? That the Earth itself is the best evidence?
Yes, but I can't measure
Okay.
all of the Earth.
I didn't ask you to measure all of it. I just asked you to go ahead and see if it's curving at any place. If it's curving anywhere, especially over water, because supposedly 70% of the Earth's surface is water. And you and I both know that the surface of water is flat. Isn't that right?
Yes, but
Okay. So that 70% of the Earth is flat.
But if the water in the trapezoid cup, but the water always flat. But the cup is
The trapezoid cup? I don't give a shit what shape the glass is. What does the surface look like?
Imagine a trapezoid cup.
Yeah, what's the surface of the water look like of the trapezoid cup?
But if
Hey, don't ignore my question. Dude, you're a dick. Don't ignore my question. I don't care what shape the glass is. What is the surface of the water? Is it flat?
the water must be flat.
Yeah, okay. So who cares what the shape of the glass is? The surface is flat. So the entire surface of the earth, which is water, or at least 70%, is flat. Is there any such thing as a 70% flat ball?
But there is a gravity. Gravity.
No, there's no gravity.
Gravity is holding the water.
Okay.
On the.
If you say that there's gravity, I want you to get me a sample of the gravity.
When we jump, we drop down towards the surface.
That's nice. Can you get me a sample of gravity, please?
The world is pulling the objects to itself.
Yep, that's a claim. I need you to show me a sample of gravity.
It's an evidence about the gravity.
No, there's no evidence for gravity. I would need to actually see the gravity or have a sample of it or use it in an experiment as an independent variable. But nobody has shown me, even to this day, not Einstein, not Newton, not Michio Kaku, there's no gravity to speak of. It's just an idea.
But beyond the atmosphere, the astronauts flying in the spaceships.
The ones that you saw on TV, the ones that you said that on TV most of the time it's not real, those astronauts?
Is the all spaceships is a big lie? No, there is spaceships.
Yes. Why would you ask me if it was a lie? Unless you came to the conclusion that since gravity doesn't exist and water is flat on its surface, do you think that the astronauts are lying?
No, it's the evidence of gravity.
What? What's an evidence of gravity?
In the outside of atmosphere, all objects.
You've never been there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Have you been outside the atmosphere?
No.
No. So why would you tell me about something that you've never experienced? Are you telling me about something that you saw on Netflix or cable news?
From 50 years, all around the world, the people knows it.
No, they don't.
The countries, the states, the cities, and the much more people know it.
No, they don't. Because if they did, they would have evidence for it. They would have a sample of this gravity, and they don't have a sample. So they don't know anything. They're just telling you what they think, and you believe them because they're on TV, right?
Yes, some of something in the TV is real.
Okay, some things on TV are real. Perfect. If it's real, you can give me a sample of that gravity, right?
I experienced the gravity all day, all second in my life. I experiencing the gravity.
And how are you experiencing the gravity? Can you show me a sample of this gravity every day?
the soft objects falling slowly, and the heavy objects falling strongly.
So, like the helium balloon that goes up in the sky, is that falling?
Ёбаный в рот, блядь, да
No,
не я.
you say the water is flat, and if Earth is spinning ball, how the water is flat? And I say there is gravity, and I experience this gravity.
No, you don't. Because I asked
You are.
you if everything down, especially in the case of the helium balloon. Who's the white knight here? Is it Hemming?
No, he doesn't.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Tell me why the helium balloon goes up if everything is supposed to be falling.
I don't
You ever been to a birthday party where they have a balloon and the balloon goes up?
the balloon have air in itself.
Okay, so it has helium in it, so it goes up. How come gravity doesn't bring the balloon down?
Because the air, the force of air bigger than the gravity's pulling power.
Oh, what gravity? You haven't given me a sample of the gravity yet that pulls things down, especially when everything, as far as I can tell, as far as gas is concerned, gas goes in all directions.
Gas goes in one direction, it goes up.
Yeah, so then no gravity then, since the gas is not going down.
The gas is very soft.
Yeah, I know that you think that gas is lighter than the ability for gravity to pull it down, but you're kind of behind the game here for two reasons. Number one, gravity has not been a force or described as a force since 1915. Number two, since gas moves in all directions, the bending and warping of space-time is still not forcing all things downward. Remember how I told you at the beginning of this conversation, as soon as we talked about gravity, you'd be describing the Earth as flat? Well, we're at that moment. You are describing to me up and down. Up and down are relationships to a horizontal surface. So now you agree that the Earth is flat. Doesn't matter anything about gravity. You believe in a flat Earth now.
I believe the flat Earth.
Thank you.
After this second, I'm believing the flat Earth. Thank you so
Good
much.
for you. You're welcome. Hey, everybody, welcome him. He's a flat earther now.
Snacks in the back.
Max in the back. DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. We've got Hemming in here. Hemming, what did you want to say? Hemming. You were excited to talk earlier, bro. What happened? Okay, Hemming is all of a sudden shy. You okay, Hemming? Does Goodnight want to jump on the mic?
That guy cannot prove his claims.
I think he's too scared to talk.
Yeah. The guy
Use
didn't make
time
a claim,
to
but he
look
cannot
things up
get the
and,
citation.
you know.
The guy did make a claim, but he cannot get citation. Where the guy did get that phrase? He's a clown. Nothing more.
Good night. It'll just be you and me discussing. You don't have to worry about how many people are here. I can just have a conversation with you. Hey, Hemming, can you take...
Hello.
Can you... Yeah, okay, great. What's your claim? Good night.
No, I'm just asking why planes are not going in a straight line,
Oh, this is Hemming. Why are planes not flying in a straight line? No, they are.
I mean, no, why they're going in a curve, Like on...
There's no planes flying in a curve. What are you talking about?
Just, I don't know, you can look at the flight radar or something like that.
So you're telling me that something that you see on a computer screen, which is a reification, you're saying that that's the Earth?
You can see it by yourself, by, I don't know, flying from Sydney to Santiago. You know where it is? Australia and Chile.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has, because in a flat Earth, you will be going over...
What flat Earth? Do you have a flat Earth model that you would like to present for us?
No, I'm just... do you have any?
Do I have any what? You apparently know the relationships between Santiago and Chile. Apparently you have a flat Earth model that you want to debunk. Why don't you provide it for us?
Okay, no, because I asked another person for that, and they gave me some...
No, I'm asking you for your flat Earth model. Where's your flat Earth model? You apparently know the relationships between these land masses.
Okay, I can't send it to you because I have no permission.
Okay, so you have a flat Earth model. Did you create it?
No, I saw it on...
Where'd you get it from?
On the internet, from other...
The internet? From...
Yeah.
Really? What does it look like?
I don't know, it's a circle, I guess.
Oh, well, who here claimed that the Earth was a circle? Certainly not me.
Okay, so you believe... where's Antarctica? Okay.
Where is Antarctica? Well, it's south, apparently. That's what I've been told. I've never been there. Have you been there?
No, I know. No, I have...
No, so where is Antarctica?
At south, I guess.
The south. Oh, south is an azimuthal direction. That's a horizontal vector. So are you claiming a flat Earth all of a sudden?
Like what? Sorry.
So you said that Antarctica is south, so you must think that the Earth is flat, right?
No.
Well, why did you say south? Because south is a horizontal vector. Why'd you go quiet? What's going on, Hemming? I thought you had questions about the flat Earth, but apparently all you have is straw men.
Okay.
I mean, everything's echoing through your microphone, bro. It's annoying to listen to. Put headphones on or something, dude.
I think that's Hemming.
On my microphone or?
Yeah, it's Hemming.
Dude, your echoes are your speakers are echoing in the back. Can you put on a headset or something?
Hemming? Oh, okay. So no, I just believe that you have a map and oh my god.
Oh, you believe I have a map?
Yes, because...
Did I show you a map? Did I show you a map of any kind?
Two about the other guy on the chat I was discussing with. So let's
Okay,
say...
did he show you a map of the Earth?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute is right. I bet he didn't show you any map. I bet you came in here with some preconceived notion about what flat earthers believe, and you were going to use it as a straw man. Isn't that right?
Okay, so you don't have any map, okay? As a flat earther, right?
We don't have any maps. Do you have any maps?
Yes.
Okay, show me a map.
How? I don't have any permission to show you a map.
So what does your map look like?
You can Google it.
Describe it to me.
A map of Earth, or I don't know, you can look at Google Earth.
Google Earth. Okay, so Google Earth is a Cartesian coordinate system. If you look up an elevation profile on Google Earth, it will be flat. So do you think you live on a flat Earth?
No, I don't believe.
No, so why would you make a reification your model, when, especially when it's flat? Because I think you believe you live on a ball. Isn't that right?
No, I live
sorry to interrupt. No, sorry. Can I say something?
What do you want to say?
If the Earth is flat, then if you believe the Earth is flat, then why do the
Too late. So anyway, tell me about your flat Earth model again, where the elevation profiles are flat on Google Earth. Tell me more about this model, this map. Is it a Cartesian coordinate system?
For the other white that had a question, just wait your turn and then you'll be able to ask your question.
It looks like Hemming decided to run away because Hemming got hosed by himself. Okay, who we got here? Anti-furry. What's your question?
Wait, am I unmuted? Wait, hold on.
Yes. How old are you?
Can I not say that? Can I not say that? Please?
You sound super young. I don't know what the age limit on this server is, but you sound really young. But ask your question.
13 or older.
Okay, so if you guys believe the Earth is flat, then why don't the roads just go off the Earth then?
Why don't the worlds go off the Earth? Could you
why
ask
do
it
the
a different way, please?
not go off the Earth if the Earth is flat? Then?
Why would the roads go off the Earth?
Yeah.
It's contained.
You say the Earth is flat.
You never walk of a, like you don't walk down a hole. You don't down an edge. You're not doing that. Nobody's going down an edge. There's no
I
edge.
probably am not supposed to be here. I'm probably not supposed to be here.
No, it's
Goodbye.
contained like a seashore.
I'm just gonna go. Bye now. How do I leave?
Okay.
How do I leave? Oh, there we go.
Good.
It sounds like she was using that free Wi-Fi down there at the Walmart.
We have Fallen Angel. I'm going to go on mute. We got Fallen Angel in here. We've got Doom that's trolling. If anyone talk to Doom, I'll unmute Doom. And we've got Abdullah, who is now a flat earther. So,
Yes, I am.
Just a couple trolls and flat earthers then.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo. No.
Go ahead, make a comment.
No.
Yeah, go on.
Boom, you made the claim that that kid is more smarter than us. I'm going to ask to you, what is gas pressure, please?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah. Gas pressure. What it is? Are you smarter now? Are you smarter now? Yeah, go get the citation, please. You can text in the side chat. You cannot talk, but you can text. You are not so smarter, right? Next. Excuses, you cannot answer the question. You could text right now in the side chat. Yeah.
Questions, bro.
We can listen and you breathing. Anyway, next. Is not so smart.
I don't have anyone here that thinks that they can prove that the Earth is a big spinning ball. Come on, surely one of you is confident that the Earth is a big spinning ball in outer space and knows how to prove it. I guess that's it then. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. That was entertaining. Dula didn't have anything.
Oh yeah, we win again.
Sorry?
I said we win again.
Yeah.
They come and ask a couple questions, thinking they got a gotcha, and then next thing you know, they're at a loss for words, man, and it's silence again.
Yeah, according to Bendy Wright, he's been laughing at us for 8 years now.
Is that guy still around? I've been going back and forth with him in the YouTube chat for maybe not 8 years, but probably a good 4 years.
Yeah, some days he just shows up and won't say anything, just kind of sits there on the sidelines.
Well, he joined VC, what was it, last week or something, and that was probably the first time I ever heard him speak. And I gotta say, as much as that guy plays a good villain, you know, he's the kind of guy that you love to hate. That guy's great for content. I mean, I hope he comes back in and more often. That's a good punching bag right there, man. It's perfect. Perfect example.
This is very disappointing, Gla.
Yeah, I mean, anybody got any questions, man? Fire them off.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you guys hear me? If you lead a horse to water, if you lead a very thirsty horse to water, right? It's very thirsty. You know it's thirsty. It knows it's thirsty, and you lead it to the water, and it won't drink the water. My question is, why do you guys think? Like, why is it a horse not drinking the water? Like, there's something wrong with the water?
The dumbass horse.
A paranoid ass horse.
No, but that horse is not drinking the water because it doesn't believe it's the real water because it's not doing what the globe water does.
Yeah, I think another horse probably told it that it's not water but Kool-Aid. It's like I'm not drinking that Kool-Aid. Water horse.
He probably heard his owner talking about water on a globe, and when the horse made it to the water, that's not water.
It's not curvy. It can't be water. Because all horses know. Every horse knows that water curves.
Yeah, if you scale down a horse's hoof, it's slightly arced, to accommodate for the Earth's curvature.
The Earth's curvature, is that something that the Earth doesn't have or has?
Well, a horse's hoofs are slightly curved, so that proves it.
Account for the curvature of the road. Account for the curvature of the hills. Right?
That's horseshoes global dynamics.
I like some horse shit.
I think the horse is under a spell. I mean, what do you guys think?
It might be the parasites. You know, there's some people that get parasites that they don't want to drink water. Have you seen that? They try to drink the water, but they can't drink it, just like the horse.
A mental parasite. A spiritual parasite. Because, what I'm saying is like, it seems like feelings, right, are more, than facts. What I'm saying is like, you can present the facts right in front of people, and people will refuse to accept the facts. So that's why I'm asking, like, here's a horse, here's water, horse is thirsty, but it won't drink the water. It's under a spell.
It's the mind virus. The spell mind virus.
Right? You gotta smack that horse or something, you know? You have to angle the horse a certain way and then push it in the water. You gotta come at the horse with a certain angle, you know what I mean? I know facts, you know, like, look, it's flat, look at it. Oh yeah, I see that it's flat, of course. But, you know, then there's that but, right? Oh, I see we're measuring it flat. It looks awesome, but I believe. You know, there's always that. Like, wait a minute. So what's the difference between flat and curved then? It's like,
Is the difference in the mind or in the natural world? When you pull out the measurement tool, the meter, the level, or the laser, is that stuff in your mind? Ask the horse.
well, if you put a ruler on a ball, right? Is the ruler really straight or is it just a bigger ball? You know what I mean? Like, that's when you ask the question, is there even a difference between curvature and 180 degrees? You know what I mean? Like, if it's all the same, then why the hell why this tangent line on the ball? Why do rulers? I mean, why does 180 degrees exist if it's a ball? If water is a ball, right? If it's curving, then what the hell is 180 degrees?
That doesn't even make sense.
Correct. The nonsense makes no sense.
Bro.
You're right. The globe nonsense makes no sense. You're correct.
Bro, like all the sailors from 17th century, they traveled in a straight line and came back to the exact same place where they started. What does that mean then, if it is flat?
Hey, in 2025, I went out of my door and I went around town and I came back to my door.
Yeah.
Wait.
What does that mean?
Wait.
Yeah.
You're saying this. Wait, let's get a basketball, right? Now, on that basketball are lines. See, you're saying that line is a straight line, right? But look, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Look, it's curving around but it's not a straight line. Right?
Oh my
That's
god,
why
I
the
can't.
question. Right, that's why the question is asked, like, then what is 180 degrees, right? If water is curving, right? Then why does it measure 180 degrees, right? Surely there must be an explanation. Is it a bigger ball? Is it an even bigger ball? You know, it's a mind. It's like some
Is it
kind
a
of
non-ball?
mind block.
Is it a non-ball?
Right.
Do you know what no means? Not curving, no ball, because ball requires curve. If no, then no. It doesn't mean if no, then yes. Does it? Because the Glober will tell you. You know it's curving because it's not. It's like there's no difference between yes curving, no curving. No curving, no ball. Just curving, just ball.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
There's some kind of dread, in that question. There's some kind of like horror in that question because it's saying that the earth is not a ball, right? Like either the earth is not a ball or there's no such thing as 180 degrees. Every straight line that you've ever seen or measured is a curved line. How crazy, how nonsense is that, right? So it's either that or it's not a ball. The horror.
There are balls, there are spheres, right? There's such things, but Earth, not one of those.
Yeah. I imagine, you know, like I imagine putting a ruler on a ball, and I imagine scaling it up, you know, making it really big, so big that the ruler starts curving into its own bigger ball, right? Because in my mind, the ruler only looks straight and tangent to the ball because it's an even greater ball, that ruler, right? That's what you're supposed to believe, right? Right? So why does this tangent line even exist? When does it stop being a tangent line and starts being a curved line? You know, like water.
Yeah, when you go to the store and buy a ruler or a level, you're buying a piece of the ball. If you buy enough levels, enough rulers, you can make a ball.
You can make an earth. You can make your own earth, right? Like your own ball that looks. You know, I'm already stuck. You know, I couldn't even.
Hey, come on, Bongso. You know, if you can bend the ruler enough, you'll get a ball eventually. Come on, bro.
All I'm saying is like, if we want to accept that the Earth is a ball, then we have to throw away all the geometry, all the algebra that we ever learned, right? And I mean,
But the question comes, Bongs, when you grab the ruler and you put it on the side of the ball or under the ball, can the ruler stay on the ball without falling to the floor and go plank, plank? See what I'm saying? Because you're saying we're standing on the side of the ball while holding the ruler. And you and I and the ruler as part of the ball, you can, you know, stand on it and do things
Exactly.
like you know cannot demonstrate on real balls.
human beings, right? When novelty
Hey,
is a
if
big
you go
thing,
listen, listen, Bongso, if you go to the
Yeah.
where you bought the ruler, you have to also they have a section, the aisle number 3, or maybe in the same section is they have something called glue, and then you'll be able to attach it to the side or the bottom of the ball. You need glue.
Fall off. Won't fall. But
But if
what
you
I was gonna say
buy
is like,
glue, then you won't be able to do it. Go ahead.
you know, like people who are standing on walls. You know, like if you're Spider-Man, right? I mean, you usually try to get a photo of that. You know what I mean? Hey, look, I'm standing sideways. I'm defying gravity, right? Like, but we don't have any of these images, you know, like showing things on the globe, you know, that are pointing down or upside down. Like, not a single photo, you know, to
Showing what
show
people do on a globe.
exactly hanging upside down. You're like, I don't know, walking upside down on a ball, like right side up. Who knows which side is which? We're in space.
Yeah,
For
when
goodness
you go to the
sakes.
circus, when you go to the circus and you see the dogs and the cats and the elephants and they bring the balls out and you see all these animals on top of the balls, you see them on the side of the ball. You'll see them under the ball. But you never
That would be
seen that.
novelty. Yeah, exactly. And if you were to see that, it's like, hey, photo. Hey, look at this! Isn't this cool? We're under, we're upside down. That's what people do, right? That's what people do.
It's a troll.
Yeah.
I
Look at me,
come to
mom, no hands.
the globe is a troll. It's a
It's a
huge
troll,
troll.
man. Exactly. Gaslighting us and stuff, you know, like.
And then we're talking about it. It's a huge troll.
Yeah. And why is Australia the only upside down country? We all know New Zealand is right next to it. Nobody ever makes fun of them. Just kidding. That was a joke. Does
Yeah,
Australia
in America, we should have Australian circuses, and the the demonstration. They should have people and animals on the side of the balls.
And you're gonna need a really big ball though, but yeah.
That's what the guy said earlier.
I mean,
Yeah, but you need a big enough ball for water to, behave differently.
And
How
you
big?
would, and you would definitely be able to manipulate gravity so that you can stick to the side of the ball. Because if gravity was a thing, then of course you can manipulate it, so you can stick to the side of stuff. You know. Don't know why anybody would want to orientate themselves that way, but there you go. You're upside down. Congratulations. You just proved gravity. Good job.
Yeah, you can do great things with big balls.
Yeah. I always keep a spare set of balls in the trunk just in case somebody needs it. Like the trunk, bro. Big ones. You kind of need it. Where we're going, the biggest balls you can find.
What did the other guy said earlier that when the 180 degrees didn't make sense? What does he mean by that or something?
No, I think he got it. For for just a second. It hit him, and then it fled. It was gone. The thing was gone. I can hear it in his voice. That doesn't make sense. 1 + 1 is 2. There's this ball gravity. Okay, never mind. I lost it.
You just let him say more because he maybe was agreeing with you, but I probably overspoke him.
No, he was, but I think he talked himself back to I don't know, unseeing it. How can you not see a ruler on a ball and not ask the question, when does that ruler curve like the ball? Because we all know that's not a straight ruler, right? We all know that ruler is not really straight, right? Ballers. It's what got me, man. Like a long time ago. That's what got me.
You knew that if you put a ruler on the top of the ball, a huge section of the ruler is going to be away from the ball, not on the surface, curving with the ball. You knew that. Wait.
No, I imagine that, look, if it was a ball, right, this ruler, when you make it big, it's going to eventually start curving. The
ruler goes to space, away from the ball. Away from
the ball. Right.
Yeah.
But it's going all the way out to space, right? Maybe it's going all the way out to the Milky Way. Maybe it's going all the way out to the next galaxy. Maybe that's how big this straight 180 degrees is.
That's a curving ruler, is it?
It has the curve, right? I mean, it has the curve, right? If water is curving around the Earth, then 180 degrees has the curve, right? Right? It has to, right? But no, it shouldn't be curving. It shouldn't be going out into space. It should be curving around the globe. Because you measure it straight, you measure it 180 degrees, flat and level, but you're saying it's curving. So it should be curving, right? We shouldn't have this tangent line that's going off of this ball, right? Because there really is no such thing as a tangent line, as a straight line on a ball. Because every line is going to curve into a ball. I mean, how crazy is that? How crazy is that? How dead does your brain have to be to believe that shit? Right? Like, you're not even there. You're not even using your brain if you believe this. But hey, this is what we're told in high school. This is what we're told. And if you don't believe it, you don't get a job. You don't get a diploma. Okay? You get ridiculed. That's what I mean, man. It's got to be a spell or something. They see it. They're seeing it, but they don't believe it, right? They're seeing it, but they don't believe it.
Some of them will tell you that's how you know it's there because it's not there.
Mm. Imagine saying that. Imagine telling. Imagine explaining that, right? About anything else. But think of anything other than the globe Earth, and you say something like that. Like, how do you think you sound to people, right? When you say something like that about anything else other than the globe, the only time you can ever say something stupid like that if you're talking about the globe. But you try saying that to somebody, try selling somebody a car, but there's no car. See what? What would happen?
Yeah.
Exactly.
In real life, people call it scammers. Scamming.
It was insult. People will get so pissed off you just saying something like that to the, it's there, but you can't see it, but it's there. You just have to believe me.
Now pay up.
No, put $5 in this bowl.
Show me you wanna pay. Force you. Are you asking me to use force so you can pay? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we are all forced to pay with our lives. With our lives. You wake up on a globe, right? That's the world people wake up on.
No. Stop it.
When people wake up, they don't wake up to a new day, right? They don't wake up and say, another day, wow, thank God. They don't go through that. They wake up, I gotta go to work, right? You gotta be in a certain place at a certain time. And then it starts. You're not even there. You're not even in your body because you're on a globe.
You wake up and you say, "Oh, another Earth rotation."
Enough.
Just one more.
Exactly. Another ride, right? Another spin. Here we go. Gonna go for
Let's go spinning.
Exactly, right? So you're not really working. You're not really living life, right? You're just
Yes, you
surviving.
are.
You're just waking up. You're not. You're not even in your body. You know why you're
But
not
when
in your
you're
body?
working, that's definitely a life. Damn. Gotta live it. If not,
I don't know a single slave or prisoner that wakes up, you know what I mean, and be like, I'm living life. Right? Unless they think they're not a slave. Unless they think they're not in prison. So we give them jobs, right? We give them nice things to buy with their money, when they go to work. And then we give them a home
houses,
to go back to.
a home that you don't have to be paying for the rest of your life, just to pay for.
Sell. Yeah. A cell block, right? You got a block, right? And then you got a cell in it, right? We call it a plot, but it's a cell, right? And you wake up, you go to your job, and you come back, just like prison, just like slavery. The wage slave, though. I'm just saying, people don't wake up and be like, thank God for another day, right? They wake up and be like, shit, I gotta pay that bill, this bill, that bill, because they're on the ball. It's about the economy and jobs and all this stuff.
We're gonna run out. We're gonna run out. The ball's gonna run out someday. Everything's
Right.
running out.
You got to keep the machine going, man. You're part of this machine. That's what cities are. It's this machine, economic /
Huge batteries.
Yeah, and you're the battery. Exactly. Like Morpheus said, to turn a human being, into, this.
Battery.
And more like, to turn you into a conduit or a neuron or a network or a router. Injecting self-assembling machine into you.
Data banks.
Exactly, right? You are a conduit. You receive information and you transmit information, and that's it. That's your job. Right? And now they're gonna be in your anyways. Wake up on the globe and you don't think about anything else other than jumping on that hamster wheel, You know what I mean? And powering it
Or
up.
just do all this because one day we're gonna take you to Mars. You'll be able to go there.
Get my ties on the beach in
Put the hard
Mars.
work. Put the hard work. You're gonna go to Mars. Just kidding. You
Yeah.
can go out there and enjoy life after hard work. For sure.
Yeah. Well,
The
This-
creator
the-
provided too much abundance to be thinking in scarcity.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a spell. It's a spell, right? And the people who cast the spell, you know, are call them scientists, you know, or
The high priest.
physicists or the high priests, right? The mages, right? The magi's, right? The wise,
The magicians.
the magicians, the wise men, exactly, right? Scientism. That's what I mean. I mean, it's not even knowledge, right? It's faith. It's a faith. It's a faith. Yeah, faith in men. You know what I mean?
So if I mean, I will go with it if they were keeping the peace and not some scamming so much out of the efforts and keeping the wars going. I will be like, okay, if there was no wars, if there was commerce between the nations and not such a mess with corruption, scams, huge government overspending and wars and expansion. If it was more like a God-driven, real money, sound laws, transparency, I'll be like, yeah, we have a decent system, but still the corruption is rampant. It's too much evil.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible for any government to exist without corruption. I think the only government that can exist without corruption is God's government, Jesus' kingdom. I mean, that's why this kingdom exists, because there's no justice on the earth. Because it's run by these entities, I call them alien. What do the Globers call them? Aliens?
Parasites in the body, in the minds of men and women.
Exactly.
The mind virus, multi-layer.
Mind virus.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If
it's believing the lie, man. I mean, just the act of believing has power in it. Power to control your actions, right? Because once a man believes,
your effort, your energy.
right? Because once you believe something, that's what it becomes your code. You know what I mean? Your actions revolve around those beliefs. If you believe the earth is a ball, I mean, everybody believes the earth is a ball, but I think the scary thing is taking it away. They don't have anything to grasp onto. So there's this fear of like.
I think if that mentality wasn't pushed in the propaganda machine, people will forget about it fast. Within a generation, people just forget about it and try to solve things based on reality, like the way people do it. But the scarcity, fear, economy, word, propaganda machine, to control the way people kind of think and make certain decisions so they can control the markets and the resources.
I think
this creation is way more. There's so much available for everyone that I don't get why they have to be so freaking greedy and scam artists.
I don't think it's greed. I don't think it's greed. It's 100% control. Everything is about control. Controlling the man, right? The body. That's what it's not about greed. Because they're trying to destroy everything. They got everything anyway.
It's just like
right?
it's more like the control. Because when you have control, you are basically a key holder and administrator. And when you're an administrator, you have better positions than other people when you are running shit like that. It's like you got the perks within the movie or the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people are really scared. You know, when you tell, like, if you hit a nerve, right, and they like, what? You know, I think the fear of not knowing, you know, I think that's what overwhelms and pushes them back to believing the experts. You know, the people that, you know, it's like a safety net. You know, I feel safer with these guys, but you know, it's
Those are
like you're running
the
in the
hoarders.
arms of a
Those are the
monster.
farmers. Those are the mind farmers. The gatekeepers.
Yeah.
So they have the farm, the animals running a certain way, and then they're sketching in people going to the bank, laughing their way to the.
Yeah. Well, I think
Such a
if we,
mental
well,
thing.
that's why I like mentioning Genesis 1. You know what I mean? Just to give them a quick replacement model. If that's what you know keeps people from you know running away, right? Because there's really nothing else. You know, there's really nothing else to offer people. You know, once we take the global way, they're gonna want to know. Okay, so it's flat and what? and you know, well, and Jesus.
I think there's way more, because when you think about it, this rampant control of the resources, of the economics, there's so much effort put into it that not having it under wraps, it's just, it will only benefit the masses. Not holding the technology, having so many laws, sending people to jail, to war, sickness all over the place. Not having that system that is pushing and keeping that, it will be just like how the earth, when it's let alone, it grows and it heals. I think the nations are part of that, but that's why there's such a big machine running against that. Flourishment of the people. Do away with the wars and the scams and keep the peace. Should be easy enough. Stop messing with the weather too.
Yeah, but wars is, that's kind of like their main thing, that's it's the main, tool for control, right? Is war. Without war, there's no money, there's no reason to do anything.
There is money. Money is God's money. The gold, the silver, the things of value, that's the real money. But then what they're doing is pushing the living beyond your means way, like overspending, overdoing, pushing. Okay, so what are we gonna do today? Are we gonna fix the neighborhood, or are we gonna have war against our neighbor? Like simple decisions that can change a lot of things. We're gonna do commerce instead of war. We gotta be productive. Do commerce, not keep the peace. Why fucking war, dude? There's so much stupidity with that. It doesn't make money. War destroys. So there's other ways.
Yeah. Of course, that's why war has to keep going. It's because it destroys. War is how they create the fear in people. War is how they create all these other just evils, disasters and atrocities and famines, all these death. So of course, war is always going to be there. But yeah, I think war is also to distract people from truth, from what's real, especially what we're doing, what we're talking about. You try to tell them about this, and they say, "Oh, what? It's not even important. You guys are still talking about that." It's like Donald Trump said, right? Like, you guys still talking about that flat Earth?
I gotta pay my cell phone bill.
like we got all these great things going on. Oh, and tragedies.
Only paying $24.99 for Netflix.
Yeah, but I think flat Earth is way more. Yeah, is still the key. I mean, a big, it's a big, the
God is
unlocking
the
or
key. The
Jesus is the key. Yeah, but it's a big part of of breaking the spell. Man.
there. I think when you drive, there is a way of driving, and there is so many other ways to not do it and to make make a wreckage out of it. It's like a flight. There's a way to do it. You gotta do it the correct way, in a sense. And there's so many other ways you can mess it up. In life, there's a lot of good ways to do it, and people create a bunch of ways to keep messing it up as well. The evil, the corruption is there. I don't think it will be this complicated. If there wasn't this machine place. Just lead just make sure the horse has clean water available so he can drink it whenever he wants. Bong, come on. Don't complicate things to the horsey. That was the original question.
There's a a guy named Leonard Ulrich. Leonard Ulrich.
Don't know.
Yeah, I'll type his name in. You can look him up. But YouTube banned a lot of his stuff. I watch his stuff on Odyssey or Library, Elbury. Leonard Ulrich, right? He had a talk with he had an interview with Rob Skiba. Rob Skiba. Yeah, but they didn't. They agreed to disagree. He didn't see eye to eye. He didn't accept the flat Earth thing. He calls it a theory. But when I watch his videos, Leonard Ulrich's videos, I get it. I feel that God is revealing things to him, to share with us. But then, why is this guy rejecting flat Earth? So, what I'm saying is, even the most, sincere Christians, are under the spell. And if you can't get them out of the spell, then if I can't convince a believer, right, a follower of Jesus, that the earth is not a ball, if I can't get them to see the lies, Catholic churches, then who can we convince? If we can't convince the brothers, who can we convince? That's what I'm saying. It has to be a spell. It can't be just present facts. There has to be another way to show it, to present. And I think it's spiritual, like Genesis, Jesus, I think that's the way, but it can't be just facts, just present evidence, because like the horse, you know what I mean? That's why I brought up the horse. Like here's the water, horse. Horse won't
I'm
drink it.
saying that the only person that can bring the whole world together is the Creator by revealing Himself. Every eye will see Him at the same time and say, "Oh, there it is. This is the way."
Well, I think we're relying a bit too much on science. I know science is cause and effect, but when we say science, we know what we're saying. But when they say science, there's all this other crap in it. Pseudoscience, that's not even that's irrelevant. And so I think because there is the intellectual side of things.
Yeah.
What I mean?
Mind is in place operating the body.
There's a new age of flat Earth. Hey, like before the globe, there were all these, flat earthers. Everyone was a flat earther, but not everybody followed God or Jesus, or knew Jesus or knew God. So,
that's the thing. The Creator created such a world in place that there's many books, many ideas, and who's the correct one? That's the thing across the world.
Right. Well, these pagan systems, like these kings back in the old days, led by the fallen angels, whatever. That's exactly what Christianity is today, with the globe Earth. So that's what I'm saying. Is like
So it's just in your face that is so obvious.
I mean, I'm saying that people who say they believe in Jesus, they follow Jesus. Okay, but they also believe that it's a ball. I think this is the Antichrist. And
You follow
that's
the
why.
money, you see it's so obvious. It's just it's just on top of the
But what about the
conclusion.
believers? What about the followers? What about the
Followers.
people who believe in Jesus, but they also believe in this lie that there's a ball?
That's why
I
you
think
say
those
it's a spell.
people,
Because if you
because
so if you go
yeah,
into
go
if you
ahead.
say if you're a believer in in Jesus, God, or the Creator, right? And the Creator gave you your senses and this place that is obviously operating within certain laws. Why are you throwing the writings, His Word, and His creation, His design, your the senses, the laws of nature, you're throwing that away and claiming something that is
from man.
is the opposite.
Exactly. That comes
Made by
from
man.
man. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I am very concerned with Christians, ballers, especially if it has to do with salvation. If it's an issue, salvation issue, then it's even more urgent that we try to wake them up. But that's just me. That's my little thing I'm doing. But
Okay.
I think facts. I think facts and science. Right? Because we got people like Will Duffy. Who wants to use this world's wisdom, right? To try to debate, to try to invalidate what your senses, your eyes that were given to you by God. He's trying to say that God is an asshole and He made you to see it look straight, even though it's a ball. I was like, look, God's not stupid, man. Like, come on, man, you're gonna sit in here blasphemy. Like I really worry for them, because they deny Genesis 1. They deny Genesis 6. They deny Revelation. Because if you think it's a ball, then none of this is real. Right?
Is that your stand?
Oh, pardon? What?
Is that where you
Excuse me.
stand? Go ahead.
Excuse me. I'm not into this. What is in the Bible? Could you explain me what is in the Bible? What God says about the word? That you saying that God affirms that the earth is flat.
Yeah. So yeah, of course. All Bible scholars, agree that the Bible is a flat earth book. Okay, this is known. Okay. Science says that the Bible is not scientific, whatever that means. Okay, now you can go ahead and figure out what that means. Okay, but everyone knows that the Bible is a flat earth book. Yes. So to
Well,
say
happening here, right? But it speaks so the flat earth description, and then it speaks about the waters below, the waters above. That's not flat earth. So it's just flat earth is the description, right? What people talk about that we know here. But the heavens above that the Bible speaks about, so the Bible speaks about other things that are not flat earth.
Maybe just a way to talk, to express yourself. Sometimes you just don't say things literally,
Well, the Bible is not like that, right? The Bible, the Genesis 1 is a literal. Okay, like when God created the world, He's creating the physical world. So you have to take what it's saying literally, because it's creating the literally physical thing that we call reality. Experience this. So it is literal. And nowhere in the Bible does it explain God creating the world any other way, right? This is how it is. God describes certain things, like analogies and stuff about the earth. The earth is my footstool, and heaven is my throne. What house are you going to build for me, David? What are you talking about? He always describes it. So it's flat. It's like a seal. You know how a seal is. The wax is pressed down by the ring, and it creates the seal, right? That's how he describes the world. I think Job describes it like. There's a dome.
I think when he also speaks about God's heavenly dwelling in New Jerusalem, the city of God up in heaven, I think that's literal as well. It's actually speaking about actual physical, the actual real thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not dreamy stuff.
Yeah. So we either accept it, okay, Genesis, and everything in the Bible. Because if we don't accept Genesis, then you can throw that whole book, everything after Genesis can all be discarded. In other words, if you don't accept Genesis, then you don't accept a creator. I mean, what else, right? Because it's either this or some other creation story, or the globe story, which is not even possible to be, right? The globe.
It's nonsensical.
Right. So it's going to have to be some other cosmology story from some other culture, or it's the Bible. And I think it's the Bible. Go ahead. Yeah, I think it's a decision that we have to make. I think we should, just have a read again. You know what I mean? Go over this globe thing, this radius. I have to verify that it's curving. We should do all that, and then make your decision. You have to make a decision because science is against is antichrist in its nature. By its very design and nature is antichrist, anti-God, anti-creator, anti-life.
Mhm. Well, I just think that if there's a God, it will be like logical, like everything could be in the right way. And I think that in a flat Earth theory, those things are not like right. There's something missing.
Now, there's no theory. Okay, there's no theory of flat Earth. Okay, like it's a description, right, of what you see out in the world. Okay, the water is flat and level, right? So there's no theory, there's no lore, there's no story behind flat Earth, right? Like what the Bible says, that's what it is. Okay, so we either accept that or we reject it for something else. Okay, and it's either going to be some other creation story or the nonsensical heliocentric globe model, which I don't think if you're in your right mind, you're not going to accept that, right? But it's up to you.
I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a decision, man. Yeah. But it's a decision because it's something you can do and verify. You know what I mean? It's not like you have to blindly believe the Bible or what men are saying, right? You can verify what each person is saying, what God is saying, what the Bible is saying, what these men are saying, what those guys are saying. And you can slowly come to the conclusion and it would be a conclusion that you agree with. There's no fear, right? There's truth. So yeah, it's something you can do and just make a decision on that's informed.
Mhm.
But yeah, when we talk about it this way, right, from the Bible or spiritually, there are places to go. But when we use science and facts, there's nowhere to go but name calling. You know what I mean? I'm smarter than you. No, you don't know. No, you don't know. There's all that, but there's no truth. There's no resolving anything. But hey, up to you guys. You need both sides. You need science to verify that's science. That's true. Things that aren't the cause and effect. But you also need cosmology. Where did it come from? What's the cause? What's the cause of the cause of the cause of the cause? There has to be an uncaused cause, and that's what the creator is.
Hello? Anyone?
Hey, what's up, Auntie Furry? Furry.
What is this server? I just found it. Yeah, I just made a Discord server. What is this? Wait, can you go to flat? Not, never mind.
How did you find this server?
I was just like trying to find like servers to like troll people in, and I found this server, and then I saw like, can you cook a flat earther? And I thought this was like perfect.
Okay. How did you find this server for trolling? Is there like a list of servers for people to troll
Yeah,
somewhere? Or
there's a
where?
server called troll server, and it just basically like shows names on it, and it has like categories like math and like gaming. So yeah.
How do I?
What the thing is, but I will leave.
Just troll server.
Yeah.
So that's how you found our server. So did you choose this server though from the list? Did you like, oh, Flat Earth, I'm gonna go, or did somebody tell you to come troll this one specifically? Okay, he left. Oh, did you guys hear that? There is a server out there with a list of servers for people to troll. Somebody just put our server. I wonder who created that server and who makes up the list? Hey, who else is on that list? Let's try to get some information from this kid, man. Add a server. Join a server. All right. So you guys want to go troll the troll Discord server? Found it. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Is this
Same here.
That's good, man. I have some questions for the flat Earth people.
Yes, the flat Earth people.
Are you
flat-
are you a flat Earth person?
Yes. You may ask me your question.
All right.
Yeah, what's up, man? Go ahead. Yep, welcome.
Okay, can you give me like so is gravity still a thing in a flat Earth situation? Or is there no gravity?
Well, I mean, it's not even a thing in the globe Earth situation. You know what I mean? But yeah, we gravity doesn't interact with the other fundamental forces in the world, right? Like electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force, right? So in flat Earth, things fall and rise because of the differences in densities of the object, right?
Okay.
In respect to its medium. So if it's denser than the medium, it sinks, and if it's less dense, then yeah, it rises, right? That's it. That's pretty much it, right? There's no gravity. Not even in a globe model are they going to, show you where gravity is doing what and what. It's just a theory.
So it's just so that makes sense. So you got the sky above, and if you are heavier than the sky, you will fall down until you hit water. And if you are lighter than water, you will float. But if you're heavier than water, you will sink.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, but so it's not really a force so much as just a tendency to move downwards.
Equilibrium. Yep, towards equilibrium. Yep. Every object seeks rest, right? So it will equalize with its medium. So if it's denser than the medium, it will sink. Yep, exactly. We're in the globe Earth, right? They've got like these theories where before they started off with it was matter, right? That all mass attracts mass. It pulls other masses. Then that changed, right? It's no longer, that's been superseded. That's not what gravity is, right? Now, gravity, according to Einstein, is the curvature of this space-time medium that he made up, right? And that's what's causing things. And even that doesn't explain anything. It's not even, it's a theory, but now they've got another theory in quantum mechanics called field theory, and it's moving towards electromagnetism more and more. So
okay, but
that's gravity.
I don't have any understanding of quantum mechanics. Like that
no one does.
I don't have any of those kind of questions. I just have more basic questions. I'm trying to understand the
basics. Yep.
The basics. Yeah.
Well, I'll add this. Let me add this. It's not a disk. It's space, right? That model, that idea comes from the government. Always has. Came from Disney. That's what NASA. That's their idea of a flat Earth. Okay, but that's not what we're talking, because they're teaching us disk in space. We're saying it's not. There's no space, right? We're saying that water's above, water's below. We're inside a dome, just like the Bible explains, right? Just like you can see outside when you go outside. That's what you experience. So yeah, that's just to fill in some more details. You got any more questions or some you wanna?
I do.
The sun is closer, right? It's not, it's not far away, and it's smaller, like way smaller than the Earth. So is the moon. They seem to be the same size.
But does it?
We observe?
But does the sun and the moon still function in the disk model, where the sun and the moon? So you're saying the disk in space is bullshit, but in the pictures like
that's a cover. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right, but in that
it would be inside. Yeah, it would be inside the dome, right? The sun and the moon and the stars. Like, I don't know, right? But
yeah,
it's either inside or outside. But we see what we see, and that's all we know, or we can know. Like, Well, we can look at what NASA has. I mean, they send things up, but they don't have any footage of the ground turning into a ball, so they're not proving anything. We got these rockets that fly up and then hit something, and it just stops. You know, we got that one. The what was that called again? The speed rocket, rocket launcher, something like that. That's pretty much all we know.
There is a lot of stuff that we do know, but there's a lot of unknowns. Because what you're asking about the sun, is it this or that? That will be an unknown, because we cannot go up there and verify it and check it. We cannot dissect the heavens above.
Well, not without a rocket. Not unless you can get the rocket out of that.
No man can go up there and check.
Okay, so what is the reason that no man can check? Like, do you think it's physically impossible?
Yeah, it is impossible.
Exactly.
You can't go up there. Your body doesn't hold that stuff. Doesn't hold up to those weather conditions up there. It's not designed for up there. Your body is designed for down here.
Well, I mean, I agree with you on that 100%. We're not designed to be up there. I agree with you on that 100%.
Correct. So there will be an unknown on how what's up there, because no man has been able to go up there and dissect the heavenly mechanisms. Like if you had a Swiss watch, like when you're looking at the sky, you're looking at the observation of the movement of the sky, like clockwork. It's never late. The sun is never late. It's always on time. We adjust our clocks, our Swiss watches, and other man-made devices to follow the patterns of the movement of the sky, but we have to adjust and design the clock and adjust it to be precise, right?
Yeah.
So we can break apart the Swiss watch and check all the mechanisms, all the pieces and gears that make the clock tick, right? Go tick tock. But about the heavenly realms, we cannot do that. We cannot dissect or break it apart to say this is the mechanisms that operate it. Only the Creator, I will say. If the Creator gives you revelation about it, I will say, hey, the Creator told you and you got it. You have the schematics of how the sun and the moon and all the lumens work. There are the observations, but we're still missing going there and check it.
Okay, well, all right. So I have another question. That was I understand what you said, and that it was really profound. But do you think that all flat Earth believers, do you think they all have this idea that it was created by a creator, or are there some?
I don't think you can say all. Everybody's different mind. So the world, there's a lot of people. So if you say all, that will be an impossibility for me to answer. That will be kind of like a stereotype fallacy. If I say yes, all of FE people believe in this and that. That wouldn't be my place to say something like that.
Do you think many of them? Like, do you have an idea of like a percentage?
I mean, if you follow the logic about design, the laws, the antecedents to certain things, you can come to the conclusion that there is a design in place, and a design requires a designer. A construct requires an architect.
Okay. I see.
So you're gonna come to this is over the surface, but if you break it down, you can come to the conclusion. Even the people that didn't believe in Creator, when they actually break it down from proteins to amino acids, and they bring it up to the containment of the whole world, like gas pressure containment, the loss of gas pressure, and even the water physics. When you follow everything step by step, you're gonna come to the conclusion that you require a design. There's a design in place, so that infers a designer.
I mean, that's fair, but when you talk about people that believe in globe Earth, you get some people who believe there is a designer, and you get some people who believe that it just occurred naturally.
Yeah, but when we go to the natural and physical world, we can check certain things and we can discard the fantasies, and we can actually come to when someone says that you're standing on a curving ball sphere in the vacuum of space, you can falsify all of those step by step. You can break each claim down. You can put each claim on a table, on paper, write it all down, and you can go to nature and check, and you can falsify all of them.
Okay.
There's a documentary called Helio Sorcery, right? HELIO Sorcery. And it explains the way the globe came about, from the Jesuits, right? And that they developed science and the globe.
Doctrine of men.
They developed science and the globe to cause people to stop believing in the Bible, because at that time Martin Luther was translating the Bible, and it was like a panic attack. It was like a panic reaction to the Bible being printed, because they were about to expose this thing called the the Latin Vulgate, which is like a totally satanic version of the Bible, right? The occult version of the Bible. So this is how the globe and science was developed. So I would say yes, because the globe was designed to cause people to not believe in the Creator, in God, specifically God of Abraham. I would say that to go away from the globe and go back to flat Earth, you would naturally seek out the Creator, right? Your Creator, because this seems to be the only teaching / belief system that has no Creator, that has no God. I kind of like things kind of fall into place. Like, wait, this seems to be, it's a conspiracy. So I'd say, yeah, most flat earthers, 99.9%, are believers in the Creator, mostly the Bible. But let me grab you that link.
You wouldn't have the numbers of mostly the Bible, but a big percentage, yes, because all across the world, there's people that believe in the Bible and people that don't believe in the Bible that are acknowledge that there is a Creator. So yeah, a big percentage.
If you're talking about Genesis, you've got three big major religions right there. You've got Christianity, you've got Judaism, and you've got Islam. They all follow Genesis.
But also, wait, right there. Those three, okay, all those three religions come from one source.
Yes, they do.
It comes from the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, now all three of them preach the globe. All three of them.
You're
come from the.
They do
come
not.
From the.
Hold on.
Come from the Roman. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay.
All three of these religions come from the Roman Catholic Church.
That's
Albert
crazy.
Pike, right. No, let me. There's a man named Albert Pike. He was a Freemason Grand Master, and he wrote a book called Morals and Dogma. And he explains the plan of the Freemasons and the occults and the secret societies that run the world. And the plan is to destroy Christianity, religion, the idea of a God, by causing wars, right? Using these religions. So now you have all these different kinds of denominations and Abrahamic beliefs, and they're against each other. So them fighting each other. So you got the Islam fighting the Jews, the fake Jews. You got fake Muslims. You got fake Christians. This Catholic Christianity, right? And they all believe they live on a ball. So whether the Quran teaches or not, no Muslim believe they live on a flat earth unless they're a flat earther. Just like no Christian believes they live on a flat earth, just like no Jew believes they live on a flat earth. They all believe they live on a ball, and that's because of science. So even though these three so-called Christian religions, right, appear, it's all part of the plan. This is all part of their plan. It's the Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution.
Evidence, when we interject and we give a counter argument, it needs to be addressed because we're addressing your evidence. So it's not about every time we argue I get muted. I mean,
No, the only time
argued, I got muted.
I mean, try me. I think you and I have talked before, but somebody else took over the conversation. But here I am, just me.
Yeah, they probably took
you know,
over by muting me. That's probably what happened, but...
So you don't mind just
I remember-
rambling on and on about getting muted? Well, that's fucking boring.
Oh no, am I getting muted for speaking about getting muted?
Probably at this rate.
Okay. I won't say anything else then.
Might as well just get down to your globe proofs.
Yeah. So that's really
all
what
anyone
we're
really wants
trying
to
to find
hear.
out. Like, once we found out that there's no evidence for a spherical Earth, that's all we've ever been looking for. Because, would you agree, Heretic? Like, we all would like to go back to the globe if there was actual, real evidence for
Yeah, I'll take
curvature.
it. I'll take it.
Because I'm tired of the fucking shit, man. It sucks. Every time you hear the Earth's a globe or you hear somebody making fun of flat Earth, fucking ears perk up. You're like, evidence? And the only evidence people have are, oh, well, some smarter people did it. Some people smarter than me did it. It's like, damn, so you're saying you're stupid.
Damn.
But bad guy's really smart, so he probably has the evidence.
Yeah, I've pulled a little research. If I haven't known, then I guess I don't have anything to say.
That's a sad story.
Yeah, unlike you guys, you've done a lot of research and researched these things, done experiments.
Well, fair enough.
Experiment? What's that?
That thing you did in college with those other things.
It's when you listen to someone and then you agree with them.
That's an experiment?
Yeah, for you guys.
I'll follow.
Damn.
I think you
What
are
do you
talking
get?
about
You're
social experiment. We are talking science. So
my
scientific
bad.
method.
Where do you guys get your information from?
Same place you get your information.
Really?
People, places, and
we just-
things. That's where.
We just dig a little deeper. We don't accept what the surface offers.
But you said
Geometry.
you get your information from where I get my information, but you don't accept that information.
Well, if you look a little deeper, your information is contradicted by your own information.
Sure. Okay, where's this digging deep information?
Start by the radius. Where did you get that number?
It would be a physics textbook. That's where you would start.
Awesome. Now prove that radius.
One physics textbook?
So is that radius 39, 59 miles? Yes or no? Can we start?
I learned
with
about radius in geometry. I didn't learn about it in science, physics.
What is the claim of the ball Earth radius? It's 39, 59 miles. Who wants to change it? Is that okay? Can you start with that? Brenda, can we start with that number, or you want to make it bigger?
What?
What is the radius of your ball Earth? It's 39, 59 miles, yes or no?
Yeah, something like that on average.
Okay, awesome. Because you have listened to the Black Swan, right? A lot of times. So you know what is the horizon, right? So it's okay to choose A. So if you choose A, or you can choose just the C at 6, the first all rig 6.21 miles. If you do the calculations, at 10 miles the calculations are this, accounting that the radius. So if you count I'm gonna post it. It will be more simple. So if you do the calculations, if you count 10 miles that horizon, 1 foot observer's height, that means the radius is 67 times larger. What the hell is that? Oh, great.
I don't think you're doing the calculations right.
Okay, check with Matthew Learns, because Matthew Learns agrees with this, okay? So he is a mathematician, so you can check that with him later if you want it, okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
You can deny it. I'm talking about Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns or Weathers is a mathematician. Yeah. Check either this Glover guy agrees with this calculation. So he's a mathematician. So are you against him? No.
I don't know what it is I'm agreeing to.
So you are denying these calculations. So check with that mathematician later, and let's see it.
I don't know. Okay? I don't know.
Let's see your calculations. You can deny it, okay? It's your problem. If you don't want to agree with the calculations, it's a mathematician problem. So you have to figure out, okay, by yourself, because Matthew Learns. We have a record of Matthew Learns saying that. So Matthew Learns agrees with this calculation, and the guy is a mathematician. So it's your problem, okay?
Okay, I don't know what calculations you're talking about.
Yeah, I did post it, man.
Then how do you know they're wrong? How do you know they're wrong if you don't know what calculations we're talking about?
It's obviously scientist. Why would you not believe him?
So I just posted the side chat. Anyway,
it's a lot of certainty coming from Brenda when she doesn't know the calculation.
Yeah.
I still don't.
So,
well, who am I
even the first? I don't know. Maybe with God, or maybe I don't know.
I don't see a post by you in the side chat.
So you are blind. So seek help, please, because I cannot help with it. So I'm finished.
Yeah, there's 2 at 20 minutes past the hour. Seriously, come on.
Is that Brenda, Dog Bones, or Clocks?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder. Brenda's not.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish.
Gotta change my name again for Brenda.
Even the first all rig debunks the globe, because if you do the calculations, it's 26 times larger. Even the first all rig, okay, 26. If you count 10 miles, 67 times larger. Do you want to make that bigger? Because I can show you almost 69 miles. And it's flat in the big lake. Anyway. So maybe it's double, triple. What is your radius now?
Could you please?
So it doesn't work in reality, that radius. So, you can prove it if you want.
I want to
prove
ask
that radius in reality, please.
I want to ask you a question. Would you please put in the side chat what it is you're talking about? What calculation?
I did post it.
See it.
I did post it. I did say to you, if you are blind, seek help. I'm just finished.
The only one I see is by AJ. Are you AJ?
So you can't see at 20 minutes past the hour above what I posted. From Miguel.
Okay, I'm done with that.
Number one, I had him blocked, and I've unblocked him. Okay, we start there. So if he could now post something so that it comes in unblocked, that would be nice, please.
If I didn't block you, but you did block me. That's your problem. So
Dude, I blocked you. That's why I couldn't see you. Now that I've unblocked you, could you please post your calculation that I'm supposed to understand and agree or disagree with?
Right there.
Well,
You can
Brendan,
check
to be
this
fair,
with
you already said you disagree with it, even though you haven't seen it. So how can we take you serious after that?
Yeah, it's very disingenuous, dude.
You can check this with the AI. Put the same calculations there, and you will get the same result. I did it. I did ask to Matthew Learns, can you check this, please? Do you agree these calculations are correct? And that mathematician guy, a professor, they said yes. And he's a Glober.
But Brenda knows better than the mathematician who looked at it because Brenda hasn't looked at it, you see. That's the logic we're dealing with.
Well, that is the Glober logic, dude. Assume they're wrong.
The calculations are correct, but the facts are wrong.
So yeah, until the first Rig, if you do calculations, it's 26 times larger, the radius. Yeah, at 10 miles, the horizon, it's 67 times larger, like those calculations right there. You can check by yourself, do it by yourself.
No, your calculation, your mathematics is correct, but the facts you based your math on are wrong.
Yeah, the facts that you do have an observation, and you account the height from water level, and go check that radius, please, by yourself.
Yeah, you don't seem to understand. Your facts are wrong.
What facts?
It's based on there being no refraction.
Okay, so explain to me what refraction is until the first Rig, please.
What?
Yeah, you see those two rigs, A, B, C. Let's account C. The first platform Milhouse. Yeah, what refraction is until that first rig, please?
The numbers you're using are based on there not being any refraction, but there is refraction. Therefore, your calculation.
Until that first rig, what refraction? Please show me that refraction. Until the first rig, what is that refraction?
Prove it.
No, the assumptions that you're basing your calculations on are based on assuming there's no refraction, but there is refraction.
Okay. So there's a maxim of law that says the burden of proof lies on he who claims, not he who denies. So you're claiming that there's refraction. Prove it.
Oh, you can see it in the images. They're all way distorted by refraction.
No, I'm talking about the first rig, okay? So C, you see C? 6.21 miles. So what refraction is until the first rig, please? It's in the middle of the water. Where is it, please?
Are you claiming to know the path that the light takes? Please tell us. What is the path of light?
Yeah.
What is it? Prove it.
Just for clarification, Brenda, he's conceding that the second oil rig could have refraction. So where's the refraction on the first oil rig, and why does the horizon appear behind that?
Number one,
question whether it even is.
What?
I would question if the second rig is refraction or heat distortion occurring from machinery operating on the rig. You don't.
Yeah, but for the sake of continuing, the conversation, Miguel is just going to concede and not talk about the second oil rig. Okay, you want refraction on the second oil rig? Fine, he'll give you the refraction on the second oil rig. He wants to know what's happening with the first oil rig.
See, something you guys don't know about Matthew Learns is that he plays with you like a toy.
So the guy is a mathematician. The guy, I did ask him to check these calculations, and the guy said, yes, they are correct. Yeah. So you are trying what? What you are trying now? It's the denial box? Are
More
you
like
in the
we play with
denial
Matthew.
box?
Don't accept the chaff and redirect. Hold on, time out. Don't accept the chaff and redirect. Brenda is supposed to be proving the path of light because there was a claim made about refraction. Please, Brenda, show us the path of light and how you got there to you know what the path of light is. Thank you.
I'm saying that it's your calculations are based on false assumptions.
We are asking to you, where is that refraction until the first Ulrich, please? Prove it. Now.
Prove what? Prove what? Refraction?
Your refraction in this observation until the first Ulrich. Where is that refraction, please?
You can see it in the images. They're distorted. That's because of refraction.
Refraction.
That's what it does.
Come on. Until the first Ulrich, you can see some.
Miguel, take the image, cut the image in half where it takes out the second oil rig, and just focus on the first oil rig. See how that works. I can't do it. I'm driving.
So maybe I can post this one. Oops. Let's see. Well, maybe this one. So the first Ulrich, it's not real. You claim it's not real, right?
I'm pretty sure the oil rigs are real.
Awesome, thank you. So now you have to prove it, your refraction until the first Ulrich, please.
Yeah, the images are distorted. That indicates refraction.
Where? Are you talking about the second Ulrich? We are talking now about the first one. So
they're both distorted.
Oh, both distorted. Come on.
Those are compression artifacts.
Yeah, in relative size, you know, the second Ulrich, you know, it will appear more smaller. That's relative size, you know, like seeing cars, watching cars, you know, far away. I don't know what refraction you are talking about, you know. Maybe it's phantasmic refraction.
If you're just going to deny what is obvious, which is that the images...
That's you, you know, because until the first Ulrich, it already debunks the radius. The radius cannot be 26 times larger. But you are denying it. You are denying that you cannot see, you know, something at 6.2 miles.
Why are the platforms distorted?
Are you talking about the first one or the second?
Yeah, that's called refraction.
No, it's not refraction.
Literally caused by refraction.
Literally compression artifacts.
What is compression?
Why the red herring about the rigs? Why the red herring about the rigs? Are you going to tell us something about the horizon, which is the point?
The horizon, the claim comes from Quantum Eraser, and his argument is fallacious because it equivocates, commits a fallacy of equivocation.
Okay, you just didn't say anything.
Nothing.
Just saying nuh-uh.
Yeah.
With more words.
No,
you could have just said nuh-uh so that you didn't waste so much of this panel's time. But thanks.
I didn't say nuh-uh. I gave
Well, yeah, you did, but with different words, and it took too long.
No, I gave a logical refutation of Quantum Eraser's argument.
Not that I heard. I didn't hear any logic. I just heard no.
It commits a fallacy, a logical fallacy called equivocation. He equivocates.
Yeah, you said that. Okay, but you didn't say how.
I was just going to do that. He equivocates between the geometric and the apparent horizon.
Man, or woman, I don't know. If you account that radius until the first Ulrich, you know, if you account until the first Ulrich, and you can see the first Ulrich, even the second one, and you can see the horizon, it's behind the second Ulrich. Okay, it's not the argument is not about the Ulrichs, you know, they are just benchmarkers, you know, markers. So you know, if you want to deny the first Ulrich, you know, the observation, you know, counting that radius, then you know, I don't know.
Well, it's actually your claim that there are two horizons, so that's not his problem. You'd have to prove your geometric one. Apparent is all it is. It's actually redundant to even say that because it already is defined as an apparent thing.
No, it's simply a scientific fact that there's more than one horizon. There's like several horizons. The word horizon can refer to many different things. There's terrestrial horizons, geometric horizons, apparent horizons.
Your claim is the geometric horizon, so you're kind of coming up short on proof for that one.
Yeah, and we don't see the geometric horizon.
Thank you.
That's what
Welcome
I'm
to Flat
saying.
Earth.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth, and that radius is over. It cannot be 67 times larger.
The math is based on a geometric horizon with no refraction. That's why
prove a geometric horizon in the real world, please, with or without refraction. Those are all your claims, so you have to prove them all. You're gonna have to prove them all. That geometric horizon, that's your claim. Refraction is your claim. Geometric horizon with refraction, your claim. You have to prove all that.
Yeah, you can see that there's refraction. Therefore, the calculation based on there being a geometric horizon is wrong because it's based on bad assumptions.
Start with proving the geometric horizon. Otherwise, you got nothing to talk about any refraction of, so we can just ham wave everything you're saying.
You know, a golf ball has a horizon. You know that, right?
That's cool. Why are you equivocating the Earth with a golf ball now?
A basketball has a horizon. A horizon.
That's cool. Why are you equivocating the Earth with a basketball now? What are you doing?
No.
Show us the geometric horizon of the Earth, and then you can move on to talk about other things that apply to the geometric horizon.
The horizon is where the surface of the ball. A horizon is where the surface of the ball starts to bend towards the back instead of towards the front. It's the limit.
Nothing's bending. Okay, so nothing's bending at the horizon. So I guess we can just throw that away.
Yeah.
All balls, all spheres bend constantly. They curve.
Oh, okay. Is that why the horizon's horizontal? Because the Earth's not a sphere?
The horizon isn't horizontal. It just appears to be.
Okay, show me a measurement. Show me a measurement of that. Oh, it just appears to be. Okay, show me the measurement of that.
Yes, you can take a photograph and compress it side to side and see that the horizon curves.
Okay, go do that yourself, please.
That's a compression program, man. That's a compression program doing it, not reality.
You just put it in Photoshop and you just
compression is refraction. Compression is refraction, but then compression also proves Earth curve.
So you need Photoshop now. Where should we see at 1 foot of surface height? Where should we start seeing that geometric horizon?
Well, where you should see it would depend a lot on the index of refraction for that day.
No, it's about math.
It's better to ask Brenda how she knows that it even exists to begin with.
Well, Brenda was just a joke. You don't know even many years. Listen to Black Swan, you don't know it. Well, come on.
I refuted quantum erasers.
With what? With a fantasy coin refraction?
You just with a fantasy horizon that you can't prove. You didn't refute anything. You just made a claim you couldn't back up.
I gave it to you. I said it commits a fallacy of equivocation.
No, listen. It's not his claim of a geometric horizon. That'd be yours. You're going to have to prove that in the first instance.
No, his argument is fallacious.
You did claim that you have a geometric horizon on a ball, right? So at 1 foot of surface height, where should we should start seeing that geometric horizon, please?
Your head has a horizon, right?
What?
Oh my God, dude! Why do you keep mentioning things that aren't the Earth? Can you not demonstrate this with the globe? In reality, is there no globe to demonstrate with?
In order to explain the concept to you of a horizon.
Oh no, we already have the concept. You're just stalling and buying time now because you can't actually demonstrate the existence of the geometric horizon of the Earth in the first place. That's what you're doing.
The geometric horizon occurs where the surface of the Earth starts to point towards the back instead of the front.
Well, that's a pretty shitty
the Black Swan, please.
definition.
Yeah,
Can you see the horizon?
Okay, so that would be at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer then. So we don't have any evidence of that existing.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's what I'm saying is the fault.
Geometrically, that's the case, dude. That's the case, geometrically speaking, if you're on a ball of those dimensions. Can't not be like that. And so we don't see that. That's not evidenced because we obviously don't see that, hence your ad hoc refraction cope. So you're going to have to demonstrate it to begin with, or else just make a bunch of excuses and lies, dude. You're just lying. You're just lying. You're just lying.
I can just explain things to you. I don't have to demonstrate anything to you.
I don't want to hear you explain it. I don't want a story.
Explanation is not a sufficient replacement for experimentation or demonstration. Thank you.
Right. So all I have to do is explain the facts to you. The facts are that quantum erasers.
Okay, now you're going in circles. Yeah, I already responded to that. I don't need to hear you say that again. You're still stalling and buying time for this thing that you can't demonstrate.
Yeah, I don't have. Nobody has to demonstrate things to you in order for them to be true.
I'll accept your concession. Then you're tapping out. You're not going to demonstrate. That's fine. Stop speaking because you're useless to us at this point. We wanted the demonstration, and you're not going to provide it.
I have a question. Is this person, Brenda, obsessed with QE? Because she keeps mentioning him arguing stuff when he's not even in here.
Because he's the originator of the Black Swan argument.
Oh, so he's the genius that came up with this great argument, dude. Why can't you argue against him?
He's an imbecile. He's not a genius.
What do you mean he's an imbecile? What are you talking about?
Wait a second. Who did the video? Who did the video and put those numbers in those two algorithms? Please. Was Quantum Eraser was the guy that did the video?
I guess for you, making a video requires genius, but for most people, it doesn't.
So, who was the guy that did the video? Was Quantum Eraser?
His name is John Stuya.
You are a liar. You are just a liar, okay? Don't make things up, okay? You are just a liar. We are talking a video, an observation, okay? And that's it. We are talking about checking the radius in reality. It's not there. It cannot be 67 times larger. Your refraction is just a fairy tale, okay? You cannot prove it. You cannot prove it.
The math is wrong because it's based on a false assumption.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, the geometric horizon at 1 foot observed height, it should be at 1.22 miles, but you don't see it. We can see farther away. The horizon, it's you count just 10 miles. Okay, because there's Anacapa Islands there. That's 29 miles. I can show a big lake. I can show you a big lake, and the guys could see the shoreline, and that was 69 miles. Okay, so don't make things up. Okay, you are just a fairy tale. Okay,
Miguel, the 1.2.
The fact is that water doesn't curve, so we don't see that geometric horizon. It's not there. You can make it. You can hide it. Try to hide it with that refraction, but it's not working.
Miguel, the 1.22.
You're just arguing that you got a unicorn in your garage, but you can't see it because refraction.
The 1.22 miles figure is wrong.
It's about geometry.
It's about
geometry.
Explain how it's wrong.
Okay, Brendan, if it's wrong, what numbers should we be using?
That would depend on the index of refraction for that day. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say it goes up to 1.34. You still don't cover your black swan, so you're still done over.
The 1.22 figure assumes there's no refraction.
Oh, okay, but you're going to have the global measures in the first place, though, before you can go ahead and say, oh, the air is doing this and that now to the way it looks. So if you can't substantiate like the core premise of all this, which would be the radius to begin with, then it's just a bunch of gobbledygook that doesn't even deserve the dignity of a response, honestly.
The radius value is correct. The 1.22 miles.
Demonstrate that. Yeah, okay, yeah, but that necessitates a 1.2 mile horizon at the 1 foot height. So you demonstrate, yes. So you're gonna have to validate your radius to begin with before you start adding on all these conditions and caveats and explainaways.
The radius is correct. The 1.22 figure is wrong.
So how'd you
No, it's
validate the
not.
radius?
It's derived from the radius. They're one and the same. If there is no 1.2 geometrically, there's no radius.
It's based on an assumption that there's no
Okay, yeah, geometrically, that is where the tangent with the observer's line of sight has to be with the 3959 radius. If you don't have that to begin with, then you can't start talking about the air making it look this way or that way because you don't have the evidence for the thing being distorted by, quote, refraction in the first place. So you gotta start with that. You gotta start there. You can't talk about refraction before you can't talk about refraction on a globe before you've proven the globe.
You can literally see the refraction. You can literally see it.
You can't talk about refraction on a globe before you've proven the globes. Go ahead, prove the globe.
Oh, that would be a different argument, wouldn't it?
No, that's the same thing.
How'd you
Go ahead.
verify the radius? The question is, how'd you verify the radius?
This is an argument to disprove the globe.
You can't talk about fairies and leprechauns on a globe before you've proven the globe. You can't talk about green grass on a globe before you've proven the globe. You can't talk about anything happening on a globe till you prove the globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be a different argument. This one is supposed
That would be the same one. That would be the same one. There's no evidence of a globe looking at the horizon because geometrically your horizon is 1.2 miles at 1 foot elevation. That doesn't happen. So how do you know that there is, in fact, a 1.2 mile tangent with the line of sight that you didn't actually see? You need to know that the radius actually exists. How do you do that?
No, that would only be correct if there's no refraction, but there is refraction.
Okay, yeah, you're going in circles. So how do you know it would be correct? You'd have to know that the radius is true. How do you know that?
Oh, it was measured. People can measure it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you can do it a number of ways. Geodetic surveyors measure the curvature of the Earth all the time.
Post a measurement from them. That's verified.
By spherical excess.
Okay, post a measurement that was done.
The transcontinental measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Cite a measurement from that paper. Go ahead.
It's on MC Toon's website. It's under curvature.
Cite your measurements now.
Yeah, all the facts are there on MC Toon's website.
You can go ahead and cite the ones that you like that you think prove your radius. We'll talk about them. Yeah, we'll talk about some.
You can do your own research.
Specific measurements. No, you're going to do your research because it's your claim. We're not going to be doing the legwork for your claim. Okay, then post what you researched. Go ahead. Let's look at a measurement where you went, okay, it checks out. There's the globe. They measured it.
All I have to do is tell you. Just go to MC Toon's website.
You can just talk. That's all you're doing.
/curve. It's the transcontinental arc of the.
Okay, that's a big, huge paper. So don't elephant hurl at me. Grab a measurement from it that you like, and let's take a look at it together.
Well, any photograph from low Earth orbit shows that the Earth is curved.
Okay. All right. So you're going to throw away that 1,000-page paper or whatever it is. Now you're going to have a claim of a photograph. Okay, choose one that you like that you think proved it from low Earth orbit, and then we'll talk about it.
You could do it. Kids do it in high school. High school children do this.
Do what? Take pictures from low Earth orbit? They do? Is that what you just said?
What?
Did you just say that high school kids take pictures from low Earth orbit?
No, high school kids can reproduce the Eratosthenes experiment.
No, you're jumping all over the place here. Do you have a measurement or not?
Did they count the refraction in the sticks and shadows, please, Brenda?
Any verified, confirmed measurement of this Earth radius, post it so we have something to talk about, because you're just jumping from thing to thing right now, because obviously none of these are actually going to do. They're not good enough, obviously, or else you just stick on one, right?
You're familiar with all of these. Eratosthenes.
I know, but none of them are any good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be jumping around between them. You just pick one, be like, here it is, bam, here it is, put it on the table. Okay, there's your measurement, done. Obviously, none of them are sufficient for that, or else you'd stick to one of them and we'd actually get to that conclusion with it.
Which one would you accept?
I don't.
Any.
That's up to you. You're going to have to demonstrate that any of them are acceptable. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can demonstrate the curvature by using, a drone. Take a picture at eye level.
Another thing now.
And then move the drone up, say, a mile, and you can see further. That shows that there's curvature.
Oh, the geometric horizon again, right? Yeah, the 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, and I'm going to raise my elevation, and I'm going to see further over that geometric obstruction of curve. That's what you say?
That number
Yeah,
is
you need to
wrong.
prove. We already did this. You'd have to prove the radius to begin with. Start over.
I just did. You could calculate the radius from that.
So now we do see the geometric horizon. Okay, let's take the black swan, calculate the radius. So we got 260,000 miles. Is that good? $250, somewhere around there.
See, the thing about Brenda, the formula for defeating Brenda is just asking Brenda to cite some sources. And then Brenda's saying, oh, well, there's refraction, so you forgot that. Unless, for some reason, it looks like it's a globe, right? Then there's no refraction all of a sudden. That's not how that shit works. You can't just cherry pick data and be like, oh, there's just not enough refraction, it's negligible, so we're just going to not pay attention to that whenever it presents itself as if it's a globe. But the thing about it is that if there is a geometric horizon, then you can't claim refraction. If there's refraction, you can't claim that there's a geometric horizon. So your model has become unfalsifiable, and you do this little belly dance like everybody's like entertained while not citing anything. You're just blowing hot air, and you've been doing it for 10 years. You go to Flat Earth server, after Discord, after Google Hangouts, and you don't cite your source for anything. It's all just
You flat
imagination.
earthers are just wasting your time.
The final experiment pretty much.
You believe in bullshit.
It's just playing with toys right now. Right. So the point is that you can measure it different ways. There's the Alberuni measurement. There's Eratosthenes. There are.
How come whenever you start off, you can measure many different ways, and then when push comes to shove, Brendan, it's all about calculating the curvature. Why is it you do that? On one hand, you'll start the speech off with, we can measure many ways, and then when you finish it off, that's how to calculate. So what are you doing? Are you measuring or are you calculating?
If I calculate something, do I know it?
If you calculate something, that means you have not measured it. It's just a random number thrown in there. So how about, instead of throwing random numbers in there, how about you get off your fat ass and go and measure something, then start using those numbers?
But if I calculate, do I know it?
You still haven't measured anything, Princess.
If you want any kind of a calculation to have any resemblance of like being close to correct, you have to have one measurement.
Yeah, you measure angles in the Eratosthenes, and you measure the distance, and then you calculate, and then you know the result.
So have you measured any distances?
In the Eratosthenes method, you measure the angle.
Yeah. You've told us this. You don't have to repeat. We heard what you said. The question for you now is, have you measured anything?
Why does that matter?
Well, if you're telling us how we can measure something, perhaps you should have done it first to see if it actually works out.
I don't think I have to. It's still true.
You don't think? That's the problem.
No, it's still true. Even if I don't measure it, it's still true.
Let me get this straight. You are basing everything off pure and wholesome faith or belief. That is it. If you've not done it, how can you confirm that it does or does not work?
By doing the calculations, because then I know.
So all you've done is calculations. So your pure faith is of the original so-called measurements in the first place. Which, have they been done? Have you done them to confirm this?
If I do the calculations...
No, you know this. And again, you're back to your calculations. You've not done any measurements. See, at some time, Brendan, you have to grab the quote-unquote calculations and assign the numbers, measurements from reality. You have to assign something from reality to those calculations. If you do not do this, your calculations mean 5/8 of fuck all. I'm sorry, boy. You lucked out again.
They are based on measurements of the angle of the shadow and the distance to Cyrene.
Excellent. So have you done this to confirm them?
I don't have to.
So it's pure faith.
No, it's still true. It's still true even if I don't do the calculation.
Excellent. So how do you know it's true if you haven't done it? You're just taking the faith or belief off of someone else. Someone
That's
else has done it.
amazing.
It's
still true.
That's it. How do you know? That's what we're trying to get out of your stupid head. How do you know? Person B comes along and says, this is what's happened, and you just believe it, cold and clean. You've never done it.
I'll tell you how I know. I know it because I did the calculation.
So all you've got to do is a calculation, and that's it. Therefore, everything is true.
Yes, because calculations.
You're an idiot.
Calculations allow me to know that it's true.
No. Calculations allow you to know that that specific piece of mathematics or that specific formula rings true. Now you've got to associate those calculations with reality. So let's have a look at it. The square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. This is on the assumption that you live on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. So now let's go out into reality and test and see if this works. And what we find there, Brendan, is it does not.
Yeah, that's because 1.22 is wrong.
Okay, what's the correct number that we should be using? Please enlighten the good people.
The correct number will depend on the amount of refraction where you set up.
Wrong, that is incorrect. That 1.22 is based on the 3959 radius. What are you telling me? The radius magically breathes in and out and gets bigger and smaller?
It's based on there being no refraction.
Okay then, how much refraction is there? A little bit, medium, or a large amount in the black swan?
Well, that's going to change day to day, hour to hour, and
What's the maximum? What's the maximum? What's the maximum?
What is the maximum, Brendan?
Maximum.
I don't know.
So let me
Okay,
get
so
this
give
straight.
us a value.
You're telling
Okay.
us. Sorry,
So,
Tito.
hey, let's
okay.
just say that. Yeah, let's just say that on a standard day, the standard refractive index is about 1.34. So on that standard day of refraction, we should say that we can see the horizon at 1.22 miles because, I mean, this is what when we look up in any sailing manual on how we know distance to horizon, it's always at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
That's the standard.
So standard index of refraction, 1.34, we can see the 1.22 miles. So if we were to increase that to a refractive index of, say, 4, which would be extreme refraction, by your calculations, what distance should the horizon be at?
You're already wrong, right? Because it's 1 foot above the water, which means that there's a high index of refraction 1 foot above the water.
Yeah.
No, there's not. Just give us the maximum.
I just stated that, and I gave you a index of 4. Yeah. So my question to you is, if we can usually see the 1.22, yeah, with a standard refractive index of 1.34, and we were to expand this to a refraction index of 4, how far should we then be seeing the horizon at? Because you're saying that this is based off calculations. Let's see if you even can calculate that to make the claim you're making. And then we can make that refractive index whatever you want.
What refraction does is it tends to flatten out the image.
Yeah, we don't need to know what it does. Just give us the value. Okay, so in the Black Swan argument, okay, in the modus tollens, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, replace the 1.225. That's the must be no more than, right? Must be no more than. All right, you replace the must be no more than. Must be no more than times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
The correct answer there is must be no less than, not more than.
No, you give us a maximum. Give us a maximum.
No less than. I'm giving you a minimum.
Give us a maximum. Give us a maximum.
1.22 is the minimum.
Okay, give us the maximum. So
I don't know.
Replace that value with something else. So must be no more than blank times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Fill that in for us.
It should be no less than, not no more
than. Fill it in for us. Just fill it in for us. Give us a maximum.
Yeah,
The
like
maximum that the horizon can be seen at is blank times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
6.44 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Like, give us something, Brenda.
Well, I gave you a number to work with, 4, which is a very extreme refractive value.
So you
I-
can't
have
can
that
you?
on the globe.
You
have
can't
that
do
on the
that,
globe.
can you, Brenda? You can't do
Right,
that,
so
can you,
the
Brenda?
argument- So the argument is false, isn't it?
So you're just going to
can't fill
sidestep.
in the
You're going to
blank.
dodge what you've been asked for. You're going to sidestep it like a coward. You're asked for a number, the refractive index. So stop being a spineless weasel and just give them the number.
No, you give me the number.
You
That's
can't
your,
have a
it's
You're
your
the one
number.
claiming refraction, Brendan, not me.
Yeah, you
You're the
can't
one
have a
going against
refractive,
Washington State University, so you correct them and say, no, it's this, not 1.225.
No, that's not true.
New value that I'm giving.
The source is correct.
You can't have a refractive index on a globe, though, is the big elephant in the
Why
room
not?
that you're missing. Because you
Why
can't
not?
have air, because it's in a vacuum. It's uncontained in a vacuum.
Oh, we have gravity.
Okay, prove that. Prove it contains gas.
Yeah, gravity is observed.
Prove it contains gas.
But Galileo proved that gravity exists.
Post his experiment, the Galileo one.
It's called.
Where he proved
It's
that
something
gas
that
can,
children
is
in high
contained
school
by
do.
gravity.
It's called his experiments on an inclined plane. Galileo proved that there is a general force that accelerates all objects at the same speed.
Gas isn't an object. Try again.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, gas is an object. All right, well, show it being accelerated down to a ball in a vacuum, please.
Yeah, the atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.7.
Begging the question.
No, that's not begging the question.
Begging
You
the
asked
question.
for an example.
Yeah,
You
no,
asked
I'm asking for an experiment that shows that gravity is holding gas to a ball within a vacuum. Go ahead.
Oh,
you can't have this. You can't have a refractive index because you can't have an atmo ball right in a vacuum. You can't have these things that you're begging the question of. So none of this follows about.
You don't know what
have the
begging
measurement of the globe in the first place. Okay, you don't have that. You don't have a globe in the first place to have any refractive effects on, and you certainly don't have any atmo ball to have any refractive effects through. Because you can't have a ball of gas within a vacuum. It's just going to fuck off and fill the vacuum. I see why you think gas is an object, because you think you can have gas balls.
Yeah, gas
no, you
is
can't.
composed.
It's going to fall. No, it's just going to take the shape of its container.
Gas is made out of atoms, which have mass.
Okay, show gravity pulling them down to a ball or whatever they're supposed to be doing.
They have mass, therefore they experience gravity.
Show it.
I don't have to show anything.
Okay, you can't show it. All right.
No, I don't have to.
No, you can't.
It is not. Let me make this point. It is not incumbent on me to prove to you the claim
claims. Yeah,
it's up
it's not
to
incumbent
you.
on you to back up your claims. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
did.
you're just going to say things and you can't. You can't support them. Yeah.
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, Brenda. Why are you stacking up all these fallacies?
It's not fallacious. I don't have to prove to you.
Okay, so you just
can
have a
just say
belief
whatever you want.
Okay.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, that's cool. It's just not a belief. Can't be supported. That's okay. Go ahead, Larry.
It logically follows that if gravity affects everything with mass and gas has mass, then gravity will affect gas.
Show it.
The helium balloons have mass.
Prove it to you. I don't have
When
to.
an observation, when an observation is a force, please, or is the cause? How about that? When an observation of something, a movement of something going up or down is the cause, please.
The claim isn't that things go up or down. The claim is that mass attracts mass. That's the claim.
Yeah. Show me that, please. Is my mass attracting by your mass, please?
Yes, your mass attracts other mass.
Show it with gas. Yeah, show it with gas. You keep saying this applies to all states of matter. The only one I'm concerned with right now is gas. Okay, so show it with gas.
Right. You can just measure the pressure of gas at different altitudes, and that will show.
Okay. That debunks already. How are you going to measure that? You have to have a container to measure that.
No, I don't have to have a container.
Yeah, you have to have a barometer, okay, to measure that pressure. You have to contain it. So you are just debunking yourself. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth with a container. Welcome. You're just debunking yourself. How are you going to contain the gas to measure the pressure? A barometer. Yeah.
Settle
you
down.
Are just making yourself. Bye-bye.
Just settle down.
You need a container. You need a container.
I can do it with a mercury barometer.
It's a container.
No, it's not. It's not.
Where is the mercury, please? Where is the mercury? Is it in the air?
No.
Is it in the container? Yes or no? Where is the mercury? Is it in a container? Yes or no?
A mercury barometer. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Mercury is contained inside the barometer.
No, it's not.
Who said that?
No, it's not.
No, a barometer doesn't have mercury contained. It's in a pan.
So wait a minute, you're telling me that they take these mercury barometers where the mercury's not contained and they just let everybody touch the neurotoxin known as mercury?
Well, no, you just handle it correctly. That's all you do, right?
Oh.
Elemental
is there like special instructions on the mercury thermometers?
So I shouldn't be breathing in that mercury vapor?
Elemental mercury isn't quite as dangerous as you think. You shouldn't eat it, but you can work with it.
Maybe you can sleep with it.
Tell that to the Mad Hatters.
Yeah, so you're invoking a force here to make your argument, which is gas pressure of force, which is applied to a container, so it necessarily requires a container. You don't have a container on your globe, so you can't have the gas to actually have the claimed refraction through it. So you're cooked.
It's not applied to a container. It pushes on the mercury, which pushes it up, and you measure off the entrance.
Okay. Well, gas pressure is literally the force of gas exerted on the walls of its container, so you're going to need a container for that one.
There's nowhere in the definition of pressure that states anything about a container.
Yeah, it's good because I didn't say pressure. I said gas pressure.
Yeah, pressure. Nowhere does it say anything about a container.
Yes, it says. Yes, I'm going to post from NASA.
You can have gas pressure in outer space.
Yeah, show me that outer space, please. Your ball with some atmosphere inside the vacuum chamber, please. Show me. You have it. You have the experiment to show your claims. You have it. No, you have nothing.
Yeah, it's called
You have to show. You have to show that your pressurized system. Yeah, exists next to a vacuum in the first place.
From NASA, the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Oh, from NASA.
Settle down. So if you settle down, we can get there. So it's the Horsehead Nebula. The Horsehead Nebula consists of gas and dust. Right, and it has.
Shut up! You can't prove that. You haven't proved any of the claims you've made. Now you're going to make another ridiculous one. Just stop.
That's what you get when you have just gas in outer space and nothing else. You get pressure.
No container, no pressure. Okay.
That's right.
No container, no container. It's gas pressure. Okay. No container, no pressure. Oh, look at it.
Pressure. You get pressure because
look at it. Look at it. Oh, it says AI. It says no gas pressure cannot exist without a container. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Without a container, there will be nothing to exert force on, and therefore no pressure. Bye bye, Brenda, liar. Bye bye, Brenda, liar. No container, no pressure. No container, no pressure.
It depends on the prompt. It depends on the prompt. So the AI
gas pressure. It talks about a force, the gas collided with each other and the walls of the container. So no container, no pressure. I did post it. It's simple.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's not how gas pressure.
If you have a different definition of gas pressure, go get it now. Okay? I did post it from NASA. I even post from AI. It says right there.
Hey, Miguel. Pressure is force over area. No container needs.
I'm talking. We are talking about gas pressure. Gas pressure, Brenda. Go get the different definition of gas pressure, please. Go get it. Gas pressure. Go get the different definition of gas pressure. You are making up shit. We are enough with you, okay? Go get the definition or shut up. Go kick rocks, please. Go get the definition. What is gas pressure? Go get it. The definition. What is gas pressure now? Or shut up.
It's force over.
Don't make up. It's over. Don't make up words. Go get the definition of gas pressure now. Go get it. Citation, or go kick rocks.
P equals F.
Gas pressure. Go get the citation or go kick rocks. Brenda.
Any physics for children.
No, we're talking about gas pressure, not just pressure. Get with it.
So this is the ambiguity fallacy. When Brenda says pressure, right, that's a very ambiguous word, right? So we're being specific and we've qualified it with gas pressure. So grammatical qualifiers are a real thing because specificity is important. So as Brenda continues to stack up fallacies, we now have the ambiguity fallacy. What kind of pressure are we talking about, Brenda? Just any old type of pressure?
The definition of P equals F over A applies to all pressure.
I'm talking. I did ask you one thing. Go get citation of what is gas pressure. Okay. Go get the citation. Go get the text. You know, a citation. The text.
Hey, Brendan. Where in your shitty little formula was the G?
I'm sorry.
No letter G? Where in your little formula given for pressure was the letter G? I didn't hear it. I was expecting a G in there.
Oh, there's no G in the formula for pressure.
So no gravity for pressure. Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a great day, everyone.
I don't see how you think that's a win. Right? I'm saying
that. Are you claiming that gravity is required?
No.
You were earlier, you lying sack of shit. Kick rocks.
No, it's not required, but if you have gravity, right, you will have gas pressure with a gas.
Well, it's not in the fucking formula. You just read it out. Hello, McFly.
Yeah, you're not understanding, are you?
No, you're not the one that's understanding what you just read out.
Right. Pressure,
no,
the pressure you would measure in a gas cloud, a nebula out in outer space, right?
And you've done this.
It's going to depend on the force over the air.
And you've done this. And you've done this, yes or no?
It will be caused by the gravity.
And you've done this, yes or no? Don't just fucking storm along like as if the question's not been asked. Have you measured this gas pressure of a nebula out in space?
This is part of your broken epistemology.
This is all part of your fucking dream world. You've not done it. It is just a fucking story. Again, you're a believer. You've done nothing, Brendan. You know this as well as I do.
You have a subjective standard. I have an objective standard.
Well, objectively move your ass outside and do some measurements.
What? Well, so your demand that I demonstrate
you've got to do measurements? Oh my goodness. All you do is claim stack. You've sidestepped, ducked, dodged, weaved, and everything else, and clammed on more claims. Stack another claim, hopefully they won't pin me down. Stack another claim, hopefully they won't pin me down. You're still yet to measure the fucking ground to prove curvature in order for you to have your refraction, which you now need gas pressure to fucking prove on top of that, which you need gravity to prove on top of that to have your gas pressure. Claim upon claim upon claim.
I don't have to prove things to you. That's subjective.
You're just making up.
You have to prove things. If you don't, you've got fucking nothing. And we all know this. So you are nothing but hollow water without anything to back them.
No,
good day, sir.
Your demand that I prove things to you is a
subjective
standard.
You cannot prove it. Show me the experiment of that gravity holding gas pressure. You have it. You have the experiment. You have to prove it, okay? If you cannot prove it, then you are making up shit. That's it, you know. You can make you can say Narnia. You can talk about Narnia. I want your gravity holding gas pressure. You have the experiment? No, you have not. You just have BS talk.
It's very simple. Gravity is mass attracts mass.
No. It's simple. Go get the experiment. Go get the experiment to show us that gas pressure holding. That gravity holding gas pressure. Do you have it? Do you even have that?
But just look at Mars.
Show the experiment. Don't show words. Show the experiment, please. Show the experiment. Your gravity holding gas pressure. Where I can see that, please.
That would be Venus. You can see the gravity of Venus.
Come on, don't make it. Yeah. Oh, now you're making up. Okay, I just see lights in other lights in the sky at night. You can call it planets. I just see them. You are making up shit now. Okay, so I want an experiment. I want an experiment of that gravity holding gas pressure. Go get it. If you don't get it, shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, go get it.
You are making up shit.
The mass of Venus holds its atmosphere.
Okay, it's a claim again. Get the experiment.
Shit.
It's a claim again. Get the experiment. Give us a hypothesis. Cite something.
It's a hypothesis. It's an observation. You asked for an observation.
No, I did ask an experiment.
You fool.
I did ask an experiment, okay? An observation is not an experiment. So, show it or go kick rocks, please.
Actually, that's false. Observations are part of the experimental method.
But I'm saying observations are not experiments. So, you cannot say, when you are observing something, that's the experiment, okay? So, I'm asking the experiment.
Hold on, that's a division fallacy, Brenda. I don't drive my alternator to work because the part is not the whole car.
Yeah, I didn't make a fallacy of composition division.
I want the experiment. You have it.
So you asked for an example. I gave it to you.
I did ask an experiment. An example is not an experiment, okay?
It's just another claim.
Ask the experiment. Go get it.
Yeah, it's just another claim, and we need the experiment to actually support the claim. So we need the experiment.
Well, we can see that the atmosphere of Venus.
No, we can't. We need the experiment that this is possible with gas.
We can see it. We can see it.
I don't see big balls of gas flying around. I don't know what you're smoking. I don't really care. I just want the experiment that this is even physically possible.
You don't think we can see Venus? We can see Venus.
Now you're equivocating Venus with your goofball storytell about Venus. Just get us the experiment.
Where is the experiment?
You don't think we can see Venus? We can see Venus. We can see Mars.
Where is the experiment?
Oh yeah, I'm shutting you up. We want the experiment. We can see Venus. You're equivocating your story of Venus with the thing in the sky itself called Venus. Don't do that. Get us the experiment for gravity and gas. Go ahead.
Well, the experiment that demonstrates that there exists a force called gravity was done by Galileo.
No, don't jump. Don't jump.
No, not a force called gravity. No. We want an experiment specifically for gravity and its effects on gas, the ones that you're claiming.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So all you could do is measure
not what we can do. I'm asking you to go get it. Go get it, okay?
Yeah, I don't have to do that.
The experiment. Go get the experiment or go find it in Google. Try to find it, please. Go get it. If you cannot show the experiment, you are making up shit. So
that's a concept test.
I'm not going to let you off of this. Go get it. Go get it. Don't tell us what to do. We're not going to run around doing your experiments. You go get us the ones that were already done that you base this so-called knowledge on. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't have to do shit for you.
Okay.
So go kick rocks.
You don't have any experiments. Yeah, beat it. Just go away. You don't have anything. You don't have anything.
We are done with you.
Well, see, I don't think that you asking me to.
We don't care what you think. Yeah, we just need the experiment. You don't have it. You obviously don't have it, right? Why don't you just be honest and tell us you don't have it? Yeah, beat it.
You just flex smart.
Brenda, the baseless assertion fallacy expert.
I really did want to ask, so is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction?
I wanted to take refraction away completely because you can't have a ball of gas in a vacuum. I mean, I know, like, you gotta have the two media and whatever to invoke Snell's law and all that stuff, but even if you want to go ahead and just grant the one medium, they can't even have that.
Well, you gotta have the actual physical measurement of the Earth per ball before you can start invoking a percentage of whatever refraction you think is going on.
Of course.
Because it's supposed to line up.
Yeah. Didn't have that. Didn't have the existence of Atmo balls. Didn't have any of it.
I can never understand that either. Like, you're telling me that a bunch of gas atoms can come together and form a ball in the vacuum of space. And I need a demonstration of this. If physics scales, I need a demonstration.
Why does that bother you?
It's not about being bothered. Well, maybe it is. I'll let Sheepdog speak for himself.
Well, when it comes to science and sciencing things, it's things that we naturally observe in the natural world. And so if you've never observed it happening from beginning to end, how do you know that that's the thing doing the thing?
Okay. What's your point?
Yeah, things we never saw happening for 500, Alex.
The point is, if you can't falsify it and know whether or not it's true or false, then you can't call it science, also known as knowledge.
What are we trying to falsify here?
So, are vacuums existing naturally on Earth? Because I did find
We're not trying to falsify anything. We falsified the curve. We falsified the curve of the Earth, and now people who are stuck to the globe, I believe, are making up excuses for why we see too far.
You falsified the flat Earth claim? Welcome to Globe Earth.
I don't even, seriously, dude? Did you not hear what I said? Of course you didn't. You're a glober. You don't listen to what flat earthers say. Anything that comes out of a flat earther's mouth, you immediately have a response for, but it doesn't even coherently back up what the flat earther was saying.
Yeah, it's a fallacy, right?
Yeah, it's called you're not listening.
You guys had enough of Brenda?
No, Brenda had enough of being asked for proof of Brenda's claims, so Brenda ran.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for a good spot to jump in on the refraction thing as well, because I wanted to shut that down. I just didn't get a good break in the conversation.
I mean, even if you want to go ahead and grant them atmospheric refraction, how can you? You can't have an Atmo ball. You can't have the gas, conforming to the ball in space. It's going to fill the vacuum of space. You can't have any of this.
Correct.
Yeah, but you can give me a maximum
of refractive index. Well, I've been doing a bit of research on that, and that was why I asked the question.
Under perfect refractive conditions, you could see your own asshole.
Well, that's the claim, but that's not what the claim is actually in reality. Yeah. So from what I've been reading up on, it's always around that 1.003 as a standard condition, and then for something to be around a 4, it needs to be passing through something almost solid. So we rarely ever see, or we never see, a refractive index of 4 on the Earth. So even if you gave them that refractive index of 4, that still only pushes the horizon out to about 2.44 miles.
Cooked.
Nowhere near what we see in the Black Swan.
Even the other one that they show where they're like, oh, look, it's a white swan. It's in front of the rigs. The first rig being about 6 miles away. Looks like the horizon's almost there. Even that would be a huge earth-shattering or globe-shattering black swan, right? For that 2.4 whatever, right?
Yeah, correct.
Show me your blood.
What did he say? Show me his blood type. What?
Show me your black swan.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to show it. Then you have to answer A, B, C, okay?
Yeah,
okay?
Show me the black swan.
Okay. Now, can you...
Funny how flat earthers... Funny how flat earthers were the first to present an example of refraction, allowing you to see the entirety of an object that's supposed to be hidden. Globers had always just shown partial. See this? This is partially obscured. They never came along and said, see here, this should be hidden, but refraction is letting you see it. That's proof of the globe. I wonder why they never did that.
Yeah.
Yep, they didn't do it before. They had to wait until we found something.
I think Twanger just came up with a good new game that we could play. Show me your black swan. We should all go out and get one, and we'll just exchange black swans.
That's what I'm here for.
A, B, or C?
Well, real quick. So, show me a black swan. So, if I show you the Bislin black swan, how is that going to help you with your learning?
Yeah, I'm going to get my black swan. Yeah, I got one. 1 sec.
Yeah, show me your black swan.
Yeah, I'll show you mine.
So here is...
Damn it, don't beat me to it.
No, probably beat me, man. I got to go all the way back to the server and get it. I just put it into the server, dude. Someone brought up Bislin's observation using a theodolite, and it just so happens that the object that is 5.4 kilometers away happens to be in front of the geometric horizon that's in the image. And it's impossible. The horizon's supposed to be 4.8 kilometers away or something like that. So another black swan produced by Glober.
Explain to me how you know this is a black swan.
Because it's not 1.2 miles.
How do you know that?
Past 1.2 miles. Because that first rig is 6 miles, right?
Yep.
6.8 miles? Yeah.
All right, so the first rig, the bigger one, is 6.8?
Yeah.
And so what? Okay, why is that a problem?
That water line is what, 5 miles in front of it? Nah, I don't think so. I'm going with Black Swan.
What do you mean it's 5 miles in front of it?
Durr. Come on, keep up. That's where it would have to be geometrically, or else it's a Black Swan.
Yeah, did you saw the one I did post it? ABC. You didn't answer.
How can you look at that and know what you're looking at?
It's a 5 mile gap between that water line and the closest rig. Nah, no chance. It's almost at the closest rig.
No, wait. You're saying there's not 5 miles in between them?
Yeah, no chance.
That's your Black Swan, huh?
Yeah, I'm going with that one. I like that one.
All right.
Hello, everybody.
Anybody else want to share their Black Swan?
I did ask it to you, ABC. Did you saw it? No, you are not paying attention.
Yeah, well, Mr. Sousa, that's what I was asking you. That's what I wanted you to tell me.
I did post it. Now you answer. ABC.
Yeah.
You saw it? No.
It's your Black Swan, not mine.
Choose one. Yeah, I did ask to you. ABC.
Exactly. How about you speak Spanish, bitch?
Are you copying?
Hello, Miguel Sousa.
It says that where is the horizon, and you have to choose A, B, or C.
It's around B. Yeah, it's closest to B.
Okay, B.
So D.
You can use. Yeah, D. So you can, let's say you can keep the C. How about that? Do you want the C?
No, I said B. B. What do you think? Where is it for you?
What is the horizon? Where is the horizon? Behind the second rig? You know what is the horizon?
A, B, C, or you're coping?
Yeah. Wait, do you see the horizontal line? Horizontal line? Do you see it? It's on A, right?
You're
where the
saying
sky appears to meet the ocean.
Are you saying it's A?
Yes, the horizontal line is there.
Oh
It's
no.
horizon.
There's other lines below it though.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Isn't that weird?
No, you're gonna get banned.
Twanger, until the first rig 6.21 miles. That means that the radius 59 miles. It's 26 times larger. Until the second rig, if you count 10 miles, that means that the radius is 67 times larger. So, do you want to make your ball Earth bigger?
You don't sound very confident in those numbers.
I can post it. I can post it.
Racist, man.
Yeah, you can go. You can read it. I did check this with a mathematician.
Don't be fucking racist, man.
Yeah, we are talking about math. So go check this, please. I did check this with a mathematician, and the guy said yes, they are correct. So is that radius 67 times larger, and that's just 10 miles. So your ball Earth. You can.
So let's just throw everything else in the garbage and call it a flat Earth, huh?
Yeah, when you go check that ball Earth, on reality, it's not there.
Yeah, let's just throw everything else in the trash and just go with the Black Swan. That sounds like a good idea.
The Black Swan is a surprise. It's a surprise event. You get yourself. You go check by yourself. On reality, if there's that curvature, and guess what? It's not there. But if you count just 10 miles, is that radius 67 times larger? I mean, 67 times larger? Come on, and that's just 10 miles.
If you say so.
Hey, Twanger, can I ask you a simple question, man?
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
It is curving.
Well, that's your indoctrination.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yeah.
Okay,
let me see how he just can't even do a hypothetical. But yeah, good question also. But like,
Twanger, post the evidence, dude.
Huh?
You said you have evidence of the Earth curving, so let's see it. Post it in the side chat.
What kind of evidence do you want?
You said you have evidence.
He's
so
stalling.
You should know.
Your evidence.
Yeah, he's stalling.
Yeah,
what kind of evidence do you want, Your Honor?
Lots of evidence.
Okay, dude, this guy's laughing in the background. I can hear it, dude. He's just trolling.
Yeah, we can hear your smile.
Yeah,
we know that you're not serious. Yeah, we know that you're not serious.
I'm smiling.
We know that
right
you're
now.
joking about having evidence. We know that this is just a big joke to you. The globe is a big joke to you. We know. We can tell.
It's funny though, when he becomes an adult and he has to go out in the world and actually do real work, he's not going to be smiling anymore.
Yeah, right now he's laughing because he just said he had globe evidence. He knows how funny that is. He's like, I told him I had globe evidence.
Is my happiness bothering you, sheepdog?
No, it's funny. It is funny that you said you had globe evidence. I'm with you.
No, it doesn't bother us. It's Duper's delight, right? So Duper's delight is when someone has like a surprise birthday party, and then you're taking them in to their surprise birthday party, and they're like, "So, what have you been doing all day?" And you're like, "Hee hee 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 hee." Right? That's what you're doing because you're being dishonest, right? That's why you have Duper's delight.
I'm not, nothing I said is dishonest, and you know that. That's why you tried to throw that in at the end.
That found one thing that's dishonest. What you said just right there. That was dishonest.
You didn't even answer my question honestly.
Okay. I woke up the chat skanks as well. Looks like I got... All right, things are starting to move now. This is good.
Okay, so where's your evidence?
Well, like I said, which kind of evidence you want?
What the best kind? The best one.
There's loads
evidence that proves the globe.
Well, I just need one. Just one. The best one.
The best one. There's lots of good. There's no best ones. There's lots of good ones though.
Okay, so just pick one of the good ones.
The smoking gun that leaves no doubt.
There isn't one of those, T-Dub.
He's buying time.
Oh, so you don't have any evidence?
Yeah.
No,
so I guess I was right. You were dishonest.
Okay, you want to talk over me? There's no smoking gun. It seems like, Larry, you just want to misinterpret what I say because you're losing, but it's okay.
Is that a baseless assertion fallacy?
He's doing the Shooter McGavin grab the gold jacket thing. That's what he's trying to do right now.
So it's a baseless assertion that I'm losing. What am I losing?
There isn't much joy in the flat Earth, is there?
Dude, I'm having a fucking blast. What am I losing again?
I'm having a blast too, and I'm getting chastised for it.
What am I losing?
Sorry?
What am I losing? Those are your words.
The rhetoric, of course, the argument, sir.
Oh, I'm losing the argument. Okay. What was it that let you know that I was losing the argument?
Because you joined the conversation by starting by saying I'm lying or something stupid like that.
So where's the evidence?
Yeah. What happened? That wasn't good enough for you?
Oh, so there's no evidence. You haven't provided any. So up until now, you're a liar because you haven't provided any evidence, or you're just stalling like the other gentleman said.
I'm a liar because I haven't provided any evidence. That makes every single one of you liars.
Well, you can go outside and you're not going to experience a globe. Guess what you are going to experience? A topographical motionless plane. That's evidence. The claim is that no, actually, my house is moving right now because you believe your house is moving, right? Is your house moving?
It's moving with the Earth, yes.
Okay, prove it.
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Are you sure? Because he said he had proof the Earth was curving, and he still hasn't provided that yet.
There's proof for all of these things. I don't say anything that I don't have proof for.
Go ahead. Post it. Prove it. Screenshot it. Whatever. Go ahead. We're waiting. We're waiting for you to demonstrate that you're not a liar.
Lion Larry.
Wait a second.
Another
so
baseless assertion.
The air is moving with the air is moving with the Earth at the same rate, 1,000 miles per hour. How can bees fly, west? How can a bee go fly against 1,000 miles per hour? Of that air coming by. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, just making up.
Also moving.
Dude,
so maybe
you're speaking so abstractly. It's hard to even agree or disagrey with what you're saying. Like, if you want to put some numbers
Everybody didn't understand, but you are making up shit now. Yeah, you are not the first one. Okay, try that.
Put some numbers on it. Be my guest.
I did post it. Can that radius be 67 times larger? And that's just 10 miles. I can post almost 69 miles on the big lake, and the water is flat. So what's your number? You have a radius. You have nothing. No ball, no curve, no ball. It's simple. It's not there. You can make up in your mind, but that's not reality.
You're right. The flat Earth idea is a very simple one.
It's not flat Earth idea. It's about physics, okay? Water seeks water. It's about physics. Water seeks its own level. It's hydrostatics. Did you learn that at school? No.
Is this guy having technical difficulties? Where's his evidence?
He has nothing. He's just talking empty words and making up nothing more.
Dude,
he's too stupid to bring evidence. He just relies on everybody else. We hear him. He's too stupid. That's his problem. He's not smart enough to do all that.
Is that why he keeps laughing at himself?
Yeah.
Now it's nervous laughter because he can't find any evidence.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Can I ask it?
Shoot the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did we have how to say any visual proof? From out of the space. That Earth is flat.
What makes you think you can go to outer space?
Elon Musk, SpaceX, rockets.
So Elon Musk goes up into the sky and then comes back down. So what?
Okay, but can we? Did we have the picture from it? Or
do you have a picture from it?
No, I don't. So that's why I'm asking. Do you guys?
So if you don't have a picture of somewhere that you think that I should be going to, then why should I have a picture of that same place?
Man, why are you going like that to me, bro? You're so offensive, bro. Chill out a little bit.
I'm not offensive, man. You're asking me to do something impossible.
I don't ask you to do it. I didn't ask you.
You just asked me, do I have a picture of Earth from outer space?
Not you. Everybody in the room. Maybe somebody here who work in the NASA.
All right. Well, let me ask you this: how do I go to a place that doesn't exist?
Wait, what do you mean? Wait. Space don't exist, bro.
That was actually kind of funny.
Yeah, so in order to have, you have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Okay.
All right. And then outer space is supposed to be a vacuum void of any pressure, right?
Probably. Do
you even know what's going on in your own paradigm that you were taught as a third grader?
No, I'm not from the USA. They didn't teach me about the space in the third grade.
Oh, so they didn't tell you that you were a blue marble going around the sun and you were the third rock from the sun?
Oh yeah, they told me. Yeah, they teach me that. Yes.
Yeah, so that void of vacuum in the infinite expanse of space is calculated to be somewhere at 10 to the negative 17 torr.
No, it's
Do you know that?
Okay. No, I didn't, but okay.
So on Earth, the closest we can get to anywhere near that number is 10 to the negative 6 torr. And that's inside of a vacuum chamber with 8-foot thick concrete walls. And even then, the gaskets around the seal for the door keeps in air, so it can't really hold the true vacuum out of it.
Oh, okay.
So if we can't duplicate that in reality, what makes you think that somewhere up there in the sky it's doing the same thing? Because in reality, if you put 10 to the negative 17 torr next to gas pressure, all that gas pressure would violently explode into the remaining space that was available.
In reality, we'd have to make a whole other planet, and that's not going to happen.
Wait. But I don't understand that, where they sending all these how you say on English rockets, the things Elon Musk doing, or the Chinese, they send some satellites to
Sure, they send rockets up into the sky. So what?
Okay, so
what does that have to do with you?
Nothing, but
So why are you worried about rockets?
Wait, sir. I'm sorry, but you want to tell me that all of the space is don't exist? If I understand.
Well, you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without some barrier in between it.
You don't know that.
You can't demonstrate it otherwise.
You don't know that.
You can't demonstrate it otherwise, Twonger.
Wait, I'm sorry, but do you think maybe some things in the nature are just not possible to be replicated by the humans? Is there possibility maybe of it?
Right, like the claims of the globe earthers, stuff they claim, your house is moving and you can have a lump of gas in a vacuum container without it touching the walls. Yeah, but it's only things that globe earthers say. That's weird, right? That's a coincidence.
Bro, I didn't say nothing about that. I just asking the question.
Let me ask you this, Killa.
Yes.
So From what you can see here on Earth, is the Earth too big to see curvature?
Wait. Can you like repeat the question, please? Like my English, it's.
Is the Earth too big? Is the Earth too large to see the curvature?
Like if you like watching from the space.
Can you go to space?
Bro, listen, from like what I know, yes.
From what you've observed in your own life,
okay.
Have you ever seen curvature?
No.
Okay. Have you ever felt the Earth moving or spinning?
No.
From your own experience in life, just admitted. Yes. You just admitted that the Earth is flat and stationary because it's too big to see curvature and too big to feel the spin. So you know it's flat and stationary. You deny your own senses. If you're going to deny your own senses, you're going to have to show me the magic trick that proves the Earth is a ball moving through space.
Listen, I'm not here to prove anything. You know, like I'm open-minded. I come to ask the question to see like what is going on.
If you can't prove the Earth is a ball, then the Earth is flat and stationary, just like we all experience.
Yeah, but like I told you, I've not come here to like proving the things, you know. But like that's not the point, you know. For example, you know.
What's not the point?
Sir, like you know, like do you see the air?
Do I see the air?
Yes. Do you see the air? Do you feel the air?
Yeah, when it's cold outside, I can see the air.
Okay, when it's cold outside, you know. But like when it's not cold outside, you don't see it, you know. And like you
no,
can
but I can feel I can feel the wind blowing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got me there. You're a smart one. But okay, no. So like just by the like if I understand it, you know, like just by like my observation, you know, like that's mean the Earth is flat, you know. If I don't feeling the like the rotation and if I don't seeing the curvature.
Yeah, those are your experiences. So your experience tells you that the Earth is flat and stationary, and to deny your senses means that you believe in nonsense.
Okay, but like, can you explain me then, like why would they lie about, you know, this?
What difference does it make?
There is probably should be like some difference, you know, if they you know, like if they teach you.
What would that change?
I don't know, like what, I don't know, like what will change. Maybe whole like reality, reality, you know, like yes.
If I was to lie to you and you were to find out that I was lying to you,
yes,
would it matter if you knew why I lied to you, or would you just say, "Listen, he lied to me"? Yeah, because it doesn't change the fact. So, if we can prove they're lying, it doesn't matter why they're lying. The fact is, we can prove they are.
Okay, understandable, but like I think you know, like the like big how you say, sorry for my English, I think that big reason is like too, like why they lie, you know, like there is probably need to be the reason like why they lie. For example,
what difference would that make if you found out that they were lying? What would that change for you?
A lot. For example, you know, like whole perspective on how you say, on like how us looking at the world, you know. What if, you know, like we gonna say, okay, Earth is flat and it's not how they teach us in the school, you know. So that's mean there is like how you say that on the English, whole reality it's falling apart then, you know.
Right.
Like
your worldview would be falling apart, but you're looking for the evidence of why they would lie, which is something that we can only speculate about, which we're showing you, hey, we don't have any subjective answers for, you know, why the Earth is flat, because you can go outside and observe that it's a topographical plane and not in motion. Only the sun, moon, and stars and planets are actually in motion. That's the thing. It's your base axiom. Like, I don't have to prove to you that the sky is blue sometimes. You just go outside every once in a while and the sky is fucking blue and the Earth isn't moving and it's no curvature or axial rotation is experienced. The only time you experience these things is when you turn on your TV or open a magazine you don't experience it when you put all that stuff down and go outside.
Okay, I get it, but like like did like maybe like flat Earth community having like like how you said the speculation, like any like speculation, like why would they lie about it, because like when I think about it, like what if because I saw some like pictures.
Why do you think they would lie? Why do you think they would lie? If they were lying about it, why do you think they would lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Maybe.
So when I was a kid, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, there was a North Pole, right? You look on the Google map right now, Santa Claus is the fucking best swimmer ever, right? Or there's no polar caps. There used to be polar caps when I was a kid. So if there's land up there, a polar ice cap, the North and South Pole.
You just
okay, I know what is like. But what is like?
Yeah, so
ice cap?
I'm saying that they could be hiding land and resources.
Yeah,
that would be one reason why they would lie, and that would definitely give them power and motivation to lie about the reality of this world that we live in.
Okay, that's
could
like
be,
the thing, like
bro,
what I've
there
been
could be a
thinking about
reason
too.
that you can't even conceive of and don't know about, and nobody even knows about, that only they know.
That's why I was asking him. I want
to speculate about it. Like, we can't read minds, dude. If we knew why they lied, then we'd be them.
No, I didn't say.
Hold on, Keela. Since you want to, I'll give you a chance at this very moment to give a speculation. Why do you think all the governments in the world would collaborate together in a conspiracy to lie to the population of the whole Earth?
I don't know. Like I will say maybe it's gonna sound.
Come on,
like,
man.
like
dig deep down in your soul.
Yeah.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I will tell you. Like it's maybe gonna sound crazy, but like like again, it's just like my speculation. If that it's a true, like that, like Earth is flat. It can be that like we're living in some sort of like, I don't know how you call that, like on the English. Like like when you have like something like flat, and then you put like thing on top, like how you call that on the English, like
you're talking about a hologram?
Not hologram, like when you like put like something
like
on
a
top,
simulation.
Yeah, we can see like we live in simulation.
Come on, bro.
Not like that, man. Like let me
prove it's a simulation.
No,
let him get it out.
Let me explain. I don't say it's a simulation, but like we living in under like a dome. You said call it a dome? Something
a snow globe.
Yeah, something like that probably.
A terrarium.
Yeah, and like somebody's like made that so like they can like maybe observe us or something like that. I don't know, That's my speculation. Or can be like what other person said it, Maybe there is like like other continents and shit, and like there is a lot of resources, But again,
well, they do say they bounce radio waves and other things off of the ionosphere, which is basically ionized gas particles. But when I think of radio waves bouncing off of something, I think of like brick walls, right? Not gas particles, because gas particles have huge gaps in between the atoms. So what are they bouncing off of up there? And just because they call it the ionosphere and not, some sort of firm object, they're still bouncing something off of something up there.
You know what they call ionized gases also? Another name for ionized gases?
Plasma. Earth, wind, fire, water. So fire.
Or no, with those four stages, the four stages of matter are solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. Yeah, fire would be plasma. Fire's a plasma. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Indio. Did he fucking leave? No. Sorry to interrupt you, man. Go ahead.
No. It's cool, man. You didn't interrupt.
Yeah.
Killa.
India was. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I want to ask this dude a question. Killa, now imagine the government, all the government officials, top dudes, all the people you think are lying. They all go down to the court and they're like, I want to sign a confession that the earth is flat and I've been lying the whole time. And everyone, all the people in the government do this. Would you start thinking the earth was flat then? Because they signed confessions that they were lying?
I don't know, man. Like told you, like I'm open-minded. You know, like I don't say it's a
why
flat.
is the question important if it doesn't even determine whether or not you think the earth is flat or a globe? Even if they confess to it?
Listen, maybe I will start. You know,
if they all confess, we all lied.
Yeah, but like
you'd be like, yeah, there's flat now. They confess that they lied. Now I go with the liars.
NASA confesses that we've been lying this whole time using CGI cartoons.
Yeah,
and
why would you believe them? Like,
just a
check it out. Think about it. Think about it for a second. They come out and say they lied. Now you're going to believe liars?
No, of course.
Oh, yeah, of course not. They're like, this is like this whole why would they lie? It's a silly question. It doesn't determine anything.
But like, man, you need to understand the perspective. You know, like okay, I can understand. Like
I know the perspective. I was one of you. We all were. Huh? We were all taught the same stuff, buddy.
But again,
we learned what you learned.
Hey, let me try it this way. Hey, Killa.
Can you point me? Yes.
Killa.
Yes.
The sky is green. Am I right or am I wrong?
you are wrong.
Why am I wrong? I'm telling you the sky is green.
Yeah, but it's.
I know the sky is green. You need to listen to me. The sky is green.
Yeah,
am I lying?
Like, am I lying, bro?
Well, if you can't prove you can't prove he's lying, then he's telling the truth.
Yeah. Am I lying, Killa?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, I also paid free. Now there's two of us.
Okay. But like maybe like
why would I lie, Killa?
Maybe you have
the sky is green, Killa.
Yeah, but like maybe you have like that like how you say like problem in your eyes, so like you seeing the different.
No, I don't have a problem with my eyes. The sky is green.
Damn.
Why would I lie?
I don't say that you're lying. I'm just saying that like you didn't see like maybe good, you know.
If my wife cheats on me, I'm gonna divorce her regardless of why.
True. But okay, like like I can understand like your perspective, but like, can you point me at something, so I can like see it or like watch it, like anything, so I can like maybe like become like flat earther too,
Like sure, all you gotta do is go out. What kind of water do you have around you? Do you have like a lake or a beach or anything like that?
Lake, yeah, I know.
How big is your lake?
It's big. It's pretty big. It's big.
It's a big lake.
Yeah.
You think it's curving? You think that lake?
Yeah.
You think that lake curves, buddy?
Man, bro, I know what.
No,
you
the
mean.
water on top of the water, the surface, right? Do you think that that's curving?
No, of course not. No, I know.
Okay. So when does it start curving?
Never.
Yeah.
Okay, Earth is flat. That conversation is over.
Like, I just give you an example, Killa. Okay, if I have a cup of water, the surface of that water in that cup is what? Flat or curved?
No. Okay.
No. Hear me out.
Yes.
It's flat. Okay. If I do the same thing in a bathtub, is it flat or curved?
It's always gonna be flat.
Awesome. So now that we've established that a pool is going to be flat, a pond is going to be flat, you even said your lake has flat water on top of it. Yes. Now you go out to the ocean and you look out over the ocean. Is that water flat or curved?
It's flat. But like here.
All right. So hold on. One more. I know. One more. So if the Earth is made up of 70% water, at what point does the Earth begin to curve?
Just told you it doesn't.
I know.
Wait.
You're a flat earther, bro. You just didn't know it.
Starts curving between your couch and the TV.
Hear me out. But like, like what I like learned, if you and like you can do like that experiment even on the like smaller surface, in some sense,
You know what
like
you've learned?
if you really spin something, the physics and the gravity will like not let that get out.
That's we understand. That's what we learned too. But like, what you actually learned was not that. You learned not to trust your own eyes. That's what you learned.
Okay, I get it. But
you said the water is flat everywhere you go.
You learn that like you have they're going to teach you an idea, and that idea in your head is more important than what you actually see in the world. Because what you see, and you've already admitted that you observe water to be flat on the surface and not curved at any scale, and you are rejecting it because someone said that that's not real.
Yeah, because it's like really hard to reject something like what you
for your own senses.
But no. Like if you like how you say like you hear like some like thing like whole your life, it's like really hard to like reject that, Yeah, but like for example, okay, I totally understand, but like do you think like there is like maybe possibility, like taking, for example, the picture, of the flat Earth and show it to everybody and tell like fuck you, here is a proof, like we don't need like anymore to speak.
That's not, bro. But in this day and age, especially with AI and shit, like they've been faking pictures since 1841. 18, not 19, 1841. Okay, as soon as they invented the camera, they were making fake images. It's like the first thing they started doing. They're like, let's make this freaking dude look weird with let's make this donkey with a human head on it.
Let's overlay an image on top of an image and make it look like there's a ghost in the image.
Yeah, they've been doing that since the beginning. Like, photographs aren't doing it, buddy.
I get it.
But we're oddly enough, Keela, we've been showing an image, a photo. Actually, it's a screenshot from a video for 5 years now, Indio, and Glover still don't believe it.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to believe it. You can go outside and check it for yourself. So you can say, I really trust those astronauts, those 20-something dudes that went halfway to the moon and they saw the Earth of the globe, right? So you, as a Glober, have faith in them, whereas we're telling you, you don't need to have faith in no man, no scientist, no rocket engineer. You just go outside to a large body of water at rest, and if the Earth is a globe, that water will be curving, and you can verify it or falsify it. And when you do, then they'll start making up excuses like Frank.
I get it. That's interesting. But like I don't know. Like my reality is like destroyed.
No, you've just been believing what they've been teaching you for so long, and you learned it at such an early age that you just learned to trust the authority, and you never went out and questioned it for yourself.
I mean, no. Listen, like I'm questioning. Yeah, of course. Like that's what I come here. To speak with you, to speak with you guys. But like, like what is like flat Earth like community explanation, for example, of the how you say that, like how the like this planet it's like become, like how the
you're not
because
planet,
yeah, you keep calling the Earth a planet, but like the definition of a planet is a celestial body, and a celestial body are objects in the sky. And when I look up, I don't see the Earth. I have to look down to see the Earth. So you're using words that you think mean something, but you don't know what the meaning of those words are.
Okay, reality. Can I use the word reality?
Do you know what the meaning of reality is?
Yes, I think that I do.
Tell me what the meaning of the word reality is.
bro, like everything that is like around you, like what you experience, like what is real, like your reality.
Ah, what you experience, like a flat Earth, flat water.
Damn, you got me there. But
that's reality, though. I mean,
okay,
you might not want to face that reality, but that's what the reality you actually experience. You're never going to experience the Earth as a globe, right? You're never going to see that.
Yeah, but like, okay. But
you
like,
can watch TV.
Yeah, I get you.
That's the only recourse, right? Is to watch TV.
I get you, but like what is how we call that like on the English? Like what is explanation? Like why we are here? Like why we're on this plane of reality? You know, on this like flat thing.
You know that.
I no like I don't say like, oh, you know that. Like
I joined Discord.
Is there
and I asked the flat earthers a question people have been answering since the dawn of time, and they had the answer. Sorry, we don't have the answer to that question.
Oh, okay, understandable. No, I just ask like, is there maybe like some like speculation or like anything like that? You know, like in the.
Oh my gosh. Like you want a speculation answer? We're here to experience the world that we live in and share it with those around us. That's the main purpose, man. There is no other purpose outside of that. Now, there's other things that occur outside of that, but generally speaking, to live a good life, you have an experience, you enjoy the experience that you're having, and you share that experience with them.
Okay.
Gil, you believe in God? Do you believe there's a creator?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Now,
yes, I believe
think about this for a second. Consider this. Why would God create a reality that's an optical illusion? That it looks flat, but it's actually not flat. Why would God create a world like that? That's tricking you. Why would he create a world that's supposed to be moving, but you don't feel it moving in any way, shape, or form? Why would he create a world where everything about it is just not real, as far as what your experience is, and that there's some other people that wrote some equations on a chalkboard and they said, this is reality. Look at these equations. This is what's real.
Drawings.
Yeah, I guess you. I don't know.
Think about it, man. Think about it. Why would the whole world be an optical illusion? Why would God do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I just like don't hear like answer on that. Like my mind, it's it can't produce like nothing. I don't know.
I'll give you another example. Why would God put us in the armpit of the universe and not have any life anywhere else in the universe?
Good question too. But again,
the creator that I know made us the center of creation.
Yeah.
And put all life here.
I get. But look this, like hear me out. What if we don't know? Like there is like something out there. Like maybe it is.
And how can we prove it?
See what we're trying to get you to do. We're trying to reprogram you to think for yourself and question authority. And in order to question authority, you got to think for yourself, right? So when someone tells you, "Oh, I'm an African princess, send me $1,000," right? You're going to be like, "Oh, that's crazy, get out of here." But when the government tells you, "Oh, we have high priests, right? 25 of them that went to the moon and they walked on the moon, and they're telling you that you got to pay taxes not to fund the Nazi rocket program with Operation Paperclip because we want to bomb brown people and install banks, but because it's hard. That's why we're doing it. We're going to the moon because it's hard, like John F. Kennedy said. Because if they said we want to bomb brown people and install world banking systems to enslave the world, we probably would have said, nah, I'll pass.
Yeah, I get it.
Brainwashing you and don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you could do for your country.
I get it.
But instead of us in speculation realm. Why don't we go to what we can prove? Does anybody mind if I take the steering wheel for a few minutes?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So, my friend, you were told that gravity is what holds down the oceans, right? Of course.
Yes.
But what if I told you it's actually the gas pressure that keeps the oceans from boiling away and not sticking to the surface of the earth? And that you can prove this by putting a cup of ocean water in a vacuum, turn it on for 3 days, and what you're going to find is that it makes the water boil at low temperature. So once the water phase changes, it's going to boil away and no longer stick. So all anyone has to do to prove me wrong that it is actually gravity is they have to manipulate whatever they think the cause is, make the oceans fuck off and no longer stick to the abyssal plains or the bottom of the ocean floor, then they can prove their claim. But they can't do that. Nobody can do it. All they have to do is make excuses and start talking about math, which is a category error.
I get it. But like, wait, if I understand, like you, like the space, like they're saying the space is like this, like pressure, you know, and like how you said, like if you put a cup of the water like in the pressure room, it's gonna boil away. So like you want to say like, you know, like the like all like water on the planet will like boil away, you know, if it's like actually the, how you say in English, the globe, you know.
Sorry, I'm busy. Somebody can please take over.
Yeah, so like what Larry I think was trying to say is like the air you're breathing, right? At sea level, it's 14.7 psi.
I don't know.
That's roughly what it is, 14. We can round down and just call it 14 just for shits and giggles.
For the sake
14
of the
psi.
argument. Yeah.
Keep it simple. And then if you take water and you remove the air from the vacuum chamber, but you have water like in a bowl or something like that.
Well, you can do that?
Oh,
yeah, just mute me because, yeah.
Well, why are you being belligerent, dude?
Oh, because like, you can't do that.
Are you drunk?
But you can't do what you said you would do. But
you can put a bowl of water in a vacuum chamber? Sure you can.
Yeah, people have done it. There's videos of that.
Oh, but how do you know that?
So anyway, when they sucked the air out of the vacuum, the water began boiling. And so what he's saying is that's the reason why the water is the way it is here, because if there was a vacuum of space, it would have sucked all the air away. And then after the air went away, the water would have boiled off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I literally Google it and it's literally say it will boil at lower temperature than it will at normal, you know.
No, that's not true.
My man, you can literally Google it. I
true.
just Google it in like just like 2 seconds. And there is
I'm sorry. I thought we were just agreeing. Sure.
My man, I think it's time to sleep.
Yeah, I think for him it's sleep. But anyway, that's kind of around about what Larry was trying to say. I kind of don't know the full argument that he was going with on that.
No, it's okay. I'm back. So basically, what I'm saying is they told you it was gravity, right? So in the American court system, we swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because there's 3 ways to lie: lie by omission, lie by addition, and an outright lie. Right? So what they're doing is they're saying gravity holds down the oceans, but they're not telling you that it's actually specific gravity, also known as relative density, is what's actually holding down the oceans. Right? So when they say gravity, it's an ambiguity fallacy. You know how sometimes a word has 2 meanings? Right? Yeah. Well, they're just not telling you the full truth. So they're lying by telling you half of the truth, because everything goes up or down in this system that we live in based on the density between the object and the medium that it's in. There's no such thing as a true vacuum, so there's always a medium. You put an object in that medium, like a volleyball, you put it at the bottom of the pool, right? And there's no air in the volleyball, it'll stay at the bottom of the pool. But if you bring it up and put air in it, and then you try to take the volleyball to the bottom of the pool, it's not going to happen, right? So it's not just mass. It's actually mass and volume that dictates whether everything goes up or down. Now, there's exceptions to the rules like aerodynamics in airplanes, right? Or, using force to get around like jet engines or rockets or helicopters. But just in nature, like go outside wearing nothing but your sandals and shorts, everything that you see that's in nature in the jungle is going to go up or down based on the relative density or bird flight. So think about it. A steel anvil, you know what that is? A steel anvil?
No, I don't.
The blacksmith, he makes horseshoes with a steel anvil and a hammer, right?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Right. It will float in a pool of mercury. You know what mercury is?
Yeah,
the quicksilver, the liquid metal?
Yeah, I know.
Dude,
right, it floats.
Others are so dumb. You believe in some bullshit. Stop believing.
Bro, wait a minute. I'm dumb? Have you ever had a glass of tea? What happens when you change the medium and drink all the tea? What happens?
Can you stop spreading out, buddy? Like, the fact is, no matter what happens here, the world...
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah.
Don't worry about him. He's been cooked like 50 times already.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's acting like he never had a glass of iced tea. And that when you drink the water, you change the medium and it causes the ice to go down. When you refill the tea, or your wife does it for you, then the ice goes back up, right? Like, nobody can argue against this. So what that guy was doing, he was peacocking and pretending to argue against me. But there's no way you can argue against this. Everything goes up or down based on this principle of relative density or specific gravity. I'm done.
No,
Thank you.
I think that's like it's a really good argument. Like that this thing about like boiling water, because I didn't know about that, to be honest. I never like research anything about it. Like I just come here, like with the basic like knowledge of the about this matter. So like it's a really good argument about the boiling water because like they say that like space it's a vacuum. Like so. If the space is like vacuum, like why the fuck the oceans and like any water on this planet, it's not boiled away? You know what I mean? That's my kind of like perspective now.
It makes me wonder, what exactly is the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah, it really does.
Okay, but like, what about
if it's not curving? What is it?
Yeah,
what
is
the
it?
sun and the how it's called on the English, how you call it? The moon.
Yeah, whenever you look up at that, it seems round, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what is the shape of the planet?
It's not a planet.
Oh, the place we're at.
Unknown.
It's not curving.
Oh, so would it be? But what's the shape, though? You know what I mean?
It's not curving.
I don't know. Go Google it. Yeah, Google it for us. And why don't you Google that for us?
Why don't you tell me what the shape of the Earth is, dude?
I don't know, man. Like when I go to Google Earth, it's showing it's around.
Hey, Keela.
Yes.
Just so you know.
You can't trust Google, by the way.
Hold on.
I didn't say I was going to trust him. I just told you to go do it.
No, it's
exactly. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and mute him. He can present his evidence in the side chat, and then we'll open his mic and let him chat. But
yeah,
I want you to understand this, Keela.
Troll.
I want you to understand this, Keela. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat surface.
Understandable. But like, is there maybe how to say like end of that like because like everything need to have like the start and the like starting point and like ending point. Like when I think about like
where's the edge?
Yeah, edge. Thank you. I forget. Yeah.
Okay. So let me explain this. I just want real quick, Larry. So wherever that is, we don't know. We can presume that there is an edge where there's a container wall, maybe at that edge, because gas pressure requires containment. And that's all that we know. If there's evidence otherwise to suggest that there is no edge and that it goes on infinitely, we still have yet to be shown otherwise. Does that make sense?
It is. Yeah. I get you.
All right. I don't need to go to the edge. I don't need to go to the edge to prove the surface of the Earth.
Okay, I get it.
Go ahead, Larry.
I appreciate the like the explanation. I really appreciate.
I got another way to answer that question. Okay, so where's the edge? So Earth is dirt, right? Dirt is Earth. So if you're asking where's the edge of dirt, it would be where the sand is, right? Where the sea meets the land. That would be the edge. Now, if you're asking where is the edge of where we can go, none of us know, right? Because none of us are equipped to seek out the edge if there is one. So this is one of those questions that we can't answer other than the beach. The beach would be the edge of the earth, and then you're in the realm of the sea, right? And once you're in the realm of the sea, eventually they say that the water turns into ice, right? So the edge, we don't know where it is. Could be anywhere. But we know that they're probably lying to us about these things because the head of the CIA in the early 80s, he said, you'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false. So we know they're lying to us. It's just to what extent are they lying to us? And I think that the realms that we have, earth, land, and water, we're being lied to about how they work. Like if you look at the 1900s, people were moving around in airships they call blimps. And one incident, the Hindenburg, and now we don't travel like that anymore. But how efficient would it be to take a luxury cruise, 10 days away on an airship, like a floating hotel? And don't airplanes crash all the time?
Yeah.
But we don't stop using cars and airplanes, but it's what they want to produce an obedient slave class worldwide, I think.
Okay, I get it. Like that's actually a good argument. I forget about that. That's like a blimp incident. Yeah, it's a really good question. Like why the fuck? Like it's just one thing who fall down, and like we stop using it. But like we having like so like there is a whole TV show about like how you call that, like air crashes or something like that on Discovery. Like yeah, it's weird. That's like really weird. Maybe if you like use that, like maybe we'll be able to go somewhere. Like maybe that's the reason.
Well, there's this guy, Augustus Picard, and he took a balloon way, way up, and he described it as flat with upturned edges. So maybe they don't want people going up there to check it out for themselves, because Felix Baumgartner went 128,000 feet up, and there was no curvature except for the camera tricks, which is known as a wide-angle lens, which makes the world look like fisheye, and it makes the world look like it's curved. That was camera trick, movie magic.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I'm really sorry. I need to go. I really appreciate like this, like your explanation and like your time. Have a great day. God bless you. See you later.
Yeah, you too, brother. Peace. Be safe. Come back, see us.
Yeah, see ya.
So I think there was someone who got muted who was about to argue that no, the ice doesn't go up and down depending on whether it's got tea in the glass or not. Is he still here?
You want to go back to the airships versus ocean liners?
Yeah, take it there. Like, how much more expensive is it to have an ocean liner than an airship?
It's also the time to cross the Atlantic. It only takes about 48 hours by airship. It took 7 days by ocean liner.
I know that voice. He sounds like somebody who knows the law.
Maybe I know the law. I might know it. I might know 10% of the law, which is 10 times more than most people know. And yeah, that's always funny when they say, "Why would the government lie to us?" Because that's what sociopaths do.
Is it the fact that the government becomes sociopaths or sociopaths become the government? I don't know. That's a good argument, but I think the thing that we can all agree on is that sociopaths are in the government and they fucking lie a lot.
Yeah, they're grifters. The grifters are attracted to anything that they can get their hands on with lots of money. Because, like, try crossing a border with $10,000 in your pockets and don't declare it. But we've got Doge has, the Department of Government Access has exposed all these government agencies that are wasting billions of dollars, and no one's been arrested. Because I guess the commies are only interested in what you do with your money. They're not interested in sharing what they're doing with our money.
I'll tell you what, though, I did like that he was open to being honest about the nature of water and how it works in the natural physical world when it's at rest. And then once he saw that, he became curious about other things, and he wasn't rude when we gave him an honest answer. So I appreciated that about that guy.
Yeah, that's usually a sign of an active mind, somebody thinking for a change.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, like you're absolutely right, Rayleigh. The government, once a new invention comes out and they like it, the first thing they want to do is put it on lockdown and then do everything they can to see what they can exploit out of it for any kind of a weapon that they can use against anybody else. That's the first and foremost objective that we see in any government.
Yeah, and if it's something that's too useful and will cost other industries trillions of dollars in lost revenues, they will block it in a second.
Oh yeah. But why would they lie?
And sometimes you don't even have to. It isn't like a blatant lie. It's programming. Like, you talk to people and go, okay, if you look at your traffic light has 3 colors on it. What are those colors?
Right.
And most people will say, well, it's red, yellow, and green.
Right.
There's no yellow in a traffic light. It's an amber light.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
But everybody's been programmed to say yellow. So now they're saying yellow.
Well, I used a magic trick analogy. Have you ever heard me use that? I'm sure you have.
I may have.
Hold on.
Refresh my memory.
Yeah, so when someone, I'll just use Chris Angel as an example. I don't know how he runs his program, but I'm just going to use him because everybody knows him as a magician. So when Chris Angel or any other magician is doing a magic trick on stage in front of hundreds or thousands of people, a few people are going to have to be in on the magic trick. Now, they don't have to know the entire magic trick. They just need to do the part that they're supposed to play And so they know that their part is part of the act, but they don't understand how the whole act works. Now, maybe because they understand how their part works, they might be able to figure out other parts of the act, but they don't know the whole picture of what's going on. And it's the same thing with the government. You don't have to be completely in on it in order to help facilitate the illusion or the lie of whatever's going on. And then there's the audience, the people who believe in the magic trick, and they're like, oh, yeah, it definitely happened. I saw it with my own eyes. That's people like teachers and your everyday person that watches TV. They're going to say, oh, yeah, we've been to space. We've been to the moon. I saw it with my own eyes. I know it's true. They're helping protect the magic act without actually being a part of the inside loop. And so that's kind of what I usually use for my analogy is like, the teacher doesn't have to be in on it. The teacher's just teaching the curriculum that they were given. They read the curriculum, they got a brief overview of it, and they're like, okay, teach this to the kids. And then basically they learn as they go. And then over the next 3 or 4 years, they refine their arguments for teaching. And for the most part, they'll answer general questions with vague responses. And then if the questions get too specific, what do they say? Oh, I don't know. I'm sure some scientist out there has figured it out by now. And that's why we have the things that we have. And that's the end of the conversation. Usually.
I think it's, like the one guy said in the Truman Show, people just accept the world that's been presented to them. And I think that no matter what you believe, whether it's evolution, Big Bang, or creation, like we have not caught up with the power of the television. It is such a powerful device because it's audio and visual hallucinations, and you can make people believe a whole slew of things that isn't connected with reality whatsoever. So, I think a lot of people, including myself, have this mass formation psychosis because they watched, Star Wars and Star Trek and things like this, or House, or the mainstream media. They're going to have a whole slew of things, whole slew of biases that they're not really aware of, and then your mind plays tricks on you and lies to you because of these biases, because of the programming from the television.
Yeah. Do you know that Gilligan's Island was a huge mind fuck for a lot of people?
Why is that?
People used to send letters to the Coast Guard telling them, why haven't you rescued these people?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like War of the Worlds, right?
Yeah, like War of the Worlds times 10.
Yeah, so the psychosis is real, and you're not immune to it. You sitting in that chair, talking on Discord, you're not immune to it. Neither am I.
Yeah, everybody's affected by it in some manner.
It's like, imagine if you could go back in time 600 years ago to a native tribe, whether it's Aboriginals or Native Americans, and you've had, like a year and a half to program your computer to program these natives, right? You're going to have like visual and audio hallucinations on the screen, and they're not going to distinguish between reality and that. Just like when the dog salivates when you're eating a slice of pizza, right? The mirror neurons, the dog can't tell the difference between reality of you eating it and the non-reality of him not eating it.
Yeah, you see the dogs that lick the TV screens when the pizza's on there?
Yeah,
to him,
they're doing...
To the dog, the pizza is real.
Well, to the Glober, the globe is real. They're just licking the screen with their mind and not their tongue. And we weren't that different 20 years ago, you and I. We're still not that different. It's just, we've heard the story of the African princess, and we're not going to fall for that bullshit again. Whereas other people haven't heard that story, and poor Earl, how do you say that name? Earl. He's going to send money to the African princess or Natha or whatever. It really trips me out when people argue or pretend to argue against the relative density thing, because they can't actually manipulate anything. But they peacock with bravado and sound confident that I'm wrong, but there's nothing that they can do to actually demonstrate that I'm wrong. But I can demonstrate it all day. The gas pressure and low temperature holds down water, because without the low temperature and the high gas pressure, the water ain't sticking to shit. It's going everywhere, mostly up.
Yep, and water in a vacuum will turn into ice.
But first, it'll turn into gas,
Yeah,
and when it turns into gas, it's extremely buoyant. So when the first batch of gas vapors get sucked out by the vacuum, then the next batch of gas vapor is created until it's all gone 3 days later. It's like, wait a minute, it's only 70 degrees in this room. It's like, where's the gravity now? Who's the bitch now? Your shit's weak with the gravity because you can't do what I can do. So that's why the Globers have to make up excuses and talk about, some weirdo playing with balls on a torsion balance in a shed.
Yeah, wait until you freak them out and find out that water can turn into a vapor at less than 100 degrees centigrade.
They don't really have an answer for this argument. And I love the argument because it's demonstrable, but not that I'm demonstrating what I'm saying is true. They're demonstrating their dishonesty by going, no, you're wrong. Okay, what am I wrong about? Mass attracts mass. Bending, warping, and space-time. Can you demonstrate what I can do? Well, no, because of math. It's like, okay, you're in a category error now, and all they can do is pretend to argue. Just like pretending that refraction is somehow the answer to all the globe model's problems, when actually it's the final nail in the coffin, because once the model is unfalsifiable, when you say refraction, it's game over. Because there's nothing that we can do or say for you to accept the fact that there is no drop over distance or curvature, because the horizon is refracted according to them. That's what they say. So it's like, oh, I want to prove to you that I'm like the tallest man in the world. Well, actually, your ruler is bendy. It's made of rubber, so I'm not going to accept any of your measurements. I'm still the tallest man in the world. Neener, neener, boo boo. You can't prove me wrong.
So that seems kind of like a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, where no matter where the bullet goes, they're just going to paint the target there. The refraction thing. Well,
That's exactly what they do.
Yeah, should be 1 mile, but it's 10. Okay, we'll put the target there because refraction.
And they're like, that's what you would expect to see. Really? You wouldn't expect to see drop over distance? You would expect the Earth to look flat if it was a globe? Come on, bro. Well, the reason it looks flat is because of refraction, but it's actually a globe. I promise. I know the path of the light. I can't demonstrate it, but I can just say refraction. And because when I say refraction, people that wear glasses go, yeah, refraction's a real thing. Therefore, everything the Glober says about refraction is automatically true. Wait a minute, that's a squatting dog fallacy. Just because the poo goes down doesn't mean that everything that everyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true. So that's the crux of the argument. Go ahead.
I love this magical refraction stuff. I've taken thousands of photographs of the Toronto skyline under multiple different days, different weather conditions. And as long as it's reasonably clear, I see the exact same thing.
No doubt.
So this magical refraction seems to be ever present. Doesn't matter what the weather conditions change. And I've argued with Grok about that. I'm like, huh? It goes, well, if it's severe refraction, yeah, you're telling me I managed to see severe refraction on multiple days of the year and multiple different temperatures. It's a miracle. Coincidences that never happen. And when I saw Chris Angel walking on water, I figured out that trick in about 2 minutes.
I used to always do the levitation trick. I was in elementary school when that came out. You just put one foot kind of in front of the other, and then kind of raise your front toe, and then on the other foot you raise your heel, and then it just looks like you're floating.
You see, the Globers are still fascinated by the magic, whereas we've already figured out the trick.
That just brought back a core childhood memory. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, the other day we had someone come on here. Well, all you'd have to do is raise some money and build a rocket and put it into space, and you'll see what the shape of the Earth is. I'm like, they don't seem to understand that what you see at a high elevation is still bound by the laws of physics.
Well, they conflate a lot of things too. Like when they show you the video of Elon's rocket going up and coming back down and landing. We don't know how high that rocket went. But the rockets that they say they launch into orbit, like going to the International Space Station, once they get to a certain point, it cuts to a computer programming image, and it's all a CGI simulation on your computer screen. You're no longer watching this rocket.
You just don't have faith. You don't have faith in government-funded entities, the largest welfare recipient on the earth.
I really fucking don't, man.
The only difference is SpaceX uses a better video toaster than the Indian space program.
Oh my gosh. So somebody put out this image the other day. I got to show it to y'all.
I thought it was because we have Idaho, therefore the best potato cameras.
Somebody took a picture of this astronaut in space, and I zoomed in on it, and you got to see, dude, it looks 8-bit, man. I feel like I'm looking at a Duke Nukem video game.
Damn, I look.
It was one of these X accounts that like promotes space, saying, "Oh, a very scary moment for an astronaut being in the void of space without any hope." And it's like, come on, bro.
Remember that time the astronaut almost drowned in space? Which time, you ask? Oh, it happened twice. How do you drown in a vacuum? Oh, that's right. It's not in a vacuum. It's that Houston's underwater laboratory that they practice in. So they practice to be in a vacuum by practicing to be in a very, very dense medium.
Just like when they
you can drown.
Go ahead.
You can drown in space. 2 astronauts almost died.
And you can practice. You can practice driving around on Mars in Canada.
But globe not dum dum, flat Earth dum dum. I seen it on TV. I seen it on the radio.
Yeah, I've got Professor Phil yelling at me in DMs, telling me I can't.
You gotta up your security, bro.
Yeah.
If everybody goes into their security on their stuff, you can make it to where Dr. Phil or whatever the fuck he is can only talk to the Globers so that they don't bother us, because Dr. Phil be making the most stupid arguments.
Oh, I know. Like, how? Correct me if I'm wrong. In this image right here, I'm about to post, the horizon is where the blue line is. Am I wrong or am I right?
I'm driving. I'm driving.
Oh, you're driving.
I believe that's correct.
So if it's behind that third pylon in there, that third pylon is 5.4 kilometers away. D equals distance, and these are kilometer measurements. And then H is the observer's height, 1.73 meters. So here are the measurements that should fit on the globe based on those observations. Distance of 5.4 kilometers, eye height is 1.83 meters. The distance to the horizon should be 4.83 kilometers away with an obscured object of, looks like 2.5 centimeters. So with that being said, that would mean that the horizon should be in front of that object, and that this would be another black swan. Or the horizon is behind it.
Yeah, because at the 1.73 meters, horizon should be less than 5.4 kilometers.
So this image is taken by Walter Bislin, and I call this the Bislin Black Swan.
Damn, Walter. Walter made a black swan for us.
He was using a theodolite to measure the dip, and his explanation was that the dip matches the Earth curve dip. But it's odd because the horizon is beyond what it's supposed to be. So how can it match the Earth curve dip?
What in the unholy ghost pepper guacamole dip is he talking about?
I don't know. I can post the whole website page if you want.
I can't look at it right now.
And actually, I posted it over on the main server under long distance observations. So anybody can go there and look at it.
Good looking out, bro. So it's a bit off topic. I just got to share it because I've been doing this job for 20 years. It's not very often that I see something I've never seen before. So today, I knock on the door, and somebody knocks back, and I'm like, "Hello, who's there?" I've never had anybody knock on the door after I knock on it on the other side of the door. That's a first.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, these Globers, their argument is so weak. I mean, if their argument was strong, then we would all be geocentrist, right? Because that's the easiest position to take.
Correct.
Because it's the easiest to prove. So if their argument was better, there would be a large number of geocentrist servers. But there's not. That's because their shit is so weak that people are figuring it out for themselves. And then once you become a flat earther, I don't know what it takes to go back to being a globe, but I'd imagine it's a huge dose of imagination. Because once you see, like I went to Corpus Christi, once you see your version of Ingleside on the Bay, you can't unsee that. And nobody could come up to you and go, "No, bro, you didn't actually see Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away. What actually happened, right, is that there's this thing called refraction. Like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. My eyes are totally bullshit, and I'm going to give you like all the authority in the world and bow down to you and completely give away my own agency." That's not likely to happen to very many people. But allegedly, it has happened to some people. They looked up at the sky and proved the shape of the ground was a sphere somehow.
Yeah, that
And
makes
it's like
sense.
when yeah, that totally makes sense. I always look at the ceiling fan to see if my shoes are tied. Always.
Look, you can, okay?
You can, yeah, you can look at the ceiling
I had a
fan.
guy one time. Yeah, I mean, I made an analogy where I was talking about looking away from his house to figure out what his house was, and he started trying to come up with a method where you look out your window, and somehow by looking at everything else, you figure out what shape the house was. They will actually try to argue those sorts of things. So, like your shoelace thing, I'll bet you they've tried to argue that before with you. Have they?
Man, they'll argue 2 plus 2 isn't 4. Just give them an opportunity to, because everything the flat earther says is wrong. And that's when I start saying, oh, your entire family line is not filled with whores, but actually very prudent ladies and kind and gentle gentlemen.
That's got to
like,
be
oh,
wrong.
gotcha, bitch. Yeah, but you have to ask them, is everything a flat earther say is wrong before you say that? But once they say that, they just call their own mother a whore without saying a word, except for yes. I love it when they say math is science. Like, okay, does science prove things? No. Does math prove things? Yes. Aha! Gotcha, bitch.
I always tell people math is a descriptive language, and just like any other language, math can be used to lie.
Right, but according to them, the Heimlich maneuver was derived from science. So you can do the Heimlich maneuver without actually doing the maneuver just by writing on the chalkboard.
Yeah.
I'm doing the Heimlich maneuver. No, that guy's choking to death. He's choking. No, I'm doing the maneuver right now. See, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Oh, so there's a methodology that you got to follow? That's pseudoscience. You're a science denier, Flurf. Is it the scientific method or is it the scientific equation? I forgot.
That was a good night.
Yeah, I had fun harvesting Glober tears.
On keto.
Lots of salt. Lots of salty Globers.
Hey, I tell you what, man, if gravity were real, based on my mass and weight, I should have 3 hot chicks hovering around me at any given.
Exactly, just orbiting your ass. Oh shit. Unfortunately, I only have one hot chick.
Right.
But I weigh 350 pounds, so it's definitely not mass attracting mass. I actually don't know what I weigh. It's somewhere around 350.
Yeah, but you're also a tall motherfucker too.
Yeah, 6'3".
Shorty.
You got me beat, eh?
And 6'4" and 38/100ths.
Yeah.
Well, to do the Glober thing, that's just negligible.
It's refraction that makes me taller.
Man, these Globers, bro, their shit is so weak.
Weaker than a natural force?
Than a Mexican beer. No, they're weaker than a Mexican beer.
So, Larry, do you think you're going to be doing this 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, 30 years down the road?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You know, I do a little bit of keto, and then I clown on Globers who say dumb things like dog bones or clocks and math is science and stuff like that, and I just laugh at them because all I got to do is let them talk, which I'm really good at going on mute and letting the Glober talk and then listening to what he has to say. It's fascinating because the anti-flat earther will say some stupid shit that a normal Globie like Neil deGrasse Tyson will never say. So you guys are very entertaining. Yes, I'm entertained. Color me entertained.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, you didn't know that Globies throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus and they say, that dumbass, don't listen to anything he has to say? It's because the anti-flat earthers have their own version of the globe where they practice dialetheism to save the globe. So Captain Save the Globe is speaking out of both sides of their mouth, not realizing it, that math is science and science doesn't prove things, but math does. You see how that doesn't make sense, right?
Sure, but doesn't having the same conversation every day get boring after a while?
Bro, I've been gone for months.
Oh, okay. I've been banned for a year, so I haven't heard what you guys have been saying. So,
well, you can ask anybody in here.
It's like I never left. The conversation hasn't changed one bit.
I don't know, that argument about the math and science thing, I thought I just made that up like this year.
Yeah.
I mean, unless somebody can show me, 2 years ago where somebody said, is math science? Oh, does science prove things? No. Oh, okay. Does math prove things? Yes. Okay, so how is that not a violation of the law of non-contradiction? If you can find somebody making that argument before I did, go ahead. I'll bow down and say they came up with it first.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked, basically, how can you do the same thing every day and just not get bored by it?
Bro, I've been gone. I moved to Colorado. I've been doing stuff. Nice. I've been making money. I bought a car.
So in the mountains then? Or in the flat part of Colorado?
I'd rather not say.
Big state, man. No one's going to find you.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's getting to be a little illegal to talk about foreign states and what they're doing to their people. So I'll just keep that information private if you don't mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually quite enjoy coming here and seeing old friends and you and listening to what people like you have to say and then just wait for you guys to contradict your ass because as soon as you do, I'm going to call you out on it. and I find it very entertaining to watch people squirm and try to talk out of both sides of their mouth.
So, anyways, how big? Yeah, someone just talked about. I didn't see it either because I was basically falling asleep. But someone was talking about a picture where there's some pylon and the horizon is over 5.4 kilometers away. How far would it be away on a flat Earth?
I'm assuming he's still here and he's going to answer your question.
I don't know.
No,
Wonder if you know the answer.
Sheepdog has left the chat.
So
Well, seeing
Brenda
how
was here
they-
earlier and saying it's not the furthest it could be. No, not it's the closest. It's the furthest it could be. Does anybody remember what Brenda said? Brenda said a whole bunch of stupid things in a row. Does anybody remember?
What I got from that was that to calculate the horizon distance, you would have to know what the refraction index was.
No,
Yeah,
Brenda
but it
said
was
it's
saying
not.
that, it was also saying that 1.22 can't be the furthest distance it should be.
Right, it has to
It
be
should
the
be
closest.
the closest it can be.
Right.
Yeah, but not one of you in all this time has bothered to figure out how far it would be away on a flat Earth. It's not none of your concern.
Well, it's very similar to the angular resolution limit of vision.
So
It's almost like they hijack perspective. Yeah, like does perspective exist on a globe? Does angular resolution exist on a globe?
I'm just wondering if you guys have calculated it yet. That's all. Simple question, man. But
Well,
apparently
isn't that what we always do? Calculate the horizon distance, what it should be compared to what it actually is? Isn't that what we've been doing for 10 years?
So what should the horizon be in your black swan image? How far away should it be?
Well, it would vary on the atmospheric conditions, right? Because we don't have a set geometric horizon that allows you not to see past a certain point, whereas you do. And when we see past it, you then make your model unfalsifiable by claiming, oh, well, the horizon is refracted and it's always refracted. So if the Earth looks like a globe, then there's no refraction. But if it looks flat, then there's a lot of refraction, right?
So did you make your model unfalsifiable then?
No, that's what the globe did by saying refraction.
I'm talking about yours. When you just said it depends on the atmospheric conditions, aren't you making it unfalsifiable by doing that?
No, because it's the base axiom. When you go outside and you leave your phone and your computer in the house and you just go outside with you and your clothes, nobody experiences the Earth as a globe. All they experience is a flat stationary plane. Oh, is your house moving right now, Scott?
Yes, it is.
Okay, prove it.
Can't to you.
Why not? I'm a reasonable guy. If you give me evidence.
You're not. But you're not.
Okay, that's a baseless assertion because I've changed my mind about the Earth and you haven't. So as far as right now, we're going to say, by fact, I'm the one that's open-minded, willing to change my mind, and you're the one that has anchor bias, sunk cost bias, and confirmation bias, and you're a bigot because you've never changed your mind, despite all the evidence that you've seen to contradict your worldview that you got from the TV.
And you think that right there qualifies you as reasonable? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because when I see new information, I change my mind. Wasn't something about science is you're not supposed to follow the dogma of the day and the zeitgeist. You're actually supposed to follow the data and go where it takes you, not just go, nuh-uh, I've seen it on TV, the Earth, the globe.
Okay, so how do you make sense of a sunset then watching the sun go down? You all know it goes down. You guys know it does. You watch it, it goes down. It doesn't go away.
The sun goes down where? Where does it go down to?
This is where you're not being reasonable again. You know it goes down.
Oh, tell me. You're claiming.
Everybody knows it goes down.
You're claiming it goes down. Where does it go down to? Now, I'm willing to hear your evidence. Where does it go down to?
But you're not willing to hear my evidence because you know it goes down.
Down where?
When you watch the sunset, does it look like it's going down to you? Yes or no?
You know, if I didn't take perspective into consideration, every time an airplane flew over my head and started going down, I would be like, oh my God, that airplane's going down, man. It's getting close to the horizon. It's going down.
You notice how you never can answer a very, very simple question?
Well, I
Yes or no,
answered your
man?
question with an illustration of how perspective works, and nobody thinks the airplane is actually going down.
Is it yes or no? Does the sun look like it's going down? Come on, man. You can do it.
Yeah, it appears to go down.
Okay,
But so does
appears
the
to go
airplane.
down.
Does the airplane appear to go down?
Well, you think an airplane appears to go down the way the sun appears to go down?
Absolutely. It disappears into the horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Does it not?
No,
So
it
an
does not.
airplane doesn't disappear into the vanishing point at the horizon? So you can
No.
see airplanes forever?
No, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
Okay. So how big is an airplane? What, less than the size of a football field?
You've just agreed that it doesn't look like it's going down like the sun looks like it's going down, because you've just said that the sun looks like it's going down, but the airplane gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
So is the sun...
You're saying something really about contradictions?
It's
Come
not
on,
a
man.
contradiction
You
because
better
you
than
wouldn't expect the sun, excuse me, I'm sorry. You wouldn't expect the sun to behave like an airplane. But according to Globers, because it's not an airplane, but according to Globers, there's no such thing as perspective, because if you guys admit that there's Rayleigh criterion and perspective and atmospheric lensing, then we can't explain it. And of course, I don't have the meme to post right now of the candle appearing to go down.
And which one of us claimed it was like an airplane, you or me?
Yeah, I was talking about airplanes, how they go down, but they're not actually going down, how they appear to go down. You do know the difference between like appearance and reality, right?
So why, when I asked you about the sun, did you mention an airplane when you said they can't be compared to each other?
To illustrate how perspective works, how things converge at the horizon.
Okay, but airplanes don't converge at the horizon. Airplanes get smaller and smaller till you can't see them.
So the vanishing point is not at the horizon?
No.
Oh, where's it at then?
They just get smaller till you can't see them anymore.
It's until
Not at the
you
horizon.
weird.
So not at the horizon then?
Correct, not at the horizon.
I've lived near airports my whole life.
I work by an airport every day, and I watch the planes
Okay,
coming.
so then you should know.
Oh, look, there's an airplane. I can see it now, whereas 5 minutes before I couldn't see it at all.
So then you should know that planes disappear into the horizon.
No,
and they're not going down. No, planes disappear into the horizon, bro. How could you say that they don't? Because when they're overhead, right, you can see them overhead.
I see them not do it every day.
But when they are 30 minutes past being overhead, they've completely disappeared, and they didn't disappear over your head. They disappeared at the horizon. How can you pretend to argue against this?
Because I see it every day.
Okay, what do you see every day?
I see the planes. I see 1 minute I can't see the plane, and then a few minutes later I see a plane. And it gets just
so where can you not see the plane?
Nowhere near the horizon. It's nowhere near the horizon. And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it flies right over my head, and then I go to the other side of my office building and I watch it land at the San Jose airport. And then I can watch the planes take off from the San Jose airport going the other way, usually. Sometimes they go the other way, it depends on the wind direction, but then they take off towards San Francisco, and they go further and further and further away until they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and I can't see them at all.
So it depends on the wind direction and not the destination, huh?
Yeah. All airports work that way.
So you're telling me that if the wind is blowing west, the airplane will go west if they're going to Japan, but if the wind is blowing east, okay, then they'll fly east to get to Japan from California? Is that what you're saying? It's a question, by the way.
No, that's not what I said. I said the direction they land and take off depends on the wind. Because the airport I look at, San Jose Airport, you can pull it up on Google Maps. It runs north and south. And if the wind is coming from the south, they will land from the north. They will always land and take off into the wind. Helps with lift. But usually the airplanes come from the south and they land going north and they take off going towards San Francisco, which is north. And then if they want to go to Japan, they turn left. They go west. So there's nothing to do with the wind with regard to where they go, how they go to Japan. But anyways, back to the sun. So is an airplane like the sun or not? I say it's not. Do you agree?
My headphones died. I'm not going to be able to consider the conversation for a minute.
Okay.
So, Scott Mackey, what's your best globe?
Forever.
What's your best globe evidence?
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you? Now we're just back to my original question. Do you see yourself doing this in 10 years? Because the day I got banned, somebody asked me that question.
What's your globe evidence?
Oh, the sunsets. That's the one I always use. I think it's really good. And it's one we can see. And it looks like it's going down, right?
Debunked. Try again.
What, you said the sun doesn't look like it's going down to you?
Prove the cause.
Well, we have to first agree that we see the same thing. Does it look like it's going down?
We don't have to agree.
We
just make your proofs.
I can't prove something. You guys deny reality. Jeez.
Why so
So that is the question of why you guys would want to deny what you see with your own eyes.
Nobody's doing that.
You are. You watch the sunset, right? It goes down. Yes?
It appears to.
It appears to go down, yep. And so why would this god, as someone was mentioned just about an hour ago, fake us out like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who cares?
All right.
Prove the cause.
Well, the cause is because the sun sets because the earth is rotating.
Okay, prove it.
It looks like it.
That's it?
Yeah.
You think that's a proof?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, just leave this one to Scott.
No, I go with it. That's proof.
Okay, put it in a syllogism. Let's see if it's logical proof or not, or if you guys are being illogical. It's not really axiomatic, because you don't feel any rotation. So, I mean, in that case, it wouldn't require any proof. But in this case,
we wouldn't expect to, though.
It's going to require proof.
We wouldn't expect to feel rotation. So that's not a problem for us.
Yeah, so therefore the rotation's not axiomatic. It's not self-evident. So you're going to have to prove it.
It's not, but it's the only thing that explains 15 degrees of change for all the celestial bodies.
All of them prove that.
Degrees per hour.
Okay, all of them prove that, then prove the cause.
How can I prove something to you over the internet, man? All you got to go is look. Watch them.
I guess you're just saying, okay, go ahead. Yeah, post your documentation of the times that you looked and watched. Record what you saw.
How can you prove an observation?
I don't know. You could show us what you observed at least, or at least claim to have observed.
You can go do this yourself, 15 degrees per hour.
Nah, I'm not going to go do your work.
I know. Well, why not? Why don't you want to do your work?
It's your claim.
I know.
Why are you trying to get me to run around and prove your shit?
Why are you vested in the flat earth? What's in it for you?
Why are you asking me personal questions? Just prove your cause.
Well, because...
Can you not? Try and change the conversation because that's too difficult.
I'm all about the personal.
Try and change the conversation because that's too difficult, right? You can't prove any of these cause claims. You can just basically assert them. And you ask for proof. Okay, let's switch it to something else. Let's ask him why he thinks what he does and what he likes for breakfast. Yeah.
Well, everybody else tries to come in and argue with you people every day. You don't need me for that.
And just prove it. You made a cause claim. The sun appears to go down because. Now prove the cause.
It looks
I
like
never made that claim.
because it is.
It looks like it do because it is. Ipsy Dixit. Just it is because it is.
It looks like it.
Hey, man.
Yeah, why? Why does it look like it?
Don't know. Just does.
Okay. Yeah, me neither. I don't know. All right.
There's no curve because it looks like it. Well, it looks like the sun's going behind it.
Well, I mean, yeah, you did that to yourself. Exactly. So you're going to be consistent logically, right? You're going to have to say that when it comes to that part, yeah.
How do you square this circle, heretic?
I think you did it for me. Perfect.
I don't think I did.
Who cares what you think? You're an idiot.
Well, you keep asking me questions. You seem to care. You spend all day in here arguing with people about this shit.
Hasn't been all day.
You got some interest in it.
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm sure. You definitely sound like you're laughing. Seething. Avoiding questions constantly. You know, if you have to, like, avoid, defending your position this much, don't you think it's pretty weak?
Must be a bunch of the old projection because I was literally laughing while my mic was muted.
Oh, okay. Do you have any
While you were saying it
prove
really
your point?
sounds like you're laughing sarcastically, I was actually doing exactly that. Who cares what you're sure of? You're a moron.
Right.
You're sure of all kinds of gobbledygook, dude. I mean, we just expect that with you. You're just going to be sure of something absolutely moronic.
What's the sun, heretic?
I don't know. Did I make a claim?
What's the moon, heretic?
Why?
Why do
it's that thing you call the moon.
15-degree drift, heretic?
You know how a minute ago you were saying,
What causes the Coriolis
why do you
effect,
guys have
heretic?
to... Yeah, now you're gish galloping and scattergunning.
I'm not gish
A
galloping.
minute ago
I'm
you said,
exposing how you don't
I'm
know
trying
anything
to speak,
about anything.
I'm
But you
actually
still
trying to
accuse
speak,
other
though.
people of like
Yeah,
believing in gobbledygook.
you're actually exposing that very
None
thing.
of what you
yourself, 'cause
believe is
remember,
explainable.
Yeah, okay, it's going to be funny muting time now. Yeah, because it doesn't want to hear the responses. Remember a minute ago you
don't
said
want to
that...
hear me exposing you.
Okay, can somebody mute this asshole? Yeah, remember how a minute ago...
No, I'm done. Go on.
A minute ago you said that we have to constantly get somebody else to make the claims? Why are you doing that?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, he's just going to lie. All right, you're going moot.
Okay.
He did say that. Yeah, it's like, must be a pretty weak position if you always have to have everybody else making the claims. And then he went on to do exactly that, gunning a bunch of questions about things that he has claims about. Instead of just making them and arguing them, he wanted us to make the claim. Why'd you do that? I thought you had the strong... I mean, presumably you were insinuating you got the strong position here. You can back up you can claim things and back them up, yeah? Why'd you do that? Don't ask me why there's 15 degrees this or that. Don't ask me why it looks like the sun's going down. Just fucking prove why you say it is. Because obviously it's you who made the claims about those things. Do you have one claim that you can actually follow to a logical conclusion?
Yeah, you lied about what I said.
Okay, that's a no then. Good night. He must be afraid of his globe claims because he wanted to just talk about me doing things too. Weird. So, I mean, it looks like the cowardice is on your side. You did all the things you accused me of doing. He's just going to say it's not what he said. Oh, waste of time. Shut him up. I'm just going to hush him up. That's it. No more typing in the chat. He just comes in here to lie. Must be a weak position when you just have to lie constantly to try to defend it. Gaslight. Right in front of our faces, you said something, and not a minute later, you're going to say, I didn't say that. It's a weird behavior. Why are you so invested?
Yeah, I feel bad because Scott makes his 1 year anniversary appearance. How do you get banned for a year? I thought they undo the bans automatically, but anyway, my freaking headphones died. And my
I
microphone
was going to ask that same thing. Do these bans expire, or did someone unban me? I noticed it didn't appear locked anymore, the room.
They had
3-4
some
days
sort of
ago.
reset thing where every ban was let off.
Wow.
And I just didn't care.
Yeah. So is that Miggy guy still coming around?
Not really.
Really? Huh. What happened to him?
He's just doing something else.
What about Apocryphon?
A bit, yeah.
Okay. So what'd you guys do with the final experiment thing?
We asked them how it's an experiment, how it's final, and if there's any logical syllogism from it that proves jack shit.
So did you guys accept that the sun didn't set in Antarctica?
I did, personally.
Okay.
I went ahead subjectively said that happened, yeah.
All right.
So did Whitsitt.
Yeah, he went there though, right?
Yeah.
He couldn't possibly deny it, so did you guys excommunicate Whitsitt and is it Jeranism? That was the guy, right?
No. If we're not excommunicating you, why would we excommunicate them?
I don't know, because he was one of you before.
I've never seen Jaren in this chat before.
Oh, that's true. That's why I didn't know who he was, really. Heard his name
He's
mentioned
always
a
been
few
welcome.
times.
He's just never made use of that invitation. Whitsitt too, yeah, but he's never been here either.
So did you try to make sense of the sun not setting for 24 hours straight? Or more than that?
That's what they told us would happen on a flat Earth.
Really? How did you guys
So
explain that one?
They said over and over again, the sun would never set. Okay, there you go. It didn't set.
But is there an explanation for why it doesn't?
It's data in your field of view for 24 hours. So you saw it the whole time. There you go. It's pretty easy. Did they come up with any explanation for why it proves nothing? Any explanation for why they couldn't form any logical syllogism that actually carried any conclusion? Any relevant conclusion, at least. I'm sure they could have come up with something, but anything relevant?
Well, with science deniers, what they do is they say that explanation is more relevant than experimentation or demonstration. So they just explain things with baseless assertion compilations, and they think that it's weird when we call them out for stacking fallacies. But I always look at the cellophane to check to see if my shoes are tied, because safety first, right? Logic class, safety first.
Yeah, Scott, can you look at the ceiling fan to figure out if your shoes are tied?
No.
What about the stars?
No.
What about just anywhere away from the shoe?
No.
Okay.
So you think being shoes tied is the same question as the shape of the Earth? Wow, interesting.
Well, it's similar, right? Because
no, I don't
it's
mean
very
it's even
similar.
in the ballpark of similar. No, it's not. It's completely different.
Yeah, if I want to know like what kind of shoes I'm wearing, I look at the shoes. I don't look at the sun because you can't tell anything about what's down there by your feet by looking at the sun. And if I wanted to know if the Earth was curving or not, I would look like towards the Earth, not away from the Earth, being blinded by the sunlight.
And then what would you do? As you looked at the Earth to see if it was curving, what would you do?
I would pay attention and see how far I could see, and then compare it against what I was told.
What would that tell you?
what reality is as compared to what I was told, which is not reality, that the Earth has droppable distance.
Okay, so how far would you expect to see if the Earth were flat?
Depending on the viewing distance, right?
No. Tell me how far you expect to see if the Earth is flat.
Farther than what they tell us if the Earth was a globe. Do you like that answer?
No. No.
Why not? Why not?
And I can't. And I'm really disappointed that you do like it as an answer.
Oh, well, I would expect to see farther than the limitations set by the curvature of the Earth that doesn't exist. That's what I would expect to see. That's how far I would expect to see.
But you don't think you're capable of doing anything that's close to math to figure out how far you should see.
That's why I said compare what they said. What they said is a mathematical description of the sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would compare it to.
Yeah, so after all this time, you guys still won't even come up with anything close to a prediction.
Oh, you want that? Okay, sure.
Yes.
You can math the angular resolution limit of whatever optic you're using, and you can also math weather visibility. There you go.
Okay.
That should be good.
And so how far would you expect it to see in the Black Swan picture then?
10 miles.
Really?
My
Can
weather
you share the math for that?
right now, I just checked my weather conditions and it says that my visibility is 40 kilometers. Huh, isn't that cool?
There you go. Oh, yeah,
I
sorry, Larry, I don't know.
40 kilometers if the Earth was a sphere, and it would cut off around 3 miles.
Yeah, so we're well past that.
Do they go way up high, like in an airplane, to say, yeah, you can see about 40 kilometers? Because they wouldn't be able to tell you that from the surface of the Earth if the Earth was a globe, right?
Why not?
Obstruction caused by the geometric horizon. Oh, but there's refraction.
Yeah, they're not using that in their visibility maths, though, right, Scott?
Well, what does that say whether you can see an airplane 40 kilometers away? The shape of the Earth has nothing to do with that, right?
No, I said you would have to be high up in an airplane to see how far away the visibility is. You wouldn't be able to tell from the ground because on a globe, you can't see something 40 kilometers away unless it's really high up or you are really high up. So the final experiment, I'm going to make sure that safety first, I'm going to look at the ceiling fan every day before I leave the house to make sure that my shoes are tied because I'm a globe genius.
So you guys didn't even try to make sense of how you can see the sun for 24 hours straight.
Just stay in your field of view.
Okay, how?
By not going beyond so far that it was outside of it.
Like an airplane. I'm going
I guess you will be having this conversation 10, 20 years from now. All right.
How can I do that and not go in a circle? Did I claim it didn't go in a circle? Who cares?
How can it do that whilst it's going in a circle?
Oh, it just
Can you
goes in a
imagine if flat earther said, do you want to know if the Earth is flat? Just look at the star.
A little people a little bit north. See it go away from where the South Pole is.
So think about how stupid it would sound. I'm a flat earther. You know the Earth's flat. You look at the sky. That's so stupid.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't. I mean, maybe you would take that, but that would be really stupid.
Well, you guys say look at the Earth, but you have no way of understanding what you're looking at.
We're Earth experts. We're Earthlings. We're all Earthlings, bro. We're literally experts on the Earth because we live on the Earth.
But you say you look out at the ocean and you see it's flat. And that's the extent of your reasoning,
Nothing
right?
obstructed my vision when I was in the water up to my armpits looking at beach houses 10 miles away. No thing obstructed my vision.
Okay. But back to the previous statement. So you guys look at the ocean and you go, it's flat, and that's pretty much the extent of it, right?
Well, where's the curvature? I shouldn't have been able to see Eagle Side on the bay from 10 miles away with the water up to my armpits. There should have been 66 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves. Where was the curvature?
Who said you should not have been
According
able
to
to
the
see that?
Glovers who say that ships disappear over the horizon because the Earth has a radius of 3,900 to 59 miles.
Okay, so why do ships disappear over the horizon?
Your claim.
Oh, it ain't fucking curvature. That's your claim.
What is it then? What is it?
Well, do they first show that they do?
What is your
Show that
claim?
it doesn't. It's show that it just doesn't vanish before it even reaches the horizon, or appears to reach where the horizon is.
You guys have seen that picture of that cruise ship 1,000 times.
Okay.
Yeah, we also see Nat Geo show us the horizon in front of the ship when the horizon was actually behind the boat. Wasn't that Nat Geo?
Yeah, but you guys have seen the cruise ship 1,000 times, right?
Yeah,
And
but
just
listen,
ignored
Scott,
it 1,000 times.
You got to understand. Mez was contending the other day that oftentimes ships don't disappear over the horizon; they just vanish before even getting
I
there.
never said that. You're lying.
He did. He's lying again. He's lying again. I got to put him on mute.
You're
so
lying.
that-
Pull it up.
That's what he did because, what was it? Somebody showed a video of a ship being zoomed in after it already appeared to vanish. Yeah, and Mez's contention was, well, he wanted proof that it actually went bottom up over the horizon to begin with. He was saying, hey, maybe that one just went away optically. So I mean, that's something. He's saying that. So I mean, if that's the thing, then it would only be these gigantic ships that ever even do the bottom up thing anyway, according to Mez's worldview now.
So did it vanish like the cruise ship, where you can very clearly see the top of it but not see the bottom at all?
I think
or
it's
did,
only
or
going to happen
did the whole, or did the whole thing get smaller?
In Mez's world, it's only we don't know because we don't have the video before that. We just showed it being zoomed back in. But with what Mez has said here, he's basically told us that this is something that's only possible for really big ships. That's just an implication of what he told us or what he asked.
Well, if you look at the Nat Geo thing, the bottom line disappeared first, but it wasn't due to the horizon because the horizon was behind the boat in Nat Geo's, proof that the Earth is a globe. So what Nat Geo actually proved is things can disappear on the from the bottom up with the horizon having nothing to do with it. Thanks, Nat Geo. Appreciate it.
What's funny, Larry, is you can't even acknowledge the cruise ship.
Why do I have to? It's not my claim.
No,
I have the GIF. I'd love to post it. But someone,
Yeah, and now Mez's contention is that.
I just acknowledge that things can
tell me what my contention is.
Not being caused by the horizon. That was a direct refutation of the ship disappearing from the bottom up, proving that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's what Mez said too. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sure I did.
Why would you want to go through your life refusing to acknowledge simple realities?
Psych time again. Psychoanalysis.
Simple realities, like if you turn on the TV, the Earth is magically a globe because I believe.
Mentally deranged psychopath.
What do you mean, like Freud saying no? Actually, what's actually going on is Freud said that the children are attracted to their parents. That's actually what's going on. And anybody who says anything different, well, you got to diagnose them with something.
Yeah, but Larry, when I asserted that you won't even acknowledge the cruise ship, you responded with, "I don't have to."
I don't have to, but I did anyway. And I said that the Nat Geo showed that things can disappear from the bottom up, not caused by the horizon, because how could the horizon that's behind the boat cause something in front of the boat to disappear, Scott?
Okay. So you think the Nat Geo thing explains the cruise ship thing?
No, it refutes it. Because things can disappear from the bottom up with the horizon being nowhere near, being in between the object disappearing from the bottom up and the viewer. So how do you explain that, Scott?
So do you have any explanation for how?
Well, because what it does is it shows that can happen without curve.
Or horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does it happen? How does it happen then? How do you explain the cruise ship?
Because that's what Mez was worried about with the video that we showed him. Said, hey, how do I
explain it, Scott? Explain it, Scott. How does the Nat Geo thing prove that the Earth is a globe if the horizon's behind the boat, but something's making the bottom of the boat disappear and it's not the horizon, which you think is the curvature? You think the curvature is caused by the horizon. So make it make sense, Scott. I'll go on mute. Go ahead, bro, please.
I don't know anything about the Nat Geo stuff. That's interesting how what you would do to walk away from the cruise ship. You don't want to even talk about it, right?
So you don't understand what I said, therefore you're going to like gaslight all of us and say, "Oh, you don't even want to talk about it." You just admitted that you don't know what I'm talking about, but then you double down and say, "Whatever he's talking about, I don't know what that is, but it's definitely not addressing the cruise ship disappearing from the bottom up." Make it make sense, Scott. If you don't know what I was talking about, how do you know that I wasn't directly refuting the cruise ship if you don't know what I was talking about?
What explanation do you have for the Nat Geo stuff that explains the cruise ship? What do you infer from it?
Things can disappear from the bottom up without the horizon causing it. Because the horizon is behind the boat. The horizon is behind the boat, yet the bottom line painted on that board disappeared, which means the ship or the boat was disappearing from the bottom up. But it wasn't the horizon, or what you claim, the curved horizon, or the refracted horizon, whatever you want. It wasn't that caused it. Something else caused it. So if we have multiple causes for the same phenomenon, according to you, if you accept the Nat Geo thing, and you accept that boats disappear bottom up because of curvature, well, how do you know which one's actually the cause? Is it the curvature or is it whatever happened on the Nat Geo boat? How do you know which one?
What happened on the Nat Geo boat then?
It disappeared from the bottom up with the horizon behind it.
What caused that, do you think?
Not the horizon.
Okay, you said what's not. What is it?
Well, I don't have to say what it is if I don't know, but I can, through the process of elimination, prove what it's not. Do you know about the process of elimination? Like, if your computer doesn't turn on and you replace the power supply and now it turns on, you've eliminated all the other causes.
But you used to use the car. You should go back to the car.
Well, I can change my arguments, but yeah, if your computer doesn't turn on, it's still the same argument. If your computer doesn't turn on, you replace the power supply and then it turns on. That's the process of elimination. You've eliminated all other causes because you replaced one thing at a time, and now you've identified the cause. So you claiming that disappearing from the bottom up is only caused by the curvature, that's a false cause fallacy.
There's a false cause fallacy? Wow.
Yeah, you can't just say unicorn nipples makes, the earth go around. It's like, oh, okay, well, how'd you determine that was the cause? Oh, I just said it. No, that's not how that shit works, bro.
Okay. So I guess you will be having this conversation in 10 years.
Well, I mean, it depends on, how much TV the children watch, really. Because if you ask a child before 5 years old and they start, watching TV or whatever, they'll tell you. Right? But as soon as you put them in front of that TV, that TV, I guess you can get them to tell you whatever you want them to, right?
Really?
Here, I posted a couple of pictures there for you there, Scott, of a coffee can disappearing bottom up from 20 feet away on a flat ground. So, not Earth curve. So stop your nonsense.
How did you prove how did you prove the ground was flat?
Well, it certainly isn't curving. It's a flat ground. Everybody, you make come on, it's somebody's floor. Okay? It's not curved. Like, this is just nonsense. It's done by the camera angle. You get too close to the ground and you're going to get this kind of phenomena that's going to take place, not Earth curve. Stop your nonsense.
But when we're watching the cruise ship, we're not too close to the ground.
I'm just saying there might be another reason why.
Okay, which one?
You are so stone-headed that you think there is no other option, and it's just stupid because it's wrong.
He's just asking simple questions that y'all can't answer, but okay.
Why is he asking any questions? Why doesn't he just make claims and arguments?
What basically you can ask questions to basically
Reverse the burden. Yes. Yeah. Basically,
no,
reverse the
not
burden. Yeah.
necessarily.
Yeah.
To clarify
Necessarily in this
one's
case, yeah.
position or even challenge
No, just to
one's
reverse the
position.
burden. He's not trying to clarify any positions. He's just trying to
No,
reverse
you can either challenge or clarify one's
no. I've
position.
talked to this guy for 2 years. So what he does is he has a claim about something that he doesn't actually want to argue. So he'll just try to get you to make a counterclaim to whatever his claim was. That's what's happening there.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Scott.
From what I
How's
can
it
see,
going?
that isn't what's happening here, but okay.
Yeah, that's because you're biased. Yeah, go ahead, T-Up.
No, I'm not necessarily. I'm not biased.
Yeah, yeah, you are. Go ahead.
How do
Thanks,
you
man.
know I'm biased? Can you
Hey,
substantiate your
Scott.
claim?
I can hear you crying.
So your argument is I'm biased because I'm crying.
Just let T-Dub get his question. All right.
Yeah, shut up.
All right.
That's what you got to
Yes,
do.
this is for Scott. How is an object obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth before it reaches the horizon? And what's the math for that? Can you provide that for?
I don't understand the question. How is an object obstructed before it reaches the horizon?
Yeah, obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth before it reaches the horizon. Yeah.
No, it's not.
What's the math for it? What's the math for it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so things can appear obstructed bottom up from view before it reaches the horizon. You agree with that?
I don't think so. I'm not sure I understand the question, but I don't think so.
Well, someone presented the Nat Geo example of that to you. Right, have you seen it? Seen the red, black, and white stripes?
I've seen a very, very blurry picture.
Right, and they claimed in that, right, National Geographic claimed that you couldn't see from 8 inches above the water, you couldn't see the bottom line or partial part of it, right? You partially couldn't see the bottom row. And they claimed that was the curvature of the Earth, yet it has not reached the horizon yet. So you agree that things can appear obstructed bottom up from view before they've reached the horizon.
I don't agree that thing behind the boat's the horizon, but we're just not going to ever agree on that.
Well, it's water. It's water beyond. There's water beyond.
No, it's not.
So you deny that there's water beyond that point?
What I'm saying is that picture is very blurry, and neither of us can make sense of what's behind that boat.
Hey,
right. Okay. Fair enough.
T-Dub, not only is there water behind the boat, you can in some frames you can see the shoreline behind the boat.
Yes.
This guy needs to go back. He needs to go back and watch the video.
Yeah, that's just some cope right there.
You want to try to explain something, an object the size of a cruise ship disappearing?
Hey, T-Dub, can I ask another question of you?
Yeah.
Do things get smaller in the distance, i.e. like perspective?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you aware of any perspective in Earth curve math?
No, I've never seen it factored in.
Perspective, and we know things get smaller in the distance, but we're not sure about Earth curve, and there is no perspective calculations in Earth curve math. So it either has to be one or the other. Do you agree?
Right, yeah.
What is Earth curve math? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, you have a value of the circumference of your so-called sphere. So it's quite easy to work out what the drop over distance would be.
Okay. And?
I mean, the circumference of your supposed globe at 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be at 1.225 away from the 1 foot observer height. So squared by the observer's height at 2, you can calculate that at 3 foot, at 4 foot. Anyway, that's your math. What I'm saying is that's all bullshit. What we have is perspective. We know things get smaller in a distance. You can stick by your orthographic Earth curve maths, which doesn't have any perspective in it. So you have to choose either perspective causes things to shrink in the distance, or Earth curve does. You can't have both.
But nobody says Earth curve causes something to shrink.
You're saying that
Holy
things
fuck,
bottom up.
Scott Mackey just debunked flat Earth. Good shit, Scott.
No,
You say that things bottom up disappear? That's due to perspective. We have perspective.
How does perspective make something disappear from the bottom up?
Because of the angular resolution of the optical device, such as your eye, or the camera, or your telescope. Your eye only has a 0.018 degree resolution limit. So when you draw a straight line along the ground, and then you take your observer height and you draw a line from your eyes to a particular object, such as a boat on the water, then when it goes past that 0.018 of a degree, you can no longer resolve it.
What does the ground have to do with your angular resolution of your eye? Or an optical device?
What you're saying.
The ground is the flat baseline to work out your angle from your eye.
Oh, that's not how that works, man.
Okay. So where's your perspective in Earth curve math?
No,
so you think you should be able to see a house brick at 5 miles?
No, the angular perspective is this distance between any 2 points.
What if that house brick was part of a larger structure that extended up 100 foot high? Would you still not be able to see that brick?
See a brick from? No, you can't.
You think about that, Scott. You think about that, Scott. Think about that very carefully. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you've thought about it.
No, but nobody would claim you should be a single.
Don't let it keep you awake at night. Don't let it keep you awake at night.
Do you think you can find somebody who said you could see a singular brick from whatever 5 miles away?
Is that it? No copers? Okay, let's have Drew's Shia tell us something cope-worthy.
Sorry, I don't debate with dumbasses.
How long did you debate with yourself before you decided to say that?
Oh, wow, such a gotcha moment. So funny.
I have a question. Is the price of admission here like debate? Like, can anyone just be called up and because that's not the conversation that I had a few weeks ago with a few people here. They were like, "No, you don't have to debate. You can just listen in." So what if it's too quiet? Then we just all of a sudden have to pop up and argue with someone. Is that the case?
Well, I mean, Drew stepped forward earlier to say something stupid, so that's why he's getting picked on.
Okay. Well.
Otherwise, I mean, it just depends on the vibe at the time, you know.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to debate with anyone, just so you know, just for future reference. So if you call on me, I'm not going to respond.
That's all right. You can stay in your lane.
Why don't you want to debate? You sound like a smart guy.
Who, me?
He's smart enough to know he can't win this one.
No, I've talked to you guys enough.
Such a gotcha moment. Ha ha ha.
I've talked to you guys enough before. I know the pattern. It's pure rhetoric. It's not actually going to be constructive. Because I'm not going to change your guys' mind. So there's really no point in debating. Because the point of debate is to come to a conclusion, and we're never going to come to a conclusion. So there's really no point. That's why I don't debate. At least in this channel.
Oh, you mean a mutual conclusion?
Yeah, like something that we can both agree on, and we're never going to both agree on,
I bet we both agree that the Earth looks flat.
Yeah, we both agree that from a neutral angle, if you go to the beach, yeah, it looks flat. I can agree with
that. There you go. Mutual ground. There you go.
Hey, there we go. Good job. We can come to a conclusion after.
Why does it have to be about us coming to an agreement?
Well, I know that I'm not going to. I mean, look, if you.
It could be for the benefit of the people listening in.
If you showed me evidence that, I don't know, all of the people that NASA employs and all of them are just, I don't know, secretly in on some sort of mission where they have to keep it a secret that the Earth is flat and all of this.
All of them? The janitor has to be. Well, why don't you show me some solid evidence that the janitor has to be in on it?
Wait, why am I the one that has to be the one that convinces you guys?
That was your claim just now.
No, I'm saying I will be convinced of this if you show me this. And it's well, no, you have to bring the evidence. And I'm just wait, why do I have to bring the evidence?
So, if I show you something non sequitur, then you'll be convinced. Well, that sounds like a giant waste of time.
Okay. And this is exactly why.
Well, you need convincing that the janitor at NASA and everybody else, they're all in on it. Well, it doesn't even follow that they would have to be. Well, you just said everybody. You said all of them, dude.
Using using these fake math equations and these fake calculations and plugging in the radius of an equation for no reason, plugging in gravity for no reason.
Which ones?
All of those people.
Who? Which people? Which ones?
Fake.
Name their titles. What do they do? Show me the project they worked on. I don't know who you're talking about.
Rocket engineers.
Which project?
Rockets.
Okay, well, I mean, we can post 20 technical papers right now where they're treating the Earth practically as flat and stationary to model this stuff.
So why they do that, right?
Yeah, because it is.
No, what? Okay, what do you think? Okay, still man my position. Why do you think that they do that? If it wasn't.
Yeah, because there's no curvature or spin to actually account for in the real world, so you don't actually have to. You don't have to account for it.
Actually, and engineers do use F equals ma and treat basically the Earth as flat for practical reasons. But when you get into complex stuff, right? For example, satellites or etc., then no, you don't use the F equals ma formula. You actually get into the theoretical complex stuff that Einstein.
Can we see an example? Can we see a practical example?
Yeah, I can give you the formula used
No, like give us a citation. You know,
I
point
mean,
us to
these
somebody
formulas
actually,
wouldn't work if the theories were wrong.
or like
The
somebody doing
predictions
this,
wouldn't work.
right? Like give us a practical example, like they did something, they launched some rocket or some satellite or something, and here's how
Using
they
the
did it.
formulas?
Yeah, here's the method that was followed. Yes.
Yes, 100. I can give you 1,000 examples. I'll
right.
put them in the chat.
One would be
But
great.
then when I put them in the chat, I just won't speak anymore because I must remind myself that I'm speaking with people.
Okay, now poison the well. Yeah, now just ad hom instead of just back up the claim you just made.
No,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm going to use a fallacy, and I know I'm using it.
Okay, well, I'll just put you on mute.
Literally, I'm going to put the proof in the chat in hopes that it will change your minds.
Why?
Then I just won't speak anymore.
You're begging for people to believe. You're trying to like bring people into like a religion here.
No,
or
I'm
what
not.
is
I'm
this?
not. Honestly, I'm not.
Why do you care
Yes,
what
I
anybody
am
thinks,
begging.
dude? I don't care what you think. I'm not
No,
begging
I
you to
do care
think
what
this, that,
you
or the
think
other.
because you're a
I don't care
human
what you
being.
think, dude.
Dude, this
No,
is
I do
starting to
care what
sound like
you
a
think.
cult.
I'll be
What's
honest
going
with you.
on, man?
Anyways, I'll just look. This is
sound religious,
I'll put the thing in chat. Then I'll shut up. Okay, bye.
Brewers, I'm happy to see some of this formula. I'm happy to see some of them so I can pick them apart. So go ahead and post them in the chat. Let me have a look.
Yeah, because this always gets said. All these people at NASA doing this and that, using this globe for all this practical stuff that they do. You ask them to show it what that actually looks like, practical demonstration, and I've never seen anything yet. All I see is the flat earthers post technical papers of the Earth being simulated as flat and stationary. That's all I ever see. So
yeah,
I mean,
correct. And
yeah,
what he's going to do is he's going to post a whole heap of formula that have the R value in it. And then when we come back and ask him, "Oh, how did you acquire your R?" then he's going to run away like a big sook.
sometimes they also just assume that the evidence is there to begin with before they've even checked. Like they just take it on faith that this has to exist. Well, I mean, always actually.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
I thought he was putting definitive globe proof into the side chat. I don't see anything there yet.
Well, the problem is he hadn't Googled it before he made the claim, so he might be running into a bit of a snag now.
Yeah. There's always that thing about the old Google.
No,
button.
I'm
Sometimes
actually
it don't
just
work very
reading
well.
just to make sure. Okay.
You better check those formula before you post it for that R value. Otherwise, it's going to get very difficult for you.
I say to okay.
Nice post, Travis.
Well, the list there.
No, I'm still reading the paper just to make sure everything is good. Look, I can post it right now. There we go.
Seems to be a lot of globers and anti-flat earthers these days. In the last couple of years, admitting that the Earth is measured flat. Wonder why that is.
Because for practical reasons, okay, sure. Look, I'm not even. I promise myself. Look, I'll just shut up.
Ooh, nearly admitted to yourself, didn't you?
I literally admitted to it, like, I believe 5 minutes ago.
I think it just matches reality. And if you want accuracy, and that's how you measure it. It's just measured flat. You want your rockets and all that stuff to work. That's it.
Great critical substance.
Simon Dan did a test on the 31st of July with 1,023 people, and they all shoved a stick in the ground and measured an elevation angle to the sun. And each one of those people measured their local area flat. That's a whole lot of the world that's measured locally flat.
Yep, absolutely perfect that was.
I sent him a thank you email. Absolutely brilliant it was.
Yeah, guys, did you check my paper?
So you posted an elephant hurl. Just hoping to get a citation.
A citation explaining.
There's zero chance that you've read this.
Go on. You want me?
You said you were going to post the
post a
formula.
citation explaining the relativity in the global positioning system. I don't think I can cite the entire fucking study, but okay.
You said you were going to give us formulas about putting satellites into so-called space. That's what you said.
No, that's not really what I said. What I said is that at some point you need not use the gravity theory of F equals ma, meaning that gravity is a force when considering satellites, because at that point, at that complexity, you need the theory of relativity developed by Einstein. I'm reiterating my position. This is clearly what I said. Okay. Now I'll promise myself to shut up.
Why do you keep shutting up before you get to the proof, dude? So pick some sort of project thing they did,
I literally
some
gave you
satellite
proof.
they designed, something.
Did you even
and
read
then
my paper?
Then at a practical level, when they were doing this, they actually had to reference Einstein and use this math.
It's literally in the paper.
And
They
grab it
use
and post
for
it. You got to do a citation where you grab that part and then show us.
So you want me to cite the whole fucking experiment, how satellites work?
Just the relevant parts, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put that much effort into. Again, I'm not going to
Plenty
put
of
that much
effort into not proving your claim. You've only got one step further to go, and you're just going to crash
you're just lazy. You can't read a 48 paper study that may prove you wrong because you're just intellectually
Dude,
lazy.
just give one practical example of Einstein being used. Einstein's equations. Why can't you do this?
First of all, which equations are you talking about? E equals mc?
Now you're asking me what you claimed, dude?
Are you wait? What? Let's go to the simple nuclear reactor.
Okay, you're the one who said they were using Einstein stuff, okay? So whatever you were talking about, that's what you're going to show us. Now you're asking me basically what your claim was. This is getting ridiculous.
No. Here's what we use Einstein for. First of all, Einstein predicted multiple stuff, notably in Brazil.
I don't care.
Okay, sure. You don't care. Okay, sure. Second of all, nuclear reactors, nuclear bombs, satellites, GPS, which the paper actually studied.
Almost had a specific example, and now
Literally
you're just
tells you how
speaking
it's being
in
used
broad
to theory of relativity.
generalizations. You were almost there to actually backing a claim. It's so sad.
So we don't use Einstein for nuclear weapons. He wasn't essential for that.
Oh, why don't you just go ahead and show this? Yeah, for nuclear weapons, the atom bomb, Manhattan Project. You're talking about that?
Yeah, that we used Einstein there. No,
okay.
We used Einstein. We built upon Einstein's theories.
Okay, so you're going to show us that they're going to put a satellite up, and they're going to need Einstein's maths to do it. You were almost there. You were so close. And you're crashing out now.
Wait.
Okay, I'll accept that. All right, game over.
No. Wait. His theory, which brought about multiple mathematical equations.
Okay, well now you're getting vague. So why don't you just show us exactly with citation what you mean?
Go into the fucking study. It goes into detail.
I won't, because that won't be a citation. So I'll just wait for you to cite the specific example of what you meant. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to give you a citation. Just
okay, so we will just conclude then that what you had was a nothing burger and a lie. Thank you.
Sure, be intellectually dishonest and
I'm
don't
being
read
perfectly intellectually honest. I've asked you every step of the way for you to show me this, and you're not doing it.
Okay.
You're being evasive. You're being intellectually dishonest.
You're just being a bit whiny when you're confronting him.
How can
maybe a little sugar man?
No, because the logic in the papers are organic, meaning that I can't.
What logic? Post the logic that you're talking about.
Do you know what organic
logic that you're referring to right now? Give me a specific example of organic logic that you read in that paper. Just quote it out to a copy paste. Control C, command if you're on a Mac, and then Command V in the chat, and we'll take a look at exactly what this specific example of organic logic you wanted us to look at is.
The fact that your dumbass said, quote me the organic logic when the organic logic cannot be quoted. That is the entire definition of what an organic logic is.
Okay, so you can't do
shows you don't understand what an organic logic is.
That's great. I don't know what organic logic is. That's your excuse for not giving us a citation. That's great. No, I want you to give me a practical demonstration of Einstein's work in some way being practically used to do anything, and we're still waiting.
Okay, sure. Organic, sure. The study itself proves that Einstein's theories were practically used, yet I can't quote you anything from the study because it has
show us in the paper where they talk about like what part of Einstein's work they used and how. Yeah, just grab it.
I can't.
It's because it's not in there. Thus, we conclude it's not there.
No,
okay, thanks.
You can literally open the first page.
No, I can't because it won't be there. It won't be there because if it was there, you would have just been able to easily cite it by now.
Okay, so I have an example for you.
Want me? Okay, sure. I can do that. There.
Can I give him the example?
Please, for God's sake.
Einstein's general relativity is necessary with GPS because the satellites in orbit tick faster than the systems on the Earth because you have to account for them going faster.
Prove it now. Yeah, go ahead. You're another guy making a claim. See, the other guy did just
proves it, my nigga.
Yeah. So the other guy did just this.
Study. Yeah. Are you dumb?
You sound like an idiot, dude. Just be quiet for your own sake.
Literally. Do you know what an organic logic is?
The other guy did the same thing. Okay, he made the claim that he can never back it up.
I said it's an organic logic.
That's where he's at now, where he already made the claim. Then we were trying to get him to actually demonstrate it, and now you're just starting over. You're going to get to the same point where he couldn't demonstrate it.
I've just read the first 3 pages of this study. Do you realise that in the study they're using an Earth-centred, Earth-fixed reference frame, yeah? XYZ coordinates, Cartesian coordinates. My God, have you even read this? You absolute idiot.
No, I wasn't reading it for the past fucking 30 minutes, you dumbass.
Okay, so what is a Cartesian coordinate system?
Again, read the study. It literally tells you everything you need to know.
I fucking read all I need to read. I've already read this
fucking
before.
read all you need to.
Yeah.
Did you read everything? There's an organic. Do you know what an organic logic is?
Druzy, I don't think you know what a Cartesian coordinate system is. Maybe you're not qualified for this conversation.
No, here's the thing: is that I promised myself I wouldn't debate your asses. All I'm saying is fucking read the study.
Okay, this is just punching down at this point.
Yes, that's literally all I'm saying. Read the study. This is what I've been saying. I wasn't even debating you.
Now I see why I started
Did you
with this
realize
guy
I wasn't even
at
debating
10%
you?
volume.
Okay, hold on here. Druzy,
Did I ever even intellectually exchange ideas with you?
Get a hold of yourself, Druzy. We got some problems here. You're talking over a lot of people. We're trying to have a conversation here. I don't want to have to come in here and start muting people. It was a good conversation. Now look, somebody has read part of the paper that you posted, and they have brought up something about the paper that they have read, and they're questioning it. Have you read the paper that you posted? Because you're being asked questions about it. Can we continue from there?
I did read the papers I posted, yes.
Well, at this point, the only person citing the paper is one of our guys, not you. That's crazy.
Because it's an organic logic. Can you cite philosophical papers without nuance?
Here's his excuse again that he can't provide a citation. Why don't we just let Jado? Why don't we just let Jado use?
Do you know the difference between Do you know the difference between architectonic logic? I don't know if it translates from French, architectonique, and then fucking organic
Look at
language.
the mental contortions he's going through just to not provide a citation.
No.
Anyway,
well,
do you know what a Cartesian coordinate? Do you know what a Cartesian coordinate system is? How about that? Because that would be more relevant to the discussion at hand.
Oh, and by the way, if I may chime in quickly,
papers.
If I may,
we had to because you didn't.
You did read the papers.
And then it sounds like they went through and they found that you actually either didn't read it or didn't comprehend what you read.
It's called a drive-by citation, where someone just throws a citation they haven't read, and by the time you pick it up and read it, they're long gone.
What's the Sanak effect if you read the papers? Okay, thank you very much. You didn't read the papers.
Hey, Drews, may I? I just want to point out, Heretic, my apologies for interrupting. It sounded like for a second that Drews, there may have been it sounded as if there almost may have been an issue with language. So if you do have an issue with translating anything in French to English, feel free to either
How do you say une logique architectonique in English?
It sounds like they're saying architectonic, like architecture tectonic of sorts. It's like it sounds like compound words of the two, no?
No, architectonique is like basically A leads to B, B leads to C, meaning it's not reciprocal.
You're all meta because you're no substance.
Is not reciprocal.
You're all meta because you're no substance and no citation.
He is pure meta. You say fire hot, and he's like, well, hot doesn't really have a destination, so fire's fine to touch. Like I said, drive-by citation, he doesn't have anything he actually knows. He just has links that he claims supports him, and by the time you dig through all of it, he'll be like, oh, why'd you waste all your time reading the link?
Yeah, and you know what's funny? He says that he doesn't want to waste his time going through and just providing a sentence or a paragraph or any little thing that would actually support him. Yet,
I mean, this is why we have ChatGPT now. You just feed it in and say, give me this.
Yeah.
He'll waste his time, though, not doing that. He'll waste his time.
At this point, he's killed the conversation, and it's all about him, so I'm out.
Yeah,
Can we get back to the Cartesian coordinate system?
Yeah, let's go on that. Because he wouldn't cite his paper, so we'll
coordinate system there, Druzy. Are you aware that the article that you posted uses the Cartesian coordinate system? Did you know that?
He doesn't know what that is. That's why he wants to change the topic to what kind of logic is being used. Blah blah blah. Philosophical shit.
Yeah, we might be done with him. Bricked is bricked.
And the guy didn't really what he was saying earlier about the term. It's not actually what he said, right? There's a definition here. I'll read it in French, but I'll translate. It says qui concerne l'architecture en tant que science et technique de la construction. So the word architectonique, it's what concerns architecture with regards to science and technique within construction. That's what it says here, dude.
No. Here, I'll read you the book. Here. I'll read you the book, okay? You ready?
Can we focus on
I have the book. I have the book with me, where I literally got the definition. Okay, this is a well-known. This is a well-known author. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
Okay.
This is cited from
Quand il s'agit d'un système de pensée, il doit nécessairement se présenter dans un ordre architectonique. En d'autres termes, chaque partie du système on doit supporter une autre sans que la réciproque soit vraie. Meaning that each system must support each other without the réciproque, elle ne doit pas être vraie. La pierre de base supporte tout le reste sans que le reste la supporte et le sommet est supporté par le reste sans supporter rien à son tour. This is basically architectonic logic. Don't say I'm lying.
No, I'm not saying you're lying, dude. I was just saying I didn't understand it, right? Because I was just saying this definition here. It's from cnrtl.fr, so I guess it's a dictionary website of sorts. But in either case, what you're talking about, it's like a logical sort of architecture, right? So if it seems, so if someone were to tell you, give you a, I think it's the law of identity or whatever. So if A equals B and B equals C, logically A equals C, right? Because they're all connected via B. Right, so you can draw like A and B as nodes or whatever, and they're all connected, and they're all equal to each other as per the context. So there's like a logical architecture amongst connection amongst all those things, right?
Maybe yes.
It sounds like something we were talking. Okay, great. So these are logical interconnections between things. Great. Okay.
No, so yeah. Well, dude. So he's got a logical. So wait. So Mick, are you? I'm going to talk to Mick for a sec. So you're saying that he's got a logical syllogism? If A then B, if B then C, therefore A equals C.
No. I don't. I'm not sure, man. But what he was saying, using this term, it sounds like he would have something that is kind of like logically connected or built up in some manner based on this term. I don't know why he would use it.
No. Here's how I would use it. I would use it like this: that, for example, you don't need to understand B to understand A because they're not connected. Now, in terms of the study I showed you, okay, you need to understand A to understand B. Forcing yourself, it's like physics, for example. When I took, for example, when you take la loi des gaz parfaits, right? You need to understand la loi des gaz parfaits to understand, for example, why when you reduce the volume, you actually need to know what happens when you reduce the volume and the molecules go basically have more bounce off each other faster, which leads to higher temperature. You need to know all of these to basically understand the. So what I'm saying is that an organic system is different from architectonique, because an organic system, what it does is that you need to understand everything to understand everything. Architectonique, you can understand B from understanding A.
Wow. Okay, that's enough of this guy, unless he's going to just provide his citation. Yeah, so we asked for a very specific thing then. You don't need to be saying any of these things that you just said, because you made the very specific claim that there are practical things on the Earth that we use Einstein's work for. His equations is what you said initially.
Yes.
Then you changed the goalposts from there to later on. His theory. It wasn't necessarily his equations, but now it's his theory, which is a mathematical theory, so it should be his equations anyway. So what you're going to do, or you're going to shut the fuck up, is you're going to just provide an example from this paper or any paper which actually bears out the conclusion that, yes, Einstein's stuff is practically utilized. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up here.
Yeah, just do that. Because you haven't been able to do what you came here and claimed that you could.
Yes, nigga. Yeah, I'm so sick.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you can't. That's why you're now wasting our time talking about this kind of logic, that kind of logic. You're not able to actually provide a citation to, support what you said. That's obvious.
Okay, nigga.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all meta. Yeah, it's all complete meta with you. You're not going to be able to put up. You're just going to put up a smoke screen instead of the thing that you said you could.
No. I literally said from the beginning I'm not gonna debate with you.
Yeah, but then you tried. Tried, and then you tried, and I see why
no,
you.
I didn't. I literally told you.
I see why you were hesitant. Okay, because you have absolutely nothing. That's why.
Sure.
So you had to bullshit your whole way through, and I guess by past experience, you know this doesn't work. Yeah, but I didn't tell you to post a paper, did I? I didn't say I wanted a link.
I told you.
I didn't say I wanted a source.
Did. You actually did.
Yeah, that was only part of it, though. What I said was to post a citation, so that would be the paper.
No, you didn't. You said that
yes, I did. I always say citation, so I said citation.
My memory is very good. I remember
what's in it that's going to support what you said, not a mere link.
No, you said that after I posted the paper.
No, that's what I always say every single time.
Yeah, you moved the goalpost. That being said, I said I would post the paper, then I would not engage in debate with you. That being said, I did tell you, read the paper. This is all I've been saying.
No,
substance in my argument. I didn't even argue.
You're going to need to rewind the live stream because that's not how that went. I asked for a citation. So, no, I just tell you again, I asked for a citation. That's going to be the link, and then whatever's in it.
You asked for a citation after I posted the paper.
No, I asked for it up front. A citation is what I said every single time.
Sure?
Yes, go on the live stream and find it. That's what I said.
Yes,
that's what I always say.
I will go on the live stream.
Listen, I know I would never just ask you for a link. Just give me a source.
No,
just give me just the bare source. Yeah, no, just give me the raw link. Just give me the link. I'll go digging through your dumpster for you and find what you say is in there.
That's not what you said.
I would never do that. Shut up, you gaslighting fool. What I would do is ask for a citation. That's what I do every time because I want not just the source, but I also want the information that's going to support what you said. So that's what I asked you for, guaranteed. And you haven't been able to provide it. And now you're so desperate. You're going to try to gaslight. You're going to try to gaslight everybody listening about what actually happened here because you got absolutely nothing. And like your first instinct told you, you should have just stayed, shut the fuck up.
A logical fallacy you did there. I asked you for the citation because I always do it. That's a logical fallacy.
Shut up, dude. I know that's what I did.
Yeah,
shut the fuck up. You're still continuing your gaslight. Just shut the fuck up. I know for a fact that that's what I did.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I know I asked you for a citation.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's what I do when people say these sorts of things.
100%.
I state it. I want to demonstrate. I want to not just a citation, but a demonstration, but the citation first, at least. And that's not going to just be a source. I would never just ask somebody for a source on its own with no information from it supporting what you said. That's worthless to me.
Go check
you can just take any link. You can take any link
is very good.
on the internet. It doesn't matter what it is, and just post it in the chat. That's what you're going to do.
Check it.
No, I'm not going to go doing your homework. Go get us a fucking citation. You know what? That's fine. That's fine because all this is for you is an exercise in arguing that you don't have a citation. So that's fine.
And if I may, Drew, just so you keep in mind, like, if there's any contention, you could always go back on the live stream and point out when somebody said something. So feel free to do that if you want.
Well, this isn't a contention. He knows he's been asked for a citation. He's just trying to get out of it because he's a slimy weasel.
How can I... Okay.
A quick question. That paper you linked, I took a screenshot where it mentions an CEF coordinate system. It's at the 814. I highlighted the ECEF frame. Do you know? Can you explain what that is, Drew?
Drew, didn't you read your paper? Oh, he promised himself he wouldn't speak. Because when he does, he puts his foot in his mouth.
Well, would anybody else with a good understanding of what an ECEF coordinate system is? Care to explain it?
You can Google it.
Yeah, just like you did. It's Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. So basically, it's a fixed plane with an XY base with a Cartesian coordinate system, XYZ, which is how they explain away their universe pretty much.
Doesn't sound like a globe.
Anywhere these people go to prove the globe, they always need a flat horizontal plane to start with. It's an absolute joke. What I'd also like to know is what is Lagrange's planetary perturbation theory? Because that stuck out. I mean, I'm trying to drive and read this paper at the same time, and it's just full of absolute fucking nonsense. But if you could tell me what that theory is, I'd love to hear all about that.
Which theory? Sorry, can you repeat?
Lagrange's planetary perturbation theory.
Okay. Anyways, what's his name? Travis. Just you know this guy Jaro. It's a little bit more complicated than that when we speak about the ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That being said, just Google it. It's way more complicated than what he basically said. Basically,
why did you need to Google it? If it was in your paper, why did you need to Google it?
Because he can Google it.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Yes,
I mean, I know your English is not your first language, but that's pretty simple explanation of the system that they're using.
No, it's not. It's not like you can't literally know the system from its name. It's even though it can be self-explanatory for someone who might not, for example, would you immediately assume that they use all three axes for this system? No, you wouldn't. Just Google it. It's easy to comprehend. Relatively easy
like
to
we've been around. We've been around for a long time, son. Especially someone like me, been around for nearly 13 years. I've read absolutely everything that is need to be read, and I'm interested in this article that you posted. I'll read it. But what I do know is the Cartesian coordinate system, and like I said, it doesn't matter where you globers go to try and prove your globe. You need to start with a horizontal baseline and a vertical at 90 degrees to come from it to describe everything that we see and everything that you do in your globe system.
In other words, they measure it flat to create the globe.
I'll look up that perturbation theory. That's got me inquisitive mind running. I'll have a read of that when I get home tonight. Fall asleep with a couple of glasses of red wine.
pretty crazy when people just send a link with like 40 or 900 pages. There's this link on McToon's page about doing surveying across the U.S. in the late 1800s, and well, theorists like to link it all the time, and then when you actually open the link, it's 900 pages long, and you always ask, well, is there a specific page or paragraph that we can look at? Because I don't have the time to read all this. And then they just run away. There's nothing specific they want to share within these papers. They just link the whole paper and throw it at you. It's like, we need specificity here.
Yeah, I had someone post that a couple of times, and one time I asked, can you just show me on the pages where it says sea level? I want to look at those.
Yeah, I remember having Bacon source that for me. He was arguing about what's it called, geodetic surveying, where they take azimuth angles and shit or something. And apparently, in this document, they have an angle whose interior, or a triangle whose interior angles exceed 180 degrees. So therefore, it must be on a planar surface, expanding outwards. But when you look inside of it, you have all these tables with numbers, angles in degrees, seconds, arc seconds, whatever the fuck, right? And he's like, oh, well, you just got to do some math to figure out which one is greater. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, there's hundreds of tables and data points, and a reader is expected to do the math? Like, why are you citing this if there's nothing in there concrete saying, here's the math from this point and this, da-da-da, what is 180 degrees? Why can't you cite that? It's ridiculous.
Who was it before that said a dump and run paper? Someone said that before. That's pretty much what this.
Pretty much, yeah.
I just shared a link in the side chat because people they have so much faith in these peer reviewed papers. But then I found this link where they had to retract 11,000 peer reviewed papers recently. It's like, well, how do you know? The paper you're linking isn't one of these or isn't going to become one of these. They put too much faith in these holy scriptures.
So speaking of, the published works, right? Do you know who Ghislaine Maxwell is?
I do. What did she publish something?
No, but her father owned Pergamon Press. Go down that little rabbit hole for about 5 minutes, I dare you.
I'm betting it's dark and horrible at the bottom of that rabbit hole. They're going to be very selective with what they're publishing, I'm sure.
But he owned like a majority of the stuff that was being published in medical journals, science journals, and funny enough, the school books that the children get. It's almost like you'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false. It's almost like that. Almost. Look into her dad. Her dad is a very interesting character. But, according to the current administration, it's all made up by the Democrats anyway, so nothing to see here.
That quote you said about how once their job is complete, when everything we believe is not true, reminds me of this one from that George Orwell 1984, where it says, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command." That just reminds me of everything about like globe science and physics. It's all contrary to your senses.
Yeah, it was I mean, from the former leader of the CIA in the early 80s. So, you know, the assassination that was probably tied to the CIA in Dallas, Texas. That was CIA has publishing of the educational system, the curriculums.
Oh.
if 70% of it is supposed to be water? We know water is flat, level, horizontal, whilst it's at rest. So that'd be a great way of rocking someone's world. So what do you think, young Rook? Are you safe now?
Yes.
Until the next person comes along and asks you to prove flat Earth?
Yes.
At least you can direct them back in here, eh?
Yes.
But anyways, mate, sounds like you're trying to get out of it for some reason, or you're too busy. But I'm happy because I've tested my microphone.
No, I'm not like trying to get out of it. I just don't know what to respond to the stuff you're saying.
Well, you are allowed to say, I don't know. Just because somebody asks you a question doesn't mean you have to give them an answer. There is no rule, no law that says you must fulfill someone's desires and give them an answer if you don't have an answer. If someone asks me a question and I don't know the answer to it, I'll just say, I don't know. Because I would rather be honest and say, I don't know, than baffle them with bullshit. So which would you prefer? I'll give you the option. You ask somebody a question and they say, I don't know, or they lie to you or just make up a story. Which would you prefer?
I don't know.
Exactly. So don't be scared to say, I don't know.
Okay.
Sometimes you might just come across the right person or persons who will go, oh, you don't know? Here's where to find that information, or here's what the information is. They will give you some information. Then if you don't believe them, that's another story. You can go and look up their information and see if it's true, correct, or good or bad.
Oh.
Make sense?
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, don't be scared to say, I don't know. It's not going to hurt anyone.
Oh.
Cool. Well, anyways, my friend, I am going to go and grab myself a drink, sit back and have a listen for a while. So if any one of these other lovely people in here wishes to ask any questions, please bring forward your questions.
You sound very smart.
Only on days ending in Y. So if you've got proof of curvature, make your claim, back it with some data. If you've got any questions about the nature of reality, please don't be scared. But I'm going to go and grab myself a drink and I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah, have any of you got any globe evidence? Let's see it. We're all ears. We're waiting for someone to present what they think is evidence that they live on a spinning ball. Because, I go out my door and into the real world and I look around and I don't see it. I'm not seeing what they're talking about. Curvature? No, not seeing that anywhere. Spinning, moving Earth? Don't sense that. Just feels stationary, flat, looks flat. So what's the evidence that it's a ball? Tell us. Anyone? Any takers? Surely there's somebody here that understands why we're told that the Earth is a big spinning ball. I mean, if there's evidence for it, then there's evidence for it.
Why we're told it's a big spinning ball? Because that's the curriculum. That's what we get force-fed at school.
That's true. Yep. They tell us that there's all these things that are, that are the result of living on a big spinning ball. But I don't see the evidence for that claim, so I'm just waiting.
Well, it actually would be quite simple to prove. If, of course, it's a ball, surely someone's gone out and just measured the drop over distance. They claim they've got all these photographs from space, so obviously it is a ball, so it'd be quite easy just to measure it. Get a laser, shoot it across the ground, and measure the difference between the laser and the ground over specific distances. So at 10 miles, you should have a 66-foot drop. At 20 miles, 266-foot drop. 30 miles, about a 600-foot drop, so on and so forth. So, that'd be quite an easy test. That would cover it.
So surely you wouldn't be able to go a 20-mile lake and shoot a laser across it and hit the target on the other side.
Oh, if it's a ball, definitely not. 20 miles is 266 feet. So your target would have to be 266 feet in the air in order for it to be hit. Assuming your laser is like 1 foot off the ground. I'm assuming that's what you're somewhere down there.
And you wouldn't be able to just go to a 20-mile lake and just see straight across to the other side on a ball, would you?
No, curvature would get in the way. Too much drop over distance.
Yeah, you'd see a horizon way before you'd see anything on the other side of the lake, right? Everything below that horizon. Yeah.
The horizon line is calculated from your elevation. The square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. That's where the horizon should be if you're on a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles.
So if there was an example of this, that'd be pretty damaging to this globe story.
Luckily, we're all taught it was a globe, and we all believe. Oh, wow. Imagine if there was some kind of, long-range observation which sees beyond the geometric horizon. That would wreck everything, or at least make people ask questions. So this new mic still sounds all right because I'm sitting further away from it than ever.
Sounds brilliant.
Yeah, I can hear you nice and clear as well.
Oh man, Like, I'm sitting probably 2 foot away from it. The other mic I used to sit 1 foot off. This is great. All I can say now, boys and girls, is brace yourself if I turn around and face this thing properly. Someone's going to get an earful.
I have to admit, I like the way you approach to the Globers, right? Because every time you ask them a question, that's why I said the trigger, right? The word trigger, because you kind of piss them off. And then still they don't get it, what you're trying to do, you know? So it's kind of funny the way you approach to them.
Just be brutally honest. If they don't like it, just go, yeah, their problem. Works for me.
No, yeah. But the thing is, or the way I proceeded, right, is like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I know you for a while, right? So I already know how you speak, how you communicate with the, you know, the Globers in general. But for the first time, it kind of sounds like you are trying to scare them, right? Even though I know you don't want to do that. But at the same time, it is funny. You know what I mean? That's all.
I get that. I think a lot of it is because I've got a naturally very loud voice, to the point where I don't need the gain turned up anymore. Like my last microphone, I think it was actually broken because of how much intensity it cops on a regular basis. So yeah, I have a naturally loud voice. And I think what makes it worse also is I do have a really decent set of headphones. They're not like ultra expensive, but they fit really nice over my ears. And because they cut down so much background noise, you naturally speak louder so that you can hear yourself at the normal range. So when I've got my headphones on, and I've actually tested it, I talk about 10 decibels louder with the headphones on. But just to put it in perspective, I'm still talking between 90 and 100 decibels with the headphones on. So right now, this level, I'd probably get about 92 decibels. So that means if you're near me, you should be wearing hearing protection. So I think just the pure intensity of it, plus the truckloads of passion that comes with it, and also the brutally honest character that holds it all together, yeah, it's probably not a good combination for some people. I know a lot of Indian people, they speak exceptionally softly, they are very quietly spoken, and that's just their natural behavioural characteristic. There's nothing against them, they're actually quite nice people. But I know I have scared the absolute socks off of quite a few of them. And I actually work with a young Indian lady, and she was telling me that all Aussies seem to be yelling at her. And that's why I said, no, that's just the normal communication methods. You guys are just really, really quiet. And she was like, oh, so you're not cranky with me? No, you'll know if I'm cranky with you. And I said, look, that's just Aussies in general. We're used to communicating over long range, like the next town. So we just yell. Well, we're not yelling.
That's what we did back in the days before mobile phones.
Before mobile phones come out, it was just like, hold on, I've got to call me mate. I want to know if he's going down to the pub. Oi, Semo, you going down the pub?
Like on the Simpsons, I'm going to be local member, and he just leans out the window. Hey, Barry! Barry goes, I'll take it to the Prime Minister, and he leans out his window. And he's like, oi, Prime Minister!
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, it's just normal. So I'm not offended by it. When people carry on about me yelling, I just laugh at it now. It's getting to the point where it's funny. And anyways, we've got a new contestant. Oh, it's a Comet 7. Sorry, how's it going, Purple? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you believe you're on a ball, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography? Which way do you lean, Purple? Okay, you don't lean. You can sit up straight then. We're not going to press you into that.
Every day's like, wee!
Oh my God.
Who needs to go to the showground? We already live on a giant whizzer.
Well, I was bringing out all the old words. Oh, shit. This is great. Yep, I'm pretty happy with my new toy.
Hey, Matrix, did I do it right, bro? I forgot the command for the VC.
Yes.
Just the mute.
I think that's the one. No. You didn't. Hold on, I'll just have a look. I can't remember. We've got the...
yeah, we got a keyboard warrior refused to come back into the VC to present the globe evidence.
FLA-mute. No T on it. Alright. Let me have a practice. Come here, you. That channel.
Oh yeah, that one talked a big game too. Came straight in, talking down, looking down the nose at us. Right, and then wanted to talk to the other Glober, and I'm trying to butt in. I was like, "Hang on, excuse me." She's like, "Yeah, no, I'm talking to Vicky." You just walked into the wrong saloon, partner.
Man, it's crazy how a lot of these kids, man, they felt so comfortable to just come here and insult other people just because we have different perspective. They felt so comfortable.
It's not the perspective. They've got this mindset that we're stupid. Oh, they're flat earthers. They must be stupid. They didn't learn anything at school. So they've got this mindset that because we say the earth is flat, that we're just complete retards because we didn't learn correctly at school. That's how they're thinking. They believe that we have not learned correctly in the first place. That's why it's good when you snag hold of them and you get this information out of them and they finally spit it out sometimes that, yes, I think you're a complete numpty. I think flat earthers are stupid. And once you start understanding that they have got this mindset that we're stupid and that we haven't learned anything, that's why we think it's flat, well, it's like, holy shit. It's crazy stuff, man. It really is. And it's even better when they come in with a real air of arrogance about them, and it's, oh, I'm so special because I probably go to Princeton or Harvard or some shit like that no one really cares about. But yeah, we've had a couple of really special people that we probably should have sat them down on the fluffy pillow so they don't get hurt when they get flat smacked back down where they belong. Who we got? Rice and peas. What have you put in? ChatGPT. Variation of gravity within latitude and elevation. Well, I'm not overly concerned, and the reason I'm not concerned is there's no curvature. So I don't care what you call gravity. If there's no curvature, there's no ball. So that's really simple.
What are you talking about? There is a curvature.
No, there's not. There is zero measured curvature.
Have you read the article?
So you're telling me reading an article proves reality?
No, but your argument says that there's no curvature.
No. My argument says we measure it as flat.
Yes, and I understand. But
excellent. So, in order for you to counteract me measuring it as flat, you need to measure it as not flat. So, where is your measurements of not flat?
So, the measurements are the fact that gravity changes, and if you take it like a pencil,
that's not a measurement,
and you measure the curvature,
that's not a measurement.
Don't you?
The fact, a fact is not a measurement. A measurement's a measurement.
What would you like to see?
No, you can try again. I'm happy for you to try again. But you started off.
But
a measurement is the fact that. No, you don't. You do measurements first, and then from those measurements, you can use those numbers to do whatever you like. So you seem to be doing it the other way. You seem to be doing some kind of mathematical construct, and then you're trying to make that fit in with some kind of model of a ball that you have. So how about we get rid of the ball model and we go out into the real world and we just measure the surface of a large lake, for example?
Can I ask you, but how do you measure the curvature of a 3D ball?
Well, do you know what a tangent is?
Yes, so that's what
I'm
talking about.
Excellent.
Yes.
So if we can create a tangent, then we can just measure the drop over distance from said tangent. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
That's one way to do it. The other way is to measure the radius. No?
Well, how are you going to measure the radius? Allegedly, it's too big.
I'm glad you asked that question.
You're going to dig to the center of the earth.
So the way that we measure the radius of Earth is by looking at the gravitational field around the Earth. And what we can see is it gets further away or closer. So if we put a little pencil, we drew a line from the center of Earth, and we drew like a line anywhere, in any direction, it would show that the Earth was round.
Right, I hope you realize that that's an affirming the consequence. Right, you're measuring the gravity, and then you're basically inferring from that, right, with the worldview that we have, or that you have, that it must be caused by something, right? And fitting into that, that something is a ball, and the mass of the Earth is causing this thing, right? So you're like 2 or 3 steps logically away from actually this thing in question. So it doesn't exactly work. I'm sorry.
It's essentially the same as using the word in the definition of the word. Like a woman is somebody who thinks they're a woman. Oh, she's got us. Gravity's measured by gravity?
What are you on about? You don't believe in gravity, guys?
What is
and that's not measuring and that's not measuring the radius, by the way. I thought you were going to measure the radius, not infer.
Okay, so you want to see an article that measures the tangent of the Earth?
Unless you got a 4,000-mile deep hole with a really, really long piece of string. I don't think you can measure it.
Yeah,
So
but like...
Hey, Rice and Peas, just to make it easy for you, inside chat, at 50 minutes past the hour, 50 past the hour, there's a 28.6 mile laser test. So these dudes go out, shoot a laser across a very large bit of a lake, and as we know, water, at rest, flat level, horizontal. They shoot a laser, 28.6 miles. So if you jump onto any Earth curve calculator, or if you're someone who's mathematically incline. You can do it for yourself and work out how high the laser should be. But if I jump onto this one here, 28.6, and we're going to set the eye height at 1 foot, even though in this video I'm pretty sure they say it's 8 inches. So if I press the calculate button, the target hidden height, so at the receiving end, that laser should be 499.75 feet above those guys. They should not be seeing the end of that laser.
That's taller than the Empire State Building.
Necessarily. Because it's not
Yes,
a perfect
necessarily.
circle, is it?
What's not a perfect circle? Okay, hold on.
Earth.
What is not a perfect circle?
The Earth.
So you're claiming that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or some kind of
it has
not
bumps
perfectly
and-
round?
It's not perfect. Nobody believes the Earth is perfectly round.
Well, I don't believe water has curves when it's at rest.
Water doesn't have curves, but the lake underneath it.
Excellent.
Will have-
They're measuring the water.
Oh, but it has curves when it's a certain size. When it's a smaller lake, it's not going to have curves.
Okay, hold up. At what size does it change? So at what distance does it magically go from perfectly flat and level to all of a sudden it's now curved?
Okay.
The Matrix, you remember me, my friend?
Excuse me?
You're good. So where does it go from water is flat and level to water is now magically curved? At what distance?
I'll tell you, hold on. To see the curvature of the Earth, the lake must be large enough for the Earth's surface to noticeably drop away. So it should be...
I would have considered a 500 feet drop more than sufficient distance to go, oh shit.
No, it's not about the drop, it's about the size of the lake.
So that's 28.6 miles across.
It's talking about nearly 30 miles. That's sufficient distance.
Yeah.
But it's not.
So at 30 miles, that should be a 500 foot drop, or just under 500 foot drop. Say again, sorry?
What is that in kilometres, 30 miles? Is that like 50 kilometres or something? Or is it less?
So I don't know, I missed what you... You want to convert it to metric?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I'll convert it to metric. So, the elevation of the laser is 0.3. The target distance is 46 kilometres. So that lake is 46 kilometres across, and the back end of it should be 152 metres behind the curvature. So in order to see that laser, you would have to be 152 metres high.
Okay, and who did this study?
Well, you can jump on and watch the video for yourself.
Why is it a video? Where's the evidence and numbers and the actual more than one person doing it? Is there only one person that's done this in a video?
That's one of the tests. How about we post another one up for?
No, I want more than one person to do that test and to get the same result. Is that?
That's not. I accept that. Yep. Here's other ones.
Yeah.
Copy link.
Okay.
Let's get some more out there.
For the record, right? We have an entire. If I may, just quickly, Bryce, I hope you keep in mind that we have a list of these sorts of things, right? Many people around the world have gone out in their respective areas. There's some up here in Canada. I think some people in the United States, out in Europe, who have all done similar tests over bodies of water at extreme distances.
Have you done
it? I have not personally, okay? But what I'm pointing out to you is that the measurements that they acquire, right? All these measurements don't adhere to the standard model provided by by the globe. Okay, they're not measuring a non-linear drop over distance. In fact, they're not measuring any at all, right? And that's the very interesting part about this, because that's what you would expect, right? You're not expecting a slope, right? We have a constant drop over distance, right? You're expecting a non-linear drop over distance. ever increasing distance as you go out, and we don't measure that. The measurements that these people are getting are arguably orders of magnitude off what they should be expecting.
Okay, you've just posted up the Lake Pontchartrain power lines. Mm-hmm. The problem you've got there is if that was the curvature rate, the United States alone would not fit on the ball.
What? What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is, if the curvature rate was consistent, as you show in your picture, the size of the United States would not be able to fit on the sphere that would represent that curvature rate. Your curve or your curvature rate is too small. Now, the other problem you've got, see how you can see the curve going forward. At that distance, you would also see the curve left and right. You do not. So you should put forward the question, what is going on there?
What are you talking about? Let me see that picture. You're saying I should see it.
You're the one that posted it.
No, what are you saying about it? Sorry?
You're a tiny earther.
What are you saying?
The radius is too small. See how you see the power lines dipping off in the distance? It looks like it's going around a curve.
Yes.
Yes, that's why you posted it, because you believe that's what's going on. This is just a heavily miraged image. That's all it is.
Miraged? So you just don't believe in pictures anymore?
I do believe in pictures. I don't know where you got, I don't believe in pictures when I said this is heavily miraged.
But how can it be miraged?
Because that's what happens when you get a very shallow body of water and it heats up and the air temperature has a large variance from the water to the air temperature, and it causes the light to do weird stuff.
But it's not in like the Sahara Desert. It's not that hot.
Nope, doesn't have to be. Only has to have a couple of degrees difference.
Okay, and what did you say about left and right? Sorry?
Okay, see how it looks like it's curved going forward? At that curvature rate, it would be too small a ball for the United States to fit on the ball alone. Don't worry about any other country. The United States would not fit there.
No, that's not how radiuses and curvatures work. It's not.
Have a look at the picture. The picture you've given us, Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah? If the curvature rate was to stay consistent, the rest of the United States wouldn't fit there. Actually, probably a third of the United States wouldn't fit on the ball. That's how small your ball would be at that rate.
Right.
So, normally, just so you know, when people post that image, I call them tiny earthers.
Okay.
But in your case, I'll make an exception.
The Earth's average radius by our standards, right, is about 6,000 kilometers. Yeah.
59 mile radius.
In kilometers, it's going to be
3,000 miles is what we believe the radius is. Yeah, so 6,000 kilometers.
Excellent. So, how about you go and try to prove this instead of just jumping onto all the so-called stories? Why don't you go out and just measure it for yourself?
Why don't you measure your flat Earth theory? And as I was saying,
because we have done. I've just posted up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laser tests. And you've posted up one picture of a heavily miraged set of power lines. And to add insult to injury, somebody below that has posted up a video showing the power lines not bending.
So there's hundreds of people that have done curvature tests. So I don't really know.
Show one.
What you mean by that.
Post one up.
I'm trying to explain to you what you just
Post one up. You don't have to explain it. Post one up. If hundreds of people have done it, surely you could just get one and put it up there.
I will. But you've kind of interrupted my flow in what I was saying. So you're trying to tell me that this shows that the Earth is too small, right?
Your picture. If the
small,
Earth was consistent at that rate, the United States would not fit on the ball.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm going to respond to what you just said. Can I do that?
You might want to keep an eye on side chat too.
Can I respond to what you've just said?
You can, but you're only defending your own picture. Good luck.
All right, thank you. So if the Earth was small, the curvature would be a lot steeper than what we measured. The tower would disappear a lot sooner, and there would be shorter distances. So the Earth as we know it is 6,000 kilometers around that. Okay? So the observation...
That's what the claim is, yep.
So the observation shows that the distance... Hold on. The distance that was shown in that picture was... Let me just get some numbers. So it was 15 to 20 miles, okay? And the drop was 3.2 inches, right? Over those 50 to 20 miles. So the maths behind it, let's do it. So, number one, if it was about that drop, so say if we had 5 kilometers distance, that was a 2 meter drop, okay? What is the maths behind it? I don't really... Let me just get it. Give me a second. Right, so if you drew drew a diagram, right, and you drew a circle, and you drew a tangent for that circle, right, and we made the radius 6,371 kilometers, right, and we said that the height is equal to r equals the radius minus square root of r squared minus the distance squared, which is by using Pythagoras theorem, right, with the triangles, yeah, because you guys believe in Pythagoras theorem, right? And
your proofs don't require my beliefs.
No,
yeah, we've done that
because
math.
There's no point you talking about it if you don't believe in it, right? So Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, we've done the math first.
Yeah, so then if you do that, then you can see that the distance would be would match up with what it is, right? So say if the distance was 10 kilometers, right?
No.
It would match up to be the curvature, and you put the curvature in as that d square that we measured. It would calculate the height or the radius to be 6,271 kilometers.
But you already started with a radius. Why do you have to recalculate a radius?
We didn't start with a radius. We started with the curvature.
But you're trying to prove curvature, so you don't know it's curved in the first place.
No,
so you're begging the question.
So we started off with the drop distance. My bad. Sorry.
Right. But hold on. Did you not just ask, right, about using Pythagoras and shit like that? Because that equation, but what was it? R squared divided by D or something. Oh, I have it right here. Yeah, it's the draw. I have the math in the chat if you want to check it out. Right. This one uses a derived parabolic approximation starting from the generic circle. Right. So you can use a Taylor series expansion to fit a parabola to a circle whereby that parabola is guaranteed to touch the circle at one point. So it's the most perfect, quote unquote, fitted parabola you can use. And by that approach, you can derive a approximate 8-inch per mile squared drop over distance. So that's arguably where this comes from. And and what people are arguing is that we don't actually witness that out in reality. That's kind of the whole point.
But when we put the numbers in, it works.
Which numbers
in what?
What's
Hold on. You've put the numbers in, it works. I heard that bit. So now you've got to go and test it against reality. So at the moment, you're testing it against a model. So you've got a set of numbers, which are just randomly chosen, matched against a model. So how about instead of matching the numbers, which just work, quote unquote, against the model, now go and test them against reality. So let's create a tangent. We're going to shoot a laser. Let's measure at given distances, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and let's see what the drop is. There is no drop. This is the problem. You're claiming there is people that have done it. I hear you. I'm going to accept that on face value. Or do I have to? How about you put forward proof of somebody that's done this?
Yeah, I don't know why we're going back to this. I'm talking about...
The reason is you're claiming this mathematics. I've got no problem with the mathematics. The mathematics works when you associate it to a model. I don't want it associated to a model. I want it associated to reality. You're telling me the mathematics works. I agree with you. The numbers do work. If you are on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, then the drop over distance should be this. That's great. I agree with you 100%. Okay. Now, let's go out into reality and see if the drop is there. And that's where all of the mathematics falls apart because the drop's not there.
That's just not true. So there's wide...
Excellent. You've told me it's not true. So how are you going to validate that? Now prove it. We've got laser tests. There's 5 of them inside chat. There's 5 of them inside chat showing you no drop. So what are you going to do to prove to us that there is a drop?
Okay, stop shouting, please. Thank you. It's just a bit overstimulating for me.
It's not shouting.
Okay, raising your voice, whatever. Okay, so
you wait for it.
Thank you. So I'm putting articles as I speak, right? So what I was going to say is, there's only 6 people that you've said that has ever done this experiment.
No, I've only posted 6 laser tests. That's it. There's heaps more of them.
Okay, but there's not as many as there is in the scientific community, right?
Oh, you think the study of shapes is a scientific endeavour? Please enlighten us all.
What are you on about? I'm talking about the curvature experiment, right? So I'm saying there's not as many people, right, that have done it as there has been in the curvature experiment. Yeah. So it's widely known that in the curvature experiment, the ones that have done by flat earthers, that it is really,
interferometry is not a curvature experiment.
Okay, whatever. To try and disprove it.
Don't
really
say whatever. It's very simple. Have you got measurements of drop over distance? I don't want inferences. That's all you've offered me so far. You've offered me mathematics and you've offered me inferences.
Okay, so
where has it been measured as drop over distance?
Can you just relax? I put 2 in the chat already. I'm getting more. So as I'm talking, which is what I promised you, right? So what I'm saying is that the people have for years, right, in the scientific community, like
the study of shapes is not a scientific endeavour. You're in a category error, gorgeous.
Can you click?
So I'll tell you something now. I want you to listen.
Still shouting.
How about you? Be quiet for a second.
Stop shouting.
You shut up. Right. Rice and Peas, you to me sound like someone who's been through university and you're quite proud of what you have learned there. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I hope you do well in your life. Now, let's get this straight to the point. The study of shapes is not scientific. If you believe it is, you are in a category error. So I don't know what they learned you at your university, but you're straight out fucking wrong, gorgeous. So, now that you've got that through your head, please tell us more about how science proves shapes.
I'm not being funny, but science, maths, biology, physics, chemistry, all of that, they all kind of, philosophy, they all kind of overlap at some point. When you get to like a university level, you realise
some of them are sciences, some of them are pseudosciences.
So we can't do science
unless they follow the scientific method. They're not really science.
And you're talking over me.
No, you're just rambling. I don't care about philosophy. This is the study of geometry. You're trying to prove you live on a ball. Why not just measure it? Why do you have the necessity to throw all these inferences at me, which mean nothing, without any measurements? Why not just go and measure it? You've said hundreds of people have measured it, yet you've put nothing forward. Where are these hundreds of people that have measured curvature?
I put it in the chat. Also, you said that you asked me a philosophical question, which is how can shapes be part of science? And I am trying to tell you that you can't really study physics or be an engineer or do chemistry or do a lot of science without understanding basic maths and basic geometry, because they all overlap with each other. Even as a
geometry, okay, let's just get it simple. Is geometry a science? Yes or no?
No. But just like you can't have English without
So
science.
great. So you're studying a shape, a sphere. So this is not science. So how do we deal with shapes? We measure them. That's it. It ain't rocket surgery, gorgeous. Even you can comprehend that.
No,
yeah. If I may quickly, right? If you really think about it, right, what you were proposing, so as to say that math is an integral part of science in these days, because you can't really do science without math. At least not at fine-tuned, highly accurate level, right?
You can't.
It's kind of like saying, because of that, math is therefore a science.
Maths is not a science. I never said that.
Okay, then it's not. Okay, perfect. Then there's no argument there.
I don't know why he's yelling at me. He's not listening. I just said
it's worth making that. The only reason why I'm just making that distinction is because most of the arguments that do come our way are mathematical model arguments, right? And we're asking for actual measurements, right? And they don't bring any, and then they claim, well, it's science, but all they're doing is mathematical modeling.
But the point is, because the Earth is so big, it's so massive, we can't just use maths alone. We have to use what we know about the universe and how it interacts with things. So we need both maths and science to figure out the size of the Earth.
But no, that's not what's happening, because there's no science in doing a measurement, right? What happens is people come in with models of how things work, right? And then they just plug in their maths into it, right? These models that they're coming in with are more philosophical than anything else, because they're not bringing in cause and effect relationship assessments, right? Which is what natural science is, right? They're not doing that, but they're claiming it's a scientific argument for what Matrix was pointing out to you. It's not even in the proper category. That's like me bringing an English poetry argument to a math argument. It doesn't, they don't fit.
Well, we can't have science without language or literature.
Right.
And we have to define words in science.
And that's fine. That's why you can use it. That's why you can use it. Hold on. It's not the same. To say you use math or use language in science, okay, is not the same as saying I have a scientific argument or a mathematical argument, and therefore I'm going to bring a poetry argument into the room. You see what I mean? Like,
it depends. Maybe one day it might have to do subconscious. Who knows?
That's okay. Well, I mean, if you want to bring that one day, that's fine. But at the moment, you see my point, right?
You can bring maths. It doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't really matter, whether it's maths or science.
But it does.
Really doesn't. Why does it
does matter? Because it does matter because people are saying we have scientific proof of a shape.
Yeah, because it's so big. The Earth is so big. We can't get a ruler and measure the size. Even flat earthers must understand that, right? You can't get a ruler and measure the size of our planet, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
But here's the thing:
we use other means outside of maths.
Yeah, you know what those other means are? Instead of taking a giant ruler, right, which doesn't exist, and try to wrap it around the supposed ball. Instead of doing that, you'd be a little bit more practical and measure smaller incremental aspects of the supposed surface, of the supposed ball, I should say. Right? you're still in the right category. You're still doing the proper procedure, just at a smaller scale. And if you account for accuracy, error margins, et cetera, right, you can extrapolate that out appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to jump from one category to another, right, and misappropriate the entire argument by invoking something that has no place in it.
Okay.
That's the only point. That's no point.
Cool. So this is when we go back to the studies that have been done by, you call us globies? What do you call us?
I don't.
By round earthers, right?
I don't have a direct word.
Global earthers, whatever. Whatever you call us. The studies that we've done are, I put them in the chat, where the studies that you've done, I've seen some studies and I've read about them, and like half of the time, they are not that accurate, and there are lots of margins and errors and things like that. And it's really, because you guys don't have the funding, it's really hard to trust.
So let's get this straight. All we have to do is measure the difference.
What are
with a laser test? At 30 miles, there's supposed to be 600 feet of drop. So what kind of margin error would you allow at 600 feet? So at 600 feet, that's the full curvature. At 0, that's flat. Now, the laser was out by 4 inches. 4 inches. So how much error do you believe flat earthers should have before they say, stuff it, it's not flat? At what distance? 10 feet? 20 feet? 30 feet?
There's different types of error, right? There's random.
Well, that's an error. At what distance do you say use stuffed up? You are wrong.
I'm not talking about systematic error. I'm talking about random error. I'm talking about humans being a bit shaky and not using the rulers properly and doing things with.
You're claiming errors, but yet you can't point out an error in the video.
Yeah, Rice. I'll tell you the error here. Rice, check this out, dude. I'll tell you the error here. There's a grand error. Okay, the grand error is the discrepancy between what we do measure, okay, and the claimed expected result. That error is off by, like I said it before, I think, orders of magnitude. Okay, so like Matrix is pointing out, if you have a 600-foot drop, okay, and you get maybe 6 inches deviation from height of source and height of destination, when you should have at destination a height of like 600. Okay, you're looking at a foot to 6 feet. 6 inches to a foot, maybe a few feet, compared to 600. You're off by like 2 orders of magnitude. There's your error. Okay, it's not like people are doing a test and getting, for example, 598 point something when we're expecting 600, and then you're like, oh well, you're 0.5% off. That's tolerable, or people are trying to argue that that's tolerable. It's not even in the same freaking ballpark, right? It's like the error is the flip side, right? Instead of being 0.5% off, it's like 99.5% off. That's why this is important. Now, if you mean to claim that this is because of shaky hands or something, like, I want to hear that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that then there's been reports of the fact that you guys don't have the funding, right? You can't use machine accurate testing as much, so people are just kind of going out there with a string or something and doing these experiments. And for me personally, it's quite hard for me to...
Why are you using these broad spectrum excuses? In the laser test, the 28.6 mile one, how are you getting pieces of string and people with shaky hands? It sounds like to me you've got hurt feelings because you don't have any excuses to cover this.
We're getting personal.
You're just throwing these broad ideas out there, people with shaking hands, and you guys don't have the funding, so you're only using string and bits of sticky tape. Gorgeous, you have come here with nothing, and you're going to leave here with not much more.
I mean, it's arguable, but okay, if you say so. I think...
So, let's use the videos for example. 28.6 miles. should be a 600-foot drop. It's not. If they were 592 feet, I'd go, you know what? It's going the other way. I think we stuffed up. If it was at 300 foot, you'd go, could go either way. I'm not sure. But when it's only 6 inches, surely someone like yourself would go, hang on a minute, I have to look into this. But no, you're making excuses. You've made inferences. You've made excuses how we're poor and we can't afford to do the tests properly. And what else have you got? You haven't provided us with any of these hundreds of people that have proven curvature, that have measured it. You've only offered inferences.
No,
now that you're starting to realise that there's no measured curvature, please.
Matrix, I put about 6 in the chat.
No, you didn't.
Let me see. Let's scroll back. Walter Bislin. Ah, yes. The Rainy Lake experiment. I'm going to let someone else deal with this because I might pop, and we all know what I'm like.
Why are you getting so mad? We're just having a discussion.
I'm not.
Why are you going to
You're in here thinking you're all that in a bag of chips, and all you're doing is the same thing that every other person every other day does.
No,
Here, this is my proof. Here, this is my proof. And none of them are measurements.
Getting hurt. It's not an immoral thing. It's
you are. Because you're realising you haven't got anything.
Bro, I know you're on a high right now, but
how about you put some evidence up? You've got nothing yet.
Brother, listen.
Brother. Yeah, nice one, brother. So what you've realised, Rice and Peas, is your degree from university means nothing.
I mean, I don't
Interesting,
know why
that isn't it? So what have you got a degree in? Cooking?
I'm just asking you to just be a bit more
literature. How about you be more respectful when you drop in and lose the attitude? All right?
Yeah, right.
I don't have any attitude. You're the one insulting me for no reason.
No,
I don't.
No, I'm sorry, Rice. You do have a little bit of there's a bit of an undertone of a pompous kind of snobbiness coming from you. I gotta admit, but it's okay. Right? It's not our first rodeo. The thing here is you're throwing out, or you're invoking Walter Bislin. What is the Walter Bislin thing that you're pointing out? Can you describe it?
What do you mean by that?
I thought I heard Matrix say you posted something about Walter Bislin.
Yeah.
Okay,
one of the things posted? Walter Bislin,
he looked at the lake when it was frozen, right?
Okay.
And he put the laser on it at a height, and then he measured to see whether the laser would be curved, right, or the drop would be changing, right, on the Rainy Lake experiment. And he discovered that it did when it was at a higher distance.
What were the measurements?
And he looked at the tangent.
The distances?
Let me read it. So it says at 3.91 meters when the laser was that high at that drop, it had 2.2 kilometers, 4.4, 6.4 kilometers, and 9.5 kilometer. So therefore, the distance between the surface and where the laser was shone changed. So the laser was straight, obviously, but the distance from the laser to the Earth had changed, showing the tangent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So what were the distances? What were the drop over distance from
the drop over distance? So you had.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I see here.
You got it?
Tangent. Yeah, I'm watching it here. Okay. So there's a non-linear relationship, it seems. Okay. So how do they compare to the model that would be expected?
I don't know what model you believe in.
The model, well, quote unquote model of a radius of 3,959 miles.
What the radius? Well, it matches up,
what I mean by that is if you have a radius, right? The radius is the primary characteristic of the primary property that would define all sorts of other stuff, right? Circumference, diameter, drop over distance from any tangent, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, the radius is what we expected it to be. 6,000 kilometers.
I hear that. I presume that he's using that somewhere. I'm just asking you if you could point out where in his measurements the drop over distance that he would have expected from that initial model were confirmed or reinforced by the information that he did here.
The distance for the target was, well, the table's here, isn't it? You can see it, right, in the article. So his distance is 2,168 meters. His refraction was 0.063 meters. He calculated the height to be 4.218 meters, but he measured it to be 4.28 meters. The difference in height was 0.062 meters. So he calculated in that refraction distance with what he would see from the laser, because obviously over a distance.
Wouldn't you have to prove the curvature before applying refraction to it?
No, refraction exists without curvature. What are you on about?
No, but
curvature exists without refraction. Wouldn't you have to prove the curvature?
And also consider consider this.
You can show refraction through air.
Excellent. So how do you verify the curvature if you can't separate it from the so-called refraction?
Refraction doesn't have to do with curvature, my guy. It has to do with particles in the air.
So how do you prove that when you're using your eyes to witness this? How do you separate the two?
You use maths.
So you're just throwing random numbers out there. So you're going to have a look out there and you're going to go, shit, I can't tell the difference between curvature and refraction. And then you're going, you know what, fuck it, let's just use these numbers.
No, that's not how...
So how do you prove the curvature if you can't separate it from the refraction?
I'm about to answer the question.
You're not.
How do you know? What do you want about? When you
Excellent. Throw that same question at yourself. How do you know?
I'm going to answer.
Why did you slow down then? Because something just clicked in your little brain.
You're making me nervous. So
you think I'm shouting? You wait for it.
Can you stop shouting at me? Okay. So as
someone fill it in.
Right.
I'm answering your question. But he's shouting at me. So as I was saying, when you have a laser, right? Cool. And you shine it in a straight line, like over a table. Like imagine if it's just 30 centimeters. Yeah. There's going to be a certain amount of refraction. Doesn't matter about curvature. Refraction exists without curvature. So you can have a flat earth theory and believe in refraction. So it has nothing to do with it. However, because air particles exist and the density changes as you move, right? Especially over a distance, right? Therefore, there's always going to be a refraction rate going on. You don't need to believe in an earth curvature for refraction.
You're talking about terrestrial refraction, which requires a radius,
a distance,
R value.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, you don't have R for your terrestrial refraction measurement. Also, it's not an experiment. Do you know what an experiment is? Rainy Lake experiment. It's not an experiment. So you don't even know what science is. You don't even know what refraction is. You haven't posted any measurements of curvature. You posted how to measure a curve, but nothing to do with Earth. Okay? It's not an experiment. Just get it right.
Right. If I may,
I don't understand refraction. So you're telling me that air particle density doesn't change refraction rates? Is that what you're saying?
No. Refraction is when light moves from one medium to another. When light moves
it happens in air.
Goes from air to
air is more complicated than what do you think air is? Air is a mixture of different elements, right?
Refraction is when light moves from one medium to another, like from air through water or glass, and it refracts. Air is one medium.
But air is complex. Air is not uniform.
Consider this, right? The traditional use of the term refraction, as Daz was pointing out, it's only applied between two distinct mediums, right? Where people can invoke Snell's law and do a simple calculation and calculate what they would expect the light would deviate from. In this context, there must be some other model used, right, to be able to predict based off of different characteristics of the air throughout the trajectory of the light beam, right, using humidity, temperature,
Exactly.
pressure, etc.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what model is being used to derive this?
Well, I'd have to really look into that study, but I'm sure. But but let's assume that you guys are right, because what he's saying is refraction only occurs for like 0.43 meters, so we can ignore that. It's still about 6,000, right? Because you guys don't believe that refraction changes in air, which is just
That's not necessarily the argument. Okay, some people will go down that route. What I'm saying is, if you're going to use a refraction model in the argument, okay, it's worth noting that the characteristics of that model, okay, utilize some presumptions about the environment in the first instance, okay, namely the actual radius of the Earth. Okay, you can check it out. There's at least 2 or 3 out there that people have invoked, and upon scrutiny, you realize that there's an embedded radius value in there. Okay, so they're basically using this to prove one thing, but that one thing is presupposed in the thing that they're using to try and prove it. Okay, so that's not exactly appropriate. You can see the circular reasoning, right?
But
Number two, number two, right? Other people will just backwards engineer a supposed refraction index to fit what they expect, given the scenario, given the radius of the Earth, et cetera, et cetera. So they're not actually going out there grabbing humidity samples, temperature samples, et cetera, and then figuring all out throughout the entire trajectory what the refraction index would be, right? They're just imputing it post hoc. Okay,
no,
so there's like at least 3 different issues in here. I'm sure you can see that already.
They haven't. I'll tell you how they did it. Are you ready? So they measure refraction as like they measure the standard refraction coefficient, right? And they didn't use the radius to do that. They just used
You mean they calculate it?
Sorry?
Right. You mean they calculate it, not measure it? Right. It's an index.
Yeah. So they didn't calculate it. That's what I mean. Yeah. So
they did. Wait. Are you saying they did or they did not calculate it? You said measured at first, so I'm a little confused.
You know what I mean. You know I mean.
No, I don't. You do. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So the refraction coefficient was calculated by how the
You do need the radius, by the way.
Yeah. I'd encourage you to go study this before you try to argue for it, please. Take some time.
And with standard refraction over 10 miles, you're only accounting under standard refraction for 9 feet of drop. There should be 66 feet of drop. That doesn't give you a plane where the background aligns with the foreground. That should only give you an adjustment of 9 feet over 10 miles. So there's not enough refraction to account for the long distance observations. That's your problem.
Yeah, Rice, if you think about it, I'm pretty sure you've heard this before, right? Standard refraction being 7/6R, right? You've heard that phrase or something in the past, right? You're basically taking R, which is the radius, again, presupposed, and you're enhancing it by 1/6, right? 6/6 is a whole. Yeah, 1, you get 7/6, right? You're increasing the radius by 16 or 17%, okay? Like that's the effect that it would have, okay? And it just adjusts things plus or minus a few percentage points. So over these distances, you're getting little nudges in particular directions, and it doesn't mean jack shit. We're again, like I told you before, we're talking deviations from an expected value of over 95%, 90 to 95%.
But
this thing would have a small margin.
Yeah. Okay. But let's assume you're right. Okay. Let's assume we're using coefficient of refraction to measure the refraction, right? But the question is like, why would we why it wouldn't work So we did the other way around, didn't we? We took we looked at the things and we put it into the equation and it works and it made sense, right? But it's not the only evidence for around Earth. It can be measured independently of the Earth's radius as well, right?
So here's the interesting thing, right? With the Walter Bislin thing, all I see are distance and height measurements, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere in there, he's lumping in some magical imputed index of refraction.
Measured and tested coefficient.
Okay, so how did he measure and test that coefficient? Again, like you said before, it's a calculation, not a measurement, right? Did he check this out, right? Consider this. Maybe you'll find it in the article. Okay, I'd encourage you to do this. Did he impute that index to fit the model and then use that as justification for it to say, oh, the air, humidity, all these things must have been so perfect so as to allow this phenomena to be observed? Or did he actually sample these data points and then derive a coefficient from that and then fit that into the calculation along with the distance and height measurements?
No, what people did is they took...
Key distinction.
Should I tell you? I'm going to ask you a question. So I'll put it in the chat now. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So they took some lasers and they did the gradient of the refractive index over different distances. So you can use that graph and you can, go up and down and choose points in that graph
That's very nice.
Refractive.
That's very nice. Unfortunately, that's very nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't answer my question. Are these values imputed post hoc, or did he go sample the necessary variables out in the wild to derive an actual refraction index to then be added into the model along with the other measurements?
So this picture was done in the wild.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
The numbers in the picture match up with the numbers he used.
Listen to me clearly, right? I understand that the guy went out in the wild and he took some distance markers or whatever, okay, blocked the laser, and then took measurements of the height and the deviation from the ground. That's all well and good. Alongside that endeavor, did he also sample the necessary variables like humidity, temperature, pressure, et cetera, and then use those to impute or to compute a refraction index? Or did he only take these distances and heights, fit it to a model, and then backwards engineer a refractive index?
Yeah.
This is very important. Okay, he did. Can you point out which one he did and where he says he did it, please?
Who? The one that I just showed you here?
The Walter Bislin, yeah. I see the graph.
I would have to find it.
Yeah,
but
I see the graphs, right? And those are very, very descriptive. The question then becomes, are those measured? Or
this is not. This isn't independent. This is not water. This is somebody else that is independent of water.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay,
so the fact that water did it, I would have to go and find it. But
okay. Because not 5 minutes ago, we were talking about Walter Bislin. You can see you can understand my confusion, right? Now you're invoking a different thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So let me come back, please. So you see, the thing with the scientific community is I'm going to go find it for you because you're asking me to, right? But the thing with the scientific community is that we peer review. So he couldn't have published that if several other people didn't do it and get the exact same result. The same with
so if they got the exact.
But let me finish, please. The numbers that
just keep in mind, right? At best,
did matches with his numbers.
Right. So if they employ the same method by post hoc backwards engineering a value, if they take his numbers and do the same function, right, pipe those things through the same function, they get the same value. Whoop-de-doo. If that function or that approach, right, which is being put into question here, is inappropriate and arguably a form of circular reasoning, but they don't care because it fits their ideology, well, they're just going to, be stroking each other off and everybody's happy.
No,
that's not how things should be done here.
It's not the aim of science. Science, all the time, we say, hey, this guy was like, we say Einstein's wrong.
You would think so, right?
All the
You
time.
would think
Like,
so,
why
right?
it doesn't.
You would think so.
Mean anything.
So how about this, right? So how about
Why
this,
would
right?
we
So
do
how about
that?
you go check this out, right? So how about you, right, who's invoking this as part of your argument, go and confirm, right, the suspicion that we have, whether these things are backwards engineered values to fit a data model, or that they're actually derived from real world measurements. Again, the index of refraction coming from all the necessary variables out in the wild, okay? Or are they backwards engineered? I think that's a great question to ask, and I'd highly encourage you to go try and find that out. Because if it's one or the other, it basically makes or breaks your argument.
Well, I've shown you one, right, where it's not engineered, right, where it's actually in the wild. The pictures I just showed, the pictures.
Those pictures that you showed me, right, those graphs, I see nonlinear lines, right, curves. I'm asking, where do those come from? Are they...
Right, I'll show you an article here. Look, here's one about the humidity. Scientific journal.
Okay. Break it down.
Okay.
Break it down.
There you go.
Don't just hurl something at me. I'd like you to argue. Argue for it. Read it, right? Build your point, and present, please.
What are you saying, sorry?
Don't just hurl us an entire article, one that you arguably just found now, right, from the seat of your pants. Okay.
This is what you asked me to do, though, isn't it?
I'm asking you to form an argument, not to just throw us a link to a multiple page document. Okay, one that arguably you didn't even read yet. Understand?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So maybe take some time, go over this, and come back another day and see if it actually adds to your whole point, or if it's just something that has words that you saw and took it and tried to throw it at us and see that thinking that we won't catch it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you asked me to show you evidence of around.
But how do you? No, that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you about the index of refraction, whether it's calculated, right, from a form of backwards engineering, or if it's forward engineering, quote unquote, using the base materials or the base variables gathered from the wild. That's what I asked you. Right? So how do you know that this confirms your suspicion or not? You didn't even read it yet.
I already see several assumptions built into that article you've sent. They're already pre-assuming the vertical refractivity gradient. They're already assuming standard atmospheric conditions. By the looks of it,
no, because that's what he asked me to do. He asked me to find an article that tells you about humidity and how that affects the refraction. So that's what the argument's about.
And you've also got the K factor in here, so you're already assuming Earth's radius.
Yeah, K is the modulation of that factor, right? K would be that extra 1/6, right?
Okay. So say if I am going to become a flat earther and I agree with what you guys are saying, what do you guys believing exactly as a flat earther if I'm considering it?
I don't know if anyone else wants to grab that. I would highly encourage you, Rice, not to, quote, just believe us, not even entertain it for, sake of argument.
No, but it's interesting. I want to know what you guys think. Like, is this...
Right.
I'm going to hear you out. I'm not even going to say anything. I just want to say, what do you guys believe in? What is your flat earth model?
I don't.
There is no flat earth model. We're literally just pointing out here that in order to get to your globe model, you need all sorts of assumptions. And like the boys were trying to tell you in the beginning, you're already assuming Earth is a sphere with a radius.
Yeah, true. But what's the counter argument? What if the Earth isn't a sphere, then what is it?
Well, we know how the nature of water. We know the majority of this world is water, and we know that water's not curving. That's what we're trying to point out. We're measuring the Earth to be flat.
How does the Earth work? How do we fly around the world like that? How does that work?
On a plane
If you read the pilot manual, yeah, they're flying over a flat. Yeah, in the pilot manuals it says that they treat the atmosphere
Okay, sorry.
On an aeroplane.
Yeah, they're flying the plane, treating the atmosphere as non-rotating and treating the surface as non-curving. We have pitch data from planes that show us that they're flying over a flat plane.
So do you think, how do we go from Australia to the UK?
Well, they're going through the northern hemisphere.
But then why don't we experience a really sharp turn when we reach the northern hemisphere?
A really sharp turn.
Because is it flat? What do you mean? Is it a disc shape? What is your model of the flat Earth? Is it a donut? I don't know what you think, or what would the alternative be. And no one's answering my question directly.
Yeah, because we're not going to sit here and tell you about a model that we cannot confirm or deny. But what we don't know at the moment. That's what you're saying.
But
what we can tell you is that you can navigate across the plane fairly similarly if the center of that plane is your magnetic north, giving you your cardinal directions. So when you go east, you'll be going into a circle and circumnavigating around a central pole. And what we're finding is your flight plans on a globe. Your flight plans on a globe don't make sense to what we experience when you get sort of emergency landings and pit stops and this, that, the other. We're actually seeing it depicted on a flat Earth very similarly.
So can I confirm something? You guys, basically, you're saying there's no evidence for a round Earth, right? So therefore, we shouldn't just believe it. The Earth might be flat, but there's no evidence for that either. Is that what you're saying? So therefore,
no, I just told you. We know the water's not curving. If the water's not curving, and the majority of this Earth is water, where did you get to a ball? And we're telling you had to pre-assume it by backwards engineering what you see, taking out perspective, and basically circle jerking refraction. That's the only way you get to your ball.
Why do you say the water's not curving?
Because we know the nature of water. We know that water doesn't curve. We know the majority of the realm is water.
Can I just ask a question?
Wait a second. Hang on. You say you know the nature of water. Okay. So when have you in another instance experienced water on a scale where it covers thousands of miles? How do you know how it behaves that way? Because you have no analog for that. What do you mean you know how water behaves?
Because any body of water of any size, water at rest, the surface of that water will lay flat. It doesn't matter whether you've got a swimming pool, whether you've got a lake. It's always, the nature of water is always the same. So why would you assume anything other than that?
But how in your experience tells you that no matter what the size? Because what have you experienced that's the size of an ocean? If you go stand on the beach and you look out across the water, how can you? What is the evidence of what you're saying that water doesn't?
Well, when have you experienced curvature?
Just because water doesn't curve in a glass, right? That doesn't mean.
At any scale, water doesn't curve at any scale.
How do you know that? You're just pausing.
The nature of water at rest will always lay flat, and the surface of water will be flat.
What you're saying is that water is flat, and I know that because that's the nature of water. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. That's not evidence.
Well, if it's a base axiom. If you understand it and you know it, then what's the problem?
Yeah, it kind of does work out.
So anyway, this is pointless because it's pointless to try to convince flat earthers through rational arguments that they're wrong because they didn't.
The problem is you need empirical measurements. At the moment, you're trying to argue through rational and everything but empirical measurements. The Earth is measured as flat. You're just making what claim? If you're going to claim against that, you would have to provide some kind of measurement that proves otherwise. Do you have said measurement?
Do I have said measurement? What? Sorry, I didn't understand that. I'm not following your argument.
Okay, I'll make it easy for you.
No,
the Earth is measured as flat.
No.
If you want to prove it's not flat, then you have to provide measurements showing such.
So I have to personally provide measurements? I don't
care if you've got someone else that's done it. We're not overly fussed. But at the moment, all you've got is hearsay, and we've got lots of measurements, but yet no one seems to be able to show them.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that anytime I bring in, well,
you haven't brought any. I don't want your stories of you bringing it in. I want you to bring it in so we can assess it. You might be the one.
But anytime
I haven't seen it yet. Yep, nice well poison. So bring it in. Don't tell us stories about you bringing it in. Just bring it in.
So let me finish what I'm saying. So I could bring in evidence that I've.
You could. How about you just do?
So you're not actually letting me speak. Okay.
No, we just want you to bring the evidence in. You're making claims that you can bring it in, you will bring it in, you do bring it in every time I bring it in, but yet I've seen nothing. Please bring in your evidence.
Now you're misrepresenting what I said. You're not allowing.
Excellent. So I'm glad you're hearing me. Bring in your evidence. You're making claims that you have it. Bring it in. So you don't have it.
You're talking about hypothetical evidence. Now we get people like you. But listen, we get people like you all the time.
You're not actually letting me speak.
No, but listen, here's why. Because we hear this all the time. There's loads of evidence. There's loads. Well, why don't you provide some? Because we've just been through the evidence from the last person. The last person was trying to claim standard refraction accounts for long distance observations, but there isn't enough refraction in standard refraction. So the only way you can achieve that is through backwards engineering and changing your value of the atmosphere without taking any real world measurements. So there is issues and flaws with this so-called evidence that you guys keep claiming. So why don't you bring some evidence so we can have a look at it? Otherwise, you're just basically giving us a hypothetical that doesn't exist.
No, I showed you the experiment of people with lasers measuring the refraction of those lasers. Refraction exists. We're not arguing whether refraction exists.
We told you standard refraction. Yeah, but we told you standard refraction would only give you 9 feet over 10 miles. That's not accounting for the long distance observations we have.
No, refraction counts like 0.5.
So 9 feet at 10 miles. That means you're 50.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
7 feet out of whack.
Yeah, 57 feet isn't accounted for over just a 10-mile observation. So how can you still have refraction on the table at this point?
It's less than that. If I showed you that experiment with that guy that you kept saying the name of, it counts as 0.5 meters. It's still about 6,000 meters. It's still massive. It's still showing a massive.
But it's not massive enough. That's the problem. You're out by magnitude, love. This is where you're going wrong. You're saying there should be refraction. Okay, I'll give you refraction. I'll hand it to you on a silver platter. Now, 10% is what you'll have at 30 miles.
Less than
10%. You're supposed to have 600 foot of drop. Take off your 10%. So you lose 60 foot. You still have to find me 540 feet of drop. Please, go right ahead. I'll let you have your 10% refraction.
Not 10%.
It's all yours.
No, but my point to you is, this is what, and my question hasn't still been answered, which is, I was asking you, what is the flat Earth model?
No, you're flipping the burden of proof.
There is no model. It is measured as flat. Until, listen carefully, until you have been to the extremities, you don't know.
I can't talk this
I gotta mute this.
Have you been to the extremities?
No,
yes or no?
Please.
Can you
He just
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it's too much for me. I'm a bit autistic. Like, it's too much. I can't take all that shit.
Enzo, I'm sorry. Enzo, if you mute a mod, you're out. Warning.
Okay, I'll leave.
each other.
Bye, Felicia.
And anyway, in order to calculate the refraction, you're already pre-assuming the radius of the Earth.
Okay, I'm going to look into flat Earth. I was just going to ask, right? So you guys don't know what the flat Earth looks like, but you believe that the Earth is flat.
We haven't got to that point yet.
Okay,
You're flipping the burden, rice and peas. You're flipping the burden of proof. You're flipping the burden of proof. Listen, if we experience a flat plane and we're experiencing a flat Earth in all of our observations within nature, the only way you can get to your ball. No, rice and peas. I'm trying to help you. The burden of proof is on your side because you are the guys that are claiming that the surface of water is curving at a specific rate. So you have the burden of proof in this situation. You don't need to sit there and ask us what's our model at this point.
Why not? Why would I not do that?
Because it's your claim. Your claim is that there's curvature.
But I just told you, say if I want to move away from the round Earth and I want to start considering a flat Earth, you're saying that there's no model right now, that you just know that it's flat because it doesn't match up with the round Earth.
Imagine being an investigator. You're at a crime scene, okay? You're at the crime scene and somebody's been stabbed. It looks like somebody's been stabbed in the back. Do you worry about the motive or worry about the intentions of the killer? Or do you establish whether a crime has taken place to begin with first?
All the above.
You establish first whether a crime has taken place, then you worry about the motive. So we just need to get to establish that the Earth is measured, observed, and treated and utilized as flat. Once we're on the same page when it comes to that, then we may be able to speculate. But at this point, we're not in the speculation phase. You've made a claim that the Earth is curving at a certain rate, but there is no evidence for that. So
what about the fact that we can look at the moon up like with our eyes and we can see different surface of the moon? Do you believe the moon's round?
I believe the moon is circular, yeah.
Okay. Global, do you think it's spherical?
Well, I've only ever seen one side of it, so how can I confirm either way?
Go take a picture from, I've done that before. Take a picture of the moon and you can see the different surfaces of it. You see the different like little black bits on it and it changes.
Yeah, but what's this got to do with the surface of the Earth?
But if
the light's on a pool table around, the light's on a pool table around, but it doesn't make the surface of the pool table round, does it?
If everything around us is circular, why would we be the only thing that's not circular?
Why would you assume that the Earth is the same as the heavenly bodies? Why would you assume that? Because you've been told a narrative and a story.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So it's like you going into a
Does it say in the Bible that the Earth is flat?
Right, check this out. Right, check this out. That's like you going into a forest and seeing trees and squirrels and shit everywhere.
Wait, does it say in the Bible that the Earth is flat?
There is no scriptures in any cosmology that describes it as a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
But it doesn't
say
it's
flat. You hear scriptures where it says the four corners of the earth. You'll hear scriptures where it says earth is rolled like a carpet. You get all sorts of insinuations that it's flat, but it doesn't outright say that it's flat, but it definitely doesn't describe a ball. And why does that even matter? This is an empirical discussion. This isn't about
I'm Christian,
the
so it matters
scriptures.
to me, I guess. But
yeah, well, the scriptures are definitely not describing a heliocentric model, and the Hebrew cosmology is not heliocentric either. So start there.
Yeah, if you're interested at all, just as well, a quick side there. Right, if you want to check out Isaiah 40:22, check out the various translations of that verse. Okay, and you'll notice that there's only one, which is from the Catholic Douay Rheims Bible, where they actually use the term globe, and the other ones they use the term circle, arch, and some other two-dimensional geometry descriptors. That's it. That's all you got.
Do you think so? What is the model? So you do have a kind of model, right? You think it's a circle. You think it's flat.
I didn't say that. I didn't.
Why are you so afraid to say what you think it is? I'm confused.
I didn't say. I'm just pointing out because you invoked
speculation phase.
Yeah,
we're not in speculation phase.
Yeah, you invoked the Bible, so I'm just pointing something out. If you want to chill on that, you're more than welcome to, and that would be a good place to start.
This is more of an empirical room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
At the same time, I posted the UN flag that it is not the model that we believe to be, but it's also a representation of, let's say, alleged model. I will not call it model at the same time because, again, we don't know anything for sure. But the UN flag, for example, right, is a good example of where you live. If you are more curious, Rise, by the way.
Okay. And then can I ask one more question? Last one, right? Why, so if I just didn't care, like why does it change anything? Like if I was like, listen, I don't really care if the earth is flat or round, like I'm just living my life. Like, you know, if we want to think it's round, whatever, like why is it such an important thing for you to kind of disprove?
That is irrelevant, by the way. It doesn't matter whether we feel there's a reason good enough or big enough. It either is flat or it's a curving, spinning ball. It's as simple as that. We could speculate.
For me, there is reasons.
There is reasons, but this is what I'm trying to keep off the speculation, because if we give her a reason that she doesn't buy into, it gives her more ammunition to not believe that the Earth is measured, utilized, and treated as flat. That's all that matters at this point in a debate. The more speculation you give, you can say too much, and then you can turn somebody off. That's not what we're doing here. We're just establishing this is how you treat, measure, and this is how the Earth is utilized. It's a flat topographical plane by all measurements and all observations.
It's not that deep if I'm like, and I'm just like living my life, basically. It doesn't really change.
You'll still have to go to work. You'll still have to go to work, but it's not the shape that is the biggest point here. It's the method in which and how people have managed to believe this lie, and how people defend it without any evidence.
To be fair, without going into the speculation, I mean, it wouldn't take that much consideration for you to understand that this question goes to the very heart of the deepest questions that human beings have asked since the beginning of time. How did we get here? Why are we here? What is this experience of reality? They've given you a certain idea about all that with the globe and its creation story of a Big Bang. Now, if that isn't true, then you would have to reconsider all of those ideas. So, yes, it's a very important topic, and it goes to the heart of the human nature, human condition in itself. If you only think about it for 5 minutes, like, I'm still going to go to work, then yeah, but if you actually think, then you will understand it's a very important topic.
Perspective, can I talk on that? From a Christian perspective, for me, like, you know, God, like, confuses people, like Tower of Babylon and languages and all that, right? It confuses people on purpose, like to stop people. There's just things that it doesn't really matter, right? Doesn't God care about...
The Tower of Babel makes way more sense on a flat Earth.
The Tower of what?
You're talking about the Tower of Babel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes way more sense.
Not Babylon,
on a flat Earth.
Babel, sorry.
They're going upwards. They're reaching upwards. Like, why would a big tower make any sense on a spinning ball hurtling through a vacuum? It doesn't make any sense. And if you actually, in the Bible, not just the Bible, the Torah, the Bible, the Quran, all the Abrahamic scriptures describe a flat, motionless, contained Earth. Not a ball in space.
I don't know if I don't think it doesn't directly say it's flat.
Yeah, directly does. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's a bit. You can interpret it how you want it.
I mean, read Genesis again.
I am right now, actually.
Yeah. So they mentioned the cosmology.
Yeah.
Right. Just look through. I mean, you look at the cosmologies of every culture in human history. They all describe the same Earth generally: flat, motionless, contained. Only in the last few hundred years have we started to assume or believe that we're on a giant spinning, wobbling space ball hurtling through a vacuum for no reason. They exploded out of nothing for no reason because the government and the education system has told you so and shown you space cartoons.
Satellite images.
But the fact is, like all the guys have been saying, the Earth is observed, measured, practically used as flat, never been measured to be curved, never been measured to be in motion, unless you're in an earthquake or something. So that is what it is. Whether you realize that's important or not, clearly it's important enough to them that they've tried to brainwash entire generations with this fantasy story. But if you don't understand that, then yeah, that's your thing.
But
We're just here pointing out that that's the case. Whatever people want to do with that information, that's up to them.
Yeah,
a lot of people want to
obviously,
cope
they're free
about it.
will.
Up to
But
them.
yeah. So what do you think?
And it's not about a model. Like, oh, you don't know what the model is. We don't need a model. Go outside. Go to the beach.
So satellite
experience in every situation. Every human being in human history experiences a flat, motionless Earth. We don't need to draw a cartoon of it to know that.
Right. Whoops, I'm sorry, guys. I just posted 2 pictures, right? And this is from a YouTube video from this ISS, the Chinese ISS, right? I don't know the link right now at the top of my head. If somebody has the video and mind to share it on the wall, right? And take a look at those 2 pictures at least. Tell me if this is possible when you are doing a live stream at the same time. Since you asked if the image or the satellite
space
are real.
cartoons. Space cartoons. See, you'll hear the globe proponents try and pretend that they believe the Earth is a globe because of science and because of Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, ancient Greeks. But in reality, the reason that everyone basically believes it is because they were told so as children and shown images and videos from the government that they can never verify. That's it. They just believe it. They don't have any science. They don't have any observation or measurement. That's it.
So the question is, so you think that like the satellite imagings, they're all fake and like edited?
Yeah, if they're showing you a ball in a vacuum, a ball Earth in a vacuum, it's fake. It's Hollywood because the Earth physically measures flat. So how could it possibly be a ball? So yeah, that's all cartoons. Surprise, surprise, the governments are lying.
Okay. All right. Well, interesting discussion.
Hey, if you're not on the home server, you want resources, someone send her the link to the home server because there's loads of resources there if you want to research. Discord.gg/flat earth. Check it out.
Or you can just click on my name on my profile.
Yeah, a bunch of the profiles have a link here.
I don't know if I want to.
Right, Steve, do you really ask that question?
Are there any women in there?
What would it matter in seriousness? I'm just...
Sorry, I'll be quickly. We've got a ladies' night as well. There's a bunch of ladies that get together and flat smack people, so you should join one of those sometime. The ladies can talk some sense into you.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna go now.
Pete, have a good day. Sorry for wading in there, guys, but that was getting me frustrated listening to on YouTube.
You got in just before me, Cyclone.
Yeah, I was itching.
As far as giving her an answer to her, what does this all matter?
Yeah, and I know it's like, do you really want to get into that? But when you leave it like that and they're like, it doesn't matter, they just go away being like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter then. I feel like you got to give them something.
No, you came at a good time because we debunked quite a few things she presented, and yes, that's what she needed to hear at that time, to be fair.
I find that question like just intellectually bankrupt.
Yeah, she'd run out of arguments.
But then it's almost surprised, like to us it seems obvious, but for some of these people, it doesn't cross their mind. Like they genuinely don't get to those bigger questions. Like somehow they don't make the leap to, everything I think about reality is based on a globe in space. Why would it matter if that's not the case? Like somehow they don't make that logical.
I know, they don't make that connection,
Yeah.
Of course, in the modern
there's this big thing with self-improvement and all this type of stuff, and everybody's working on their self-esteem and their identity and whatnot, trying to, improve their attitudes regarding life and how they deal with situations. So, but they don't make the link to what the actual root of all that stuff is,
Yeah, but sometimes I do think it's useful just to really spell that out to them. Like, some people just genuinely, it doesn't cross their mind until you say it to them, and they're like, oh yeah. But other times it's just a disingenuous cope tactic, so...
Yeah, it's like you got millions of people wandering around, sulking, feeling like worthless pieces of shit in existence, meaningless, and they wonder why, Well, you were told you're a descendant of monkeys in a gigantic universe that doesn't care for your existence and all this type of stuff. I know that's the philosophical side of it, of course, but and flat Earth doesn't necessarily fix these issues, but at the same time, it gives you new ways to think about things and potentials.
Well, it's a shame you scared off that Enzo guy, because he was sounding like he was going to be a funny spiral.
You mean Matrix scaring them all?
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
you mean I'm not the cousin? Sorry, brothers. Just gonna say, you mean I'm not the cousin of a rock? Please go ahead.
Yeah, he sounded like he was getting real red in the face fast,
Yeah, he was going to be a hilarious meltdown. I'm trying to get him back.
It's that moment when he started trying to reference direct experience as a rebuttal to what Roots was telling him. I was like, oh no, don't go there. That doesn't work for you, Glovers. You're gonna give someone shit about not experiencing an entire thousands of miles of ocean in one frame or something.
Yeah,
while you think you're
as if that argument
in motion at 2 minutes.
Trumps his non-experience of any curvature at any distance. Like he's acting like that's outrageous, despite him having zero evidence over any distance that it would actually curve. How do you guys know what water does? I mean, that's just a crazy cope.
If he comes back in, I'll let you two rip him to shreds.
Fair play, man. Game on.
And I couldn't help myself changing my name to this too, just for 5 minutes.
Just go back on that for a sec, though. When people ask, they're like, oh, so what does any of this matter? That is a concession. I think, at that point they get enough that they see, okay, there's something to this, but they still want to.
Oh, this looks like it's going to be a side chat meltdown.
Oh, we arrived at our position emotionally, guys.
Says the person that got emotional and left.
Fucking A, that is some word salad cope right there.
It's weird. I was cleaning out a shed today and was going through a box of old VHS tapes that I'd scored for free from like a footpath sale, yard sale, and found a old penny in it. The bottom of the box, I found this penny. Oh, cool. It was, I think it said 1941 on it. Was the date, the year.
Was the penny flat?
Sorry?
I said, was the penny flat?
Yeah, bit beaten up, but yeah, mostly flat. Yeah.
It's cool, man. Probably 3 times more value in it than the face, just sheerly by the copper. It's a nice find.
Oh, someone just wrecked it. OG Flat Earther, change your name. I was enjoying being there.
Well, again, buddy?
I was just having a laugh. Because you know how copper wire was invented? Somebody rolled a penny between 2 Scotsmen.
Oh, my cue to laugh.
And it was actually a Scotsman that told me that too.
Not leaving the copper wire for you to fucking take afterwards. So that's not the invention. So it seems Enzo is more interested in psychoanalyzing us than proving his baseball.
No wonder he had hurt feelings. That nasty Matrix fellow. With his fresh new microphone so he sounds even louder than before.
You do.
Hey, the guy said it sounds...
was, well, just as the same. I didn't recognize it was new, so...
Is it loud, or I can still turn it down a bit more? I've got a lot more room to turn it down.
You could probably go 20% down safely.
Wow, that shows... I'll just turn it down a bit more. That shows how loud I had it cranked up with my other microphone. My other microphone, the gain was above halfway, comfortably, and now I'm just a smidge above off. So this is awesome. So, yeah, hopefully that sounds pretty reasonable just there.
Did you turn it down a bit now?
Yep, I've just turned it down a little bit more.
Yeah, it's sounding good.
Excellent. So that means I actually do have to yell at people to make it sound like I'm yelling. So my gain now is just basically just cracked. That's it. That's awesome.
I think that girl thought you were shouting at her, but your mic was just super loud.
Well, funny part is when I first come in, it was because I still had my mixer set from my old mic, and yeah, there was one earlier that had a bit of a meltdown that I was yelling at her, and it's just like, and she dropped out, and here's me dialing back. It's like, no, just let me turn it down. It's all good. I'm not going to bite you.
She goes, I'm getting overstimulated.
Yes, that was the one that had a right plum in her mouth.
Yes. It shows how difficult it is to win an argument with a woman. I mean, if that was your girlfriend, you just go, "Oh, you're right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yes, dear.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. The test. Yeah, you're right."
It was super lardy. I don't know how many of you guys were actually in here. There was only like 6 people in here, right? And I was talking to this guy called Vicky, or Vicky, right? She just comes in out of nowhere, right? And in the middle of our conversation, just blurts out, "Oh, Vicky, are you a flat earther or are you science orientated?" Or something like that. It was like, what? Excuse me?
Oh.
It's like pompous bitch.
Yeah, this lady once in Nathan Oakley's, and she's like, "Oh, Nathan, how can you believe in Earth's flat, really?" And she was born like that, and Nathan just turns around and goes, "Oh, darling, well, the Earth is measurably flat." Just gives it to her and just plays out all the arguments in that voice. It was really funny.
I think I remember that. I think I remember that, yeah.
Mm. It was so funny. You do a review of some video, and you go to the channel and say that Nathan sent you and to check out the video, and you put a nice message in there, and then you go back and Nathan's reviewing the video and he's screaming, "You stupid idiot!" It was pretty funny.
I mean, like, yeah, like it can generate content and generate viewership doing it that way. I mean, he did get a few people make a rebuttal video. The ideal would be for them to actually want to join the panel though and talk, but it doesn't seem to. Well, I haven't watched FED for a while, but yeah.
It's like go into the channel and leave a message on the video and say that Nathan sent you and that he's made a response video. And I'd go and do it, and someone would be the only person who would do that. And I'd just get slammed in the chat, in the comments. "What are you doing?" "Oh, you're on little Nathan's little still vision or whatever." And I was like, "Oh yeah, bring it, sort of thing." But sometimes I was the only person who did it. But sometimes it was a smaller channel and a lot more people did it. It had this hilarious effect, like we were kind of. Well, we're not trying to be a cult, but it was like we were a cult because all these messages are the same. "Nathan sent me. Please check out the video." "Hey, Nathan sent me." It was really funny. And everyone's really polite, but then when you go to the video, Nathan's screaming, "You stupid moron." But Neil was like, "I refuse to go. No, I'm not doing that." And Neil and who was the other dickhead, the Irish dude? He refused. "No, I'm not doing that." Like, how loyal are you then?
No, I'm not doing that.
"No, I'm not doing that. It's stupid."
Is that Ted?
Brian. Oh, fucking
Brian, that's it, yeah.
He was just, don't repeat yourself too much.
They're a bunch of characters, really. Like, I'll tell you what, they are outspoken and enigmatic, and it's eccentric to a degree. Man, what a bunch of misfits.
I don't think you would have heard Peach Day. He was off his head.
Oh,
He used to go on and on about Aristarchus being a crater on the moon and all this crazy stuff. And he was like, no, Toshi. The dodo, yeah, what was that about?
The dodo is a unique, majestic animal.
But I was telling someone how good Rancy was with all his observations. He had so many observations and he studied it all. He used to know that stuff back to front. All the mirages and effects. And he was right he was all over that. And then he flipped.
Yeah, if you follow the timeline, like you go back and do because I did that, like I went back like a couple of years and I just did a binge watch. It's quite interesting to see the dynamics and the drama and how it all takes place and hear it all, like it's like Randy kind of felt a little bit shut down and pushed aside, kind of, I think. Like, I'm not saying that's why he went back to the Globe or anything, but there was this time when he just went, fuck you. Sorry, excuse my language. And
he couldn't handle the heat, man. Like Jiren. They wanted.
I think he felt like his contributions weren't being acknowledged to the degree that he was hoping.
Surprise, surprise. Nothing we're not used to. You gotta be tougher than that.
Sorry, Cycle, I'm fucking laughing. I've totally ruined this for you, man. This guy's just giving me like Scott Mackey vibes.
No, he's a total waste of time. Like he's like, oh, I could present an empirical argument, but you guys wouldn't accept it. Okay, what empirical argument have you ever made? I'm not telling you. It's like, well, yeah, you're a 12-year-old. Just leave.
Just fucking, he was a grown ass man.
I know.
I just get the feeling he's going to be squatting here in chat for the next fucking some years,
God, I know. I shouldn't have pinged him. That's my mistake. At no point did I present empirical evidence. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I'm just going to troll him now.
It's like Tonga earlier. Like the fellas were saying, like, come on, what's your best globe proof thing? Let's put it forward. And he's like, oh, well, yeah. And I said, yeah, the best one, the one that's undeniable, irrefutable, like leaves you without doubt. And he goes, that doesn't exist, T-Dub. We all just went, oh, cool. You got no evidence.
See, these are the real people in the world that psychologists need to analyze.
Hey, obvious be it, where have you been, brother? I haven't seen you for a good few months.
Just in the background, my bro. Just, keeping up with the streams, but up to other stuff in life. Needed a break, about 8 months.
It's needed sometimes.
All that, just more fucking internal bullshit with the final experiment and that, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna take a step back for now, let all that blow over,
You're not the only one, brother. Quite a few have done in the last 12 months.
Yeah, I know. It seems like I see people popping back up and be like, yeah, I'm back from my hiatus, Fuck my timing, though. I think Scott Mackey was in politics earlier last night. And he was like, "Oh, my 1 year ban's up, so I'm back." I'm like, "Fuck! I picked the week to come back, eh?"
Yeah, he hasn't been around, mate. You must have brought him back with you.
Yeah, shit. I know.
Apparently, he was banned for 12 months. That's what he was saying, anyway.
Is that true, though? Because they like to make shit like that up all the time.
He was
I don't know, man. I got no idea.
For a long time. And when the server got reset, when we had our channel busted up, when that, whatever the thing was, happened, they all got unlocked. So naturally, as they've been coming around and they misbehave, we just put them back in the pen. He hasn't been back, so he hasn't had the necessity to be picked up and chucked back in a cage. So far.
Plenty of time for that.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, he'll be back in a cage pretty quick. He went right back into, just right back to it, speaking to Hank. And he was like, "Oh, where does the sun go? It goes down." How do you explain that on Flyer?
Just like riding a bike.
You haven't changed one fucking bit, man. Isn't that what Matthew just defaults to as well? The sun quote setting.
I don't know. I don't really class them two as similar. I've got a bit more respect for Matthew.
Well, you're a better man than me.
I think he's a little bit more honest anyway. It doesn't mean he is.
Yeah, well, whatever Scott Mackey is, at least he's not got a YouTube channel like Matthew. Both as bad as each other at the end of the day. I think with the thing with Matthew, he's been around so long, he's clowned himself so hard so many times, he's just harmless,
I can handle someone who admits there's no direct evidence and that they believe it because of the model. I can accept that. It's just like, well, okay, off you go, with your belief. But someone like Scott Mackey will claim that there's direct evidence for curvature. That's just a lie.
Yeah.
Mic check. Am I coming through?
Loud and clear.
Bet. So my question always remains for the Globers: how do you perceive that we're always, you are always on top of your ball, local to you? Next dude, no matter where he's at, he's always on top of his ball relative to him. So is it all just a question of relativity consistently?
That's the idea, isn't it? That everything's relative.
Which really sucks. From your perspective, you're always on top of the ball. No matter what time of the day it is, no matter where you are, you're always on top. You're always at the center. It's all about you.
Are you trying to cheer up the Australians?
No, we all know that Australia is questionable. Come on. Really? How do we have upside down people? Sorry, I'm being very dry.
Y'all know I only talk like that for practice.
Tell the truth. You're really in Tokyo. Come on. Fess up.
Holy shit, no way. That is so hard to do that without laughing. So our little mate didn't come in? No. What's the matter, Cyclone? Didn't he want to come and talk about not feelings?
Yeah, no, he wanted to talk about how we won't accept any empirical argument, even though we're directly asking for an empirical argument. So just the usual sophist, emotional bullshit. Cope.
I don't feel so bad.
He would be a funny spiral, though. If you could keep him on the hook in VC, he would melt down for sure. The water really triggered him. That was hilarious.
I would definitely have to...
Oh, well, Matrix sorted that pretty quick.
Yeah, he triggered on me. So he's going to have no chance if you guys wrap him up like a cheese sandwich.
Does he have maybe a measurement of something?
No.
Anything?
He's got feelings.
Damn. Feelings don't work too well with a ruler or a barometer.
I think I've said it before. I don't do feelings.
Yeah. Feelings.
Welcome to the pain train, my.
I will say that feelings are independent of the truth.
All you need is feelings and the holy trinity of the globe, which is refraction, gravity, and relativity. That's all you need. And of course, feelings.
Sprinkles of sophistry. Don't forget them.
Oh, that's the seasoning, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That gives it seasoning, yeah. Bit of flavour. Bit of sass. It's pretty much the Globus starter kit.
Starter, middle, and end kit, you mean?
Yeah, there's not much more to it.
It's probably, advanced to any next kit,
Yeah, it begins and ends there. That's right, mate. 3 pillars and fuck all else.
Lifetime access kit.
The 3 unfalsifiable pillars of the globe: refraction, gravity, and relativity.
Yeah, problem is, even when you allow them higher refractive indexes that we don't even see on the Earth, it still doesn't explain what we're seeing in the black swan.
Too right.
Yeah, I heard you explain that earlier. Was it 0.4 or 4.0 or something? And it only pushes the horizon to 2.4 miles?
Yeah, so what I've been researching, our refractive index on a regular day is always around 1 to 1.00003. Yeah. So we don't generally see anything above 3, and we never see 4. 4 is something that the light has to pass through like a solid object. So we don't see a 4. So if you allow for that refraction index of 4, it still only puts the horizon at 2.44 miles.
So they're still only, 15 miles off the horizon?
Yeah.
I don't know where we exactly guesstimate the horizon to be in the Black Swan. It's past 10, but it's not 10, Say at least 15.
Yeah, but 2.4 miles is 63,000 inches. Those are big numbers. Come on. That was like a genuine Glober response. Big numbers.
Jack's in the chat. Jack, you want to say hello? Able to get on your mic, Jack.
Welcome, Jack. Got any questions for us?
Who
Jack, is it a ball?
Here?
Yeah, he's on the ball.
We've also got Flex. What's up, Flex? Soupy Drek. And some Korean character name at the bottom. Is that Korean? Don't be shy, guys. Unmute, ask some questions. Come on, Jack, have a chat.
Once you go flat, you don't look back.
In all honesty, Jack, you're probably better off talking to them.
That's not entirely true, Roots. There's a few people in the home server who switched back to the globe Earth after that final experiment.
Really?
Forget about that. They're just talking smack.
There's at least 3 people I know who switch back who are over there, and they're always arguing about it. It's annoying.
3 out of 30,000 people.
Well, technically there's 3 that's gone back.
And you've still got to prove that they were flat earthers in the first place.
I was going to say that, Matrix. Good riddance to them. They weren't proper flat earthers, then, because the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't change anything.
Yeah, that's what the other guys said to him. They were like token flat earthers. Wasn't fully on board in the first place.
Yeah, good riddance.
Yeah, that's always the case. If you actually understand the flat Earth, it's just, there's nothing to ever go back to.
Yeah, if you really understood flat Earth, you'll never go back to the globe, because you know 100% how the surface or the ground of the Earth really looks like. So those guys who pretend to be globers and then switch to flat Earth and then switch back to globe Earth, they will never serious about it. They don't know 100% what Earth looks like. So they're just what do you call them? Pretending to be. Yeah, believers, yeah.
Believers. That's it. They only believed it was flat. They didn't know it was.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Matrix, I know 100% the Earth is flat because I've been paying attention for over a decade. So I know 100%. So you'll never hear me go back to the globe. No chance.
I had to tell my old man off for that shit. He was trying to tell everybody the Earth was flat. I was like, so what verifications did you do yourself? So he went out and he bought a P900 camera. And then he said to me, now I know it's flat. I said, well done, mate. Well done.
Nice one.
No, he didn't buy a P900. He bought an equivalent from a Canon brand. From Canon, yeah. But he did his own observations just so he could turn around and tell me, well, now I fucking know, son. I was like, fair play.
You got an awesome old man there, man.
Yeah, we were at parties and he's trying to. I'll be walking past him. He'd be sitting down talking to someone. He'd be like, "Son, tell him how the Earth's flat." I'd be like, "Dad, shut up, man. Give it a rest." He got really excited about it when he first when the penny dropped.
Why is he not in here, man? Like, it sounds enthusiastic enough.
Oh
Or
yeah.
are you keeping this secret from him?
I do have to keep a rein on him though. He just.
I don't know. Which one is it?
Yeah, it can be a bit of a believer sometimes. I'm like, listen, don't do this. Don't follow these people. Test all things for yourself. Prove all things for yourself.
Oh, is he drawn into the TikTok stuff?
Telegram, mate. Telegram.
Oh, fuck, man. Telegram is the biggest minefield in existence.
Yeah, he was on the Trump train for a while. It took me like 2 years to pry him off it with a crowbar. He's still sympathetic though. He still believes. He still doesn't. But I wouldn't say he believes, but he still hopes for the Trump train to arrive.
Yeah, I grew up of believing politicians would ever help humanity genuinely at about 14.
That's it, man. If you think a politician's going to save us, we're in bigger trouble than I thought.
It's just an entertaining clown show for me ever since. I don't know how like regular people can cut about day-to-day life, and there's so many cliches regarding politicians being corrupt and useless, and they'll cut your throat if you give them a chance, and then they turn around and wave their banners and support and vote. It's just the biggest.
Do you not think with Trump it sort of rejuvenated politics a little bit? For that first term when Trump came back, it got a lot of people back on the politics bandwagon.
A lot of things were going on around that time, because Flat Earth was really fucking picking up in 2016. And obviously they had a pretty big event up their sleeves coming in a few years. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, but just think the everyday person, when they saw Donald Trump on TV saying, "I'm going to lock Hillary Clinton up," it brought excitement for a lot of people. It was like reality TV rather than politics.
Yeah, I think they put someone in the people's faces that's just so blatantly incompetent, and then the next selected person to come along, he's a straight shooter, talks quick, talks accurate, calls people out, and they easily fall into his team, and that's just the pattern.
People don't want reality to be as wildly different as their expectations. So at the first opportunity to be hooked back in, they'll take it, and that's what happened with some of the flat earthers. The first excuse they were given to try and go back to the ball, they took it. No logic required. It's just a fear-based mentality, I think. Fear-based economy.
I think the real question is like, how did these people manage to sell a global deception at that scale, and how did they succeed? Yeah.
Well, they did all they did was tell people that a guy 2,000 years ago wearing sandals and a toga measured some shadows, and everyone went, "Oh, cool. Yep, we live in a ball."
Exactly, but the water just this evidence of water always finding its level, it's exposing the deception, and it cannot be debunked or challenged, because when you pour water into a basin, it's always flat. water in the lake is always flat, water everywhere is always flat. So you start to ask yourself, how did water on the globe form a curving shape? Because water never behaves that way.
Yeah, of course, that's what you'd expect on a ball of that size. It would just measure flat anyway. Yeah.
Exactly.
I would say they sold it to the world as easily as just not giving anybody any genuine alternative to anything.
Yeah, like
There was only one
so
buy.
I was just wondering how 50 nations could sign a treaty to protect penguins. 50 nations come together and they sign a treaty to protect penguins. But they leave the other species like the lions in Africa to go extinct, and the rhinos and the other ones.
Have you
Here
seen
in
penguins?
England, here in England, there was actually teaching in school before World War One about both options. There was teaching the flat Earth model and the globe model. Because my great grandma was taught about both.
Yeah, yeah. This is it's barely 100 years. Well, it's barely over 100 years old in my eyes, from what I've
This
seen.
Mm.
was about 1916. I think she was educated about both of them.
Yeah, this deception wasn't possible until the advent of TV.
Hmm I think
Yeah.
it became massive after World War II. Myself.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, television became the perfect tool for mass programming. Like, if you want people to believe something, then just like repeat it on the television daily, day in, day out, and people will like they say, yeah, we believe in that.
Yep, that's it.
Wasn't it 1960 the first time the public was presented with an image of Earth?
A marble, the blue marble.
The first image would have been from the Apollo missions. So 1969.
They had
I'd probably say
high
first
altitude
appeared.
imagery.
I'd say
Yeah, and
Hollywood
then-
was the first appearance.
Nothing
of
showing
the globe.
Sorry.
That's
No, I was just saying
the
Hollywood was the first appearance from Universal Studios. It seemed to fit exactly
Oh no, that
what we
was,
saw in the
that was
Blue
like
Marble.
1910 or something. I've got that. I'll post.
So people already had an expectation of what it would look like, right?
Yeah. Planting the seed.
Oh, look at that, guys! Oh, Universal Studios was right.
Does anybody know? I've just put a picture in the side chat. Does anyone know if that
And,
picture's real?
There's
Because it
evidence
says
all over the internet. There's evidence all over the internet of this guy von Braun, the rocket engineer, taking a picture with the CEO of Disney or something like that. So yeah, they worked together.
It's saying the first televised image of the Earth was April 1st, 1960. I don't know if that's 100% correct or not. So that's correct. That's ridiculous. April Fool's Day.
I was gonna say.
They're trolling the world on April Fool's Day. My gosh.
It says it's from the Tyrus 1 satellite. I don't know if that's 100% correct.
In 1939 was the first image from Universal Picture, or the first globe.
Is that image there still supposed to be depicting some stars or artifacts, you know?
Yeah, just
Because
goes to
shitty ass satellites from back in the day could pick up some stars, but they can't fucking pick up a single one now.
They had a change in policy after the moon landing, didn't you get the memo?
They did, yeah. I think they were working on that, figuring that out for a good 20, 30 years until they finally, right, we're just not doing stars, you know?
But actually, like people for like conducting individual experiments to actually verify everything, because like there's this like people are waking up everywhere. people are like investigating the curvature. They are like saying if two towns are this distance apart, then if the Earth is a globe, there should be a curvature of this, and it should generate a height of this, so the object should not be visible at this feet. Yeah. So people are actually waking up. And it's like 59 years since these people claimed to have landed a man on the moon, and they have no real footage of the Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour in nothing. You know, people have also like they've gone into airplanes, and they've actually they know like the airplane, if the Earth is a globe, the plane is supposed to be dunk. It's supposed to dunk like every 5 minutes. It should dunk to like stay on the curve and avoid flying in a straight line into space as they claim. So people are like watching the gyroscope and everything, and they have software on their mobile phones, and they're actually like experimenting, and it's very evident that the plane is flying over a flat surface. They are not dunking every 5 minutes. Yeah.
Timothy, you wasn't a flat earther when you first came here, was you?
Yeah, I was not a flat earther. I was very ignorant. Like I was just like, hey, science is true. There's programming. These scientists, they've engineered monitors, computers. So, and I have a computer in my room. So why would they lie? Like it was like based on blind trust. So when I came here, is when I actually encountered like the questioning, like the arguments. You know, I asked people like, I think it was Jim something, yeah. So I was actually asking him why we've seen the ISS from space. We've seen we have GPS that is working, and the way he was responding made a lot of sense, especially the part where he asked me to go on to Google and like Google, look for any images of Earth from space, and every image that I came through looked as if it had been a cartoon or something of the sort. It was not like real. That is how my skepticism started growing, and then and more evidence came along, like water, and then and then the truth dawned on me that we are actually being lied to by people who are maybe the architects of control. Yeah. The invisible faces controlling the people in the White House and other governments all over the world.
Hey, good on you, bro, for doing the proper research.
Yeah, thank you. Someone like I was watching Obama. He made this claim that he wanted to like do something different from what these people wanted, and immediately his children were like relocated, security, whatever. Yeah. So he had to do what they wanted because he feared for his family and stuff. But that is actually a conspiracy theory. But yeah.
Hey, bro, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, homie. Sticking your head in the sand might make you feel safer, but it's not going to keep you safe from the oncoming storm. Every time I quote Barack, people get quiet.
To be honest, I didn't know that was a Barack Obama quote, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. That one is from Obama. Oops, I'm
From
sorry.
what?
Go ahead. That one is from Obama.
No, go
you
ahead.
have Trudeau. You also
Yeah.
have Trudeau, and I think it's Bush, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Dude, I made a video of all the presidents and like famous people who say flat Earth, and there's a lot of people.
Can you say it again now? I know it's Obama because I didn't quite fully understand the first time.
He goes, "We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Although sticking your head in the sand might make you feel safer, but it's not going to keep you safe from the oncoming storm."
Why would he even say that? What the hell?
Gatekeeping?
Because flat Earth was trending. It was the most popular subject on Google for about 2 months.
Well, my understanding is to my understanding too was that he was
16, I think.
He was. Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like he was. He was in support of preventing global warming, and he was knocking people who say that it's not a concern or that it's not real, and he was liking those sort of people with flat earthers.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
Exactly what he's doing. He's saying we don't have time to sit around and debate this. We need to put money into to save the global warming, save the planet from global warming. I.e., we don't have time for meeting the Flat Earth Society. You know. So even if people look into what he said, they'll be like, "Oh, Flat Earth Society." They'll type that. So it's like all these gate, that you have to cross. You know what I mean? Barriers.
I just posted the video. I'm sorry.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that Obama quote's a bit like if you caught your girlfriend texting somebody else, and then she says, "Oh, well, it's not like I'm sleeping with him." It's like one of those defensive sort of double-edged sword comments where they're trying to get away with what they've, what you're accusing them of is not a drop in the ocean compared to what they're actually doing, so they use it in a defensive way. He thinks he's clever.
And I never thought about it like that. That's interesting.
It's like, come on, guys, don't deny global warming. It's not like the Earth is flat. Come on.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's doing. I just dropped a new song in the chat.
The strategy is fear control.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, like they want the masses to like be in fear constantly so that they can control what they believe and control their reality and stuff. So you might even find that global warming maybe they say they make these claims that the oceans will cover all dry land within 80 years because of the ice melting and stuff. Yeah, but unless these claims are investigated, you might find that it's just part of a bigger conspiracy to like fill people with fear and control them.
Well, not just that, but think about it. When ice freezes, it expands, right? So if ice melted, there would be less. There would be less volume if ice melted.
Exactly.
So it's kind of dumb for them to even say that, but...
Yeah, they were saying that in the early 90s. I'm a bit older, and I remember them saying by the year 2000, the sea levels would rise by 8 inches. By the year 2000.
A man in the year 2015 set on an independent voyage to Antarctica. Like they tracked him and they stopped him. Like they're even watching the area around Antarctica. Like if you just buy a boat and decide, hey, I'm going to Antarctica, like they'll track you and then they'll just come and say, hey, you can't do this, and arrest you and make you pay a lot of huge fines. So this guy was on New Zealand. Even before he like reached even some significant miles from New Zealand, he was just like tracked and stopped. Yeah.
It's a long. So long.
Hey, who's calling me? I have no
Uzi.
clue. Hey, Uzi, how you doing? All good?
Yeah, I went to the hospital, then I slept some. The time I left was 7. And they gave me an injection to sleep, which helped. And changed my medication a bit. And then, I don't know, it takes few days to see the effect. If I'm being compliant to the medication and stuff. So what's the topic? And that Earth discovered. No one's talking, yeah? Do we all agree on same opinion?
That's the question we're gonna ask you. Are you in a flat on a globe?
Am I in it or not? Or is it in it me or not? But okay, I'll take your context. In that context, on the relative life of duality, I would say if you go to space, you have a chance to even fly an aeroplane, you can see it curving at the edges. That suggests to me that it is cold. And if it was flat, then and what would happen if you were to walk like in a straight line from now north?
Sounds like you need to get to bed, Uzi. Sounds like you're falling asleep.
Sorry?
It sounds like you don't understand perspective and you don't understand that there is also high altitude footage where the Earth doesn't appear to be curved. Just because you've seen pictures that appear to show curvature, there are also pictures that appear to show no curvature. And if you don't understand how perspective works at high altitude on a flat surface, that can be even more reason to believe that you've seen curvature. In reality, when you go extremely high above the Earth, you're going to see the horizon as a big circle around you. That's the limitations of how far you can see. And then when you've got NASA with fisheye lenses pronouncing curvature of a flat horizon, I can see why people might believe that, but that's not evidence that we live on a ball. That could just be your misconception and misunderstanding of perspective and how fisheye lenses work.
Yeah, but what purpose it says, like it provides, if you have to agree to one or not, what purpose it serves? What are the implications?
No, you're jumping the gun. You're jumping the gun. The burden of proof is that if you believe we live on a ball, but we don't experience the curvature, and high altitude footage contradicts itself, then what evidence do we have to even assume we live on a ball to begin with?
No, but let's assume all of people in the past, like they believed that until somebody came along and put an idea that Earth is like some elliptical thing. Before that, even like I'm saying that Earth is flat. What purpose it did set, or what was the purpose of that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I could give you 1,000 reasons. None of them matter. What matters is that the Earth is not presented and not appearing as a curving, spinning ball in reality. Now, I can give you several reasons. I'm not going to, because if you disagree with those reasons from a matter of personal perspective, then that might throw you off the fact that there is direct evidence that we live on a flat topographical plane. We don't live on a curved spinning ball with a radius and the circumference as presented. That's what's important here.
Are they not like from a first person perspective that, oh yes, wherever I am and I'll be experiencing in a waking world, it will seem like that it's flat, relatively flat. Doesn't matter whether if
It's
I
not
believe
just from
that,
the it's not just from the person perspective. Every experiment, observation, every piece of scientific laws, nature's laws show us that we cannot be in anything more than a contained environment, and that the Earth isn't curving or spinning. So if you want to be logical and you want to use empiricism, then you're a flat earther. If you want to invoke belief, then you can be a glober, but you have to invoke faith and belief. The only way you can get to a ball is if you pre-assume it's a ball to begin with, and then misinterpret perspective, use indirect evidence and pretend it's direct evidence, and have faith in the source of that indirect evidence.
is there helpful thing that will come out? Is there any helpful thing that will come out of going either or that way, that Earth is flat or Earth is not? Do we get any benefit from it?
Yeah. You'll be able to use your own logical discernment. You'll be able to tell the difference between a belief and knowledge. You'll be able to actually stand consistently with logic. It's illogical to believe we live on a spinning ball. You need to invoke faith. And if you know that, but if you know that to be true, and you know that, you can still choose to believe in the ball, but you have to accept the fact that it is faith. And that's what you'll get from Flat Earth if you stay a baller. You'll realize you got there through faith. No evidence.
Faith. So you said we get there through faith?
Yeah, and this subject can help you determine that the globe is a belief. There is no direct evidence of the ball. And at least at that point, you can be logically consistent and honest and say, yeah, it's a belief. I choose to believe the ball. That's fine. We need to admit that.
Then we believe anything, because anything is just a belief.
No, my friend, you know something. Some things are not a belief. Some things is just knowledge.
Knowledge of what?
The natural world.
Knowledge of natural world.
Yeah,
natural world is not illusion. It can be an illusion. The only thing you can show off is the one.
By what standard? By what standard is it an illusion? Is it an illusion that if I go downstairs and put a pan of water on my ring hob, that it will eventually heat and boil if I turn the temperature high enough? Is that an illusion, or is that just knowledge that water boils at a certain temperature? That's not a belief, that's knowledge.
If things happen in patterns, that doesn't give reality to it. Just because,
my friend, that is reality. You put heat to water, enough heat will boil that water. That is knowledge, that is not belief. If you want to question the fundamental nature of reality, that's philosophy.
I'm in the wrong channel.
Yes, you are in the wrong channel. Root, check your DM at the same time.
Check what?
I was talking to Root, not to you, Izo.
Oh, okay. philosophy
But yes,
side.
you are in the wrong channel to talk about philosophy.
Okay, because philosophy side was not seen. I had talked to more, and they're saying that there's a possibility I can fix it.
You don't need to make it deeper than it is. We don't need to question the fundamental basis of reality. What we need to question is, within reality, do we have knowledge? Yes, we can have knowledge. We can know things. And like I said, we know that enough heat would boil water. We also know that the Earth is measured, utilized, and treated as flat, not a curving ball with a radius of 3959 or a circumference of 25,000 miles. We know that. We don't believe that. Now, if you choose to believe it's a ball, even though we experience a flat plane, that is a matter of your faith. And if you're going to claim it's a ball, then that's a positive claim, and you would need some evidence for that. And the problem is the globe has no evidence. It is a belief. Whereas the Earth being measured and utilized as flat is not a belief, that is knowledge. It's knowledge within engineering, it's knowledge within perspective, it's knowledge within measurement. If I measure my table, that's not a belief. I have the measurements. No belief required. If I put a light above the table and measure the shadow length of a stick on the table, I haven't directly measured my table. I could even calculate the circumference and the radius of my table as a ball. That doesn't make my flat table a ball. So I have to believe in the ball beforehand and then derive a calculation to make my table a ball. So that's why we need a direct measurement. If I measured the table directly, there's no argument. It is a table. You understand?
I think he already left. I think he went to the philosophy channel. I know him from there. That's why I was like, what? Who's calling me? That's why I send you a message as well.
Yeah, we get a lot of that in here. A lot of philosophers who want us to believe in philosophy and try and convince us that we can't know anything. I actually think that's a scary worldview.
Really stupid question, but how would you apply philosophy to the Earth?
Hey guys, what's up?
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we
I'm
had
talking to anybody that's willing to
have
answer the question. How do you apply philosophy to the Earth?
Killian, do you want to talk to the guy who just said hello? Maybe ask him that question.
Oh, wait, to me? It's kind of hard for me to give an answer.
Well, my
Yeah.
first question to the guy that just stepped up is, do you have an answer to that question?
Oh, he's
How do you
left?
apply
I don't
philosophy
know.
to the Earth?
So I think we really had a talk before, long time before. It was really nice talking to you guys. And I did ask you guys that there are a lot of hacking happens, right? And you guys told me that the government is trying to hide out a lot of things, right? Hello? Anybody hearing me? Listening?
I'm pretty sure nobody from the channel told you directly that quote, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time I've been to this VC. So one of you guys was saying like we have someone who can provide that material that is got hacked, like related to that topic the government was trying to hide. So I was just asking if you can like provide me that.
He's asking for the he's asking for the evidence of why would they lie.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we did had a long talk before, but yeah, just maybe you are not the one of them back then. I don't know. I forget the name because
I don't think it was me, but whatever. It's all good, brother. Welcome.
okay, bye. So you guys
I'll send you a link.
right?
I'll send you a link to the home server. So on the home server, I think we have a.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
we have a channel dedicated to why would they lie. Why would
Yeah,
they
sure.
lie is a very subjective topic. So there are multiple reasons why that they would lie. It depends on what you want to focus on. Some people want to focus on what they're hiding. Some people want to focus on the control aspects. Some people want to focus on the fact that they're hiding the fact that this place must have been created. Some people want to focus on the fact that if you don't know where you've come from, you have no way of knowing where you're going. There's a multifaceted answer to that question. The best thing to do, I'll send you to the home server, have a look at the Why Would They Lie channel, and you can see the multiple reasons and incentives as to why they would benefit having us believe we live on a ball when in reality we don't experience that.
So did you guys have like some sort of document as well, like that it got leaked from the comment as well?
A document from where?
Yeah, sort of. Maybe there's some sort of like planning or something. The guy was saying that there's some materials that got leaked by the comment about the flat Earth.
Yeah, we've got a few terabytes of information available.
Oh, okay, so I can access on the Discord server that you're gonna send me right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it. You're VIP, right?
Yeah.
I believe you're VIP. Yeah, I'll send you to the home server.
Question. I have a question for VIP.
Yeah, hello, what's up?
Yeah, so you said you were here chatting last time. Beyond the evidence, or sorry, the circumstantial, hold on. Beyond the direct evidence you're asking for, what is a piece of evidence that you actually took from, or a piece that you took from the conversation that you had last time that is actually hanging with you right now?
Oh, so they sent me about this theory about laser experiment. I think the video got shared in the chat. So they said like we done a laser experiment, and I was trying to understand what is that, and they said they do some 3 targets, and for some distance they throw the laser, and then they find out there was like straight line hitting on the same point, some sort of that.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem.
So where are you now? Have you been doing research?
I'm just trying to figure out. When I got time, I do try to understand the perspective, which is quite interesting, I think. That's why I'm just asking for more solid material so I can think more deeply, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've sent you the link to the home server. So it's categorized by subject. So if you've got questions about the horizon, we have lots of observations on long distance observations on that, high altitude observations. If your question is on gravity, we have pages dedicated to that. Relativity, refraction, it should all be organized, and there's terabytes of data for you to go through.
So what should you suggest me to go through? Like if you have to like give me some idea, what kind of material I should ask there?
I'm not going to spoon feed you, but there's 3 claims. If you think about it, there's 3 claims on the table. They're claiming that the Earth's curving, they're claiming that the Earth's spinning, and they're claiming that the Earth is in an open system next to a vacuum. So there's 3 major consequences of us living on a ball that differ from a flat Earth: curvature, motion of the Earth spinning on its axis, and an open system next to a vacuum. Now, just logically, before we go through any evidence, if you break those three down, you'll find that the Earth doesn't curve. There is no curvature because of relativity, remember? So we can't measure the curvature. We can't detect any motion because all famous experiments show that the Earth is treated as a state of rest and the atmosphere is treated as non-rotating. And logically, you can't have a vacuum next to an open system. You would need physical containment. So without those three claims, without the evidence for those three claims become a burden, claims that require proof. Because those three claims are claims of curvature, motion, and a vacuum in the sky. This cannot be evidenced in nature. We do not experience curvature, we do not experience motion, and you cannot have a vacuum next to an open. So I would suggest looking into those three claims and the consequences of living on a ball. You know, they say that vertical is deviating over distance, and that plumb lines, if you know what plumb lines are deviating away from you over the distance. This cannot be evidenced or proven to be true. We have a horizontal. Yeah, so they claim vertical. So vertically up for you would be at 90 degrees, a quarter of the way around the ball. Do you understand?
Oh wait, I'm just trying to understand the deviating meaning. It's kind of the first time I'm hearing this word.
That's what I'm saying. So vertical is
become different from what normal is or expected.
Yeah, so vertical would be adjacent to perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Yeah, I do understand this. The vertical
90 degrees.
So yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But as you go around the ball, if you go a quarter of the way around the ball from your first position, then your vertical would no longer be perpendicular from that horizontal line, would it? Your vertical would have shifted 90 degrees and now would be what was your horizontal. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm trying because it's sort of complex terms. I'm just trying to imagine.
So if you get a ball and you put a pen on the top of the ball, you establish a vertical, yeah? Yeah.
Yes.
So then if you move the pen around the side of the ball, that's no longer vertical from your point, is it? It's now 90 degrees. It'll be at 90 degrees, it'll be horizontal, the pen.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that is what they claim is happening on the ball. That your vertical is deviating over distance and it will eventually become horizontal a quarter of the way around the ball.
Wait, I think you must have this kind of video, like people are explaining with examples what you say. It's gonna be more easier for me.
My friend, get a ball. Make a ball with your fist. Put the pen on top of your ball. Okay,
the tangent. Tangent.
That's your vertical. You put your pen on top of the ball, and you've established a vertical. All right. Now move the pen 90 degree. Now move the pen around your fist or the ball to 90 degrees. So now that vertical has become a horizontal. Right. That pen is now oriented horizontally.
Oh, I got it.
So they're claiming that all verticals will deviate around the ball. All verticals must deviate as it travels around a ball.
Mm-hmm.
So they claim over distance, vertical no longer is vertical from your perspective. It is slowly deviating away from you towards a horizontal reference. You following?
Hey, bro. Yeah, I'm just understanding.
So that means over the distance, things must start leaning away from you. Verticals, buildings, trees will all be angled towards your horizontal. And the further you observe, the more this would become apparent. But that's not what we observe. We have no way to determine that buildings are leaning away from us like the Leaning Tower of Pisa in the distance. Buildings appear to be vertical at all long distances. It's the same with the clouds. When you're in an aeroplane and you see the cloud deck rising to your horizon in the distance,
I've
those
never
clouds
been
should
to.
be those clouds should be dropping down on your horizon, deviating downwards with the ball. Yet we don't experience that with clouds. We experience clouds rising to the horizon. And this is what I mean. You can go through subject after subject after subject and realize we don't observe curvature. We only observe that horizontal reference as opposed to the vertical, 90 degrees from vertical, and everything is oriented on a horizontal reference at all distances.
It's not about we don't observe. We don't observe. We don't measure curvature. You should to measure everywhere. To understand, it's not about observing. It's about measurable. If it's a sphere, it must be measurable there.
Do you have YouTube on Facebook? I'm gonna share with you one video that I have.
You're lagging a little bit. On Facebook?
Yeah, try that again. Say that again.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I said if you have Facebook, I just posted my Facebook account with a video. Very fun. You could understand
Oh,
what
yeah. The guy's
what
running
everyone
on
is talking
the.
about
The guy's running. Oh, he's swimming. Is that?
on the beach.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what happened when we see in reality that I'm talking about?
You kind of lagging, bro. I think
The
for me,
video
I don't
that's
know.
all explains.
Yeah, I do understand the video.
My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was just here for that thing that I was just asking. I don't have any other question though.
And the bigger question is VIP. Why would they tell us the truth when we can see
Truth?
every other? Why would they tell us the truth? The people who control this place, you know?
Troll what?
It's in their best interest to keep as dumb as possible.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, this is happening a lot of there, at a lot of things. I mean, yeah, I observe people gonna keep you busy, like in a lot of conflicts, you know. So just try to like control the education, try to control the media. Yeah, I mean, in this case, I mean, comments are not trustworthy, but yes. Smart people's gonna be more better at this decision making, and then things gonna get out of hands for the government at this pace. That's true. I see a lot of people here, but there are a lot of people less talking here. Why is that?
Oh, there's a lot of globoguts all over the stage. People have come to see the smoke, but people don't want the smoke themselves.
And everybody has to speak one at a time, so that's why it's like quiet. We don't like to get in the way.
We've had many slaughtered globers in here.
That's why they employ a security guard to make sure we don't let too many in at once.
Okay,
But
that's funny.
if you say something intelligent, you will see how people will jump on you.
I mean, okay, that's cool. I would just like to ask the questions just to understand the perspective. That's I like. I may not have a good answer related to even globes, you know, but yeah, I just like the idea, understanding.
Do you understand topography?
Topography. Topography is like design, right? When you have like know the spacing of text.
No,
like
the
that.
relief, like mountains and hills.
Hills, yes, hills. I know. Yes.
And how you measure the height?
Wait, I'm confused here. Maybe I don't know that.
Topography, relief, you know, mountains, hills, valleys, rivers.
I have to research. I may know it, but I have no idea. But yeah, let me typography. The art of technique, arranging type and make written language legible, readable, visual, appealing.
No, topography, not typography. Topography. So we're talking about deviations from sea level on the Earth.
Study
So
of Earth. Oh, study of
hills,
Earth.
mountains,
Specifically the
valleys.
shape, land,
Yeah,
including
that's
the
it.
nature and artifact elements. No, I have no idea that deeply. Actually, I'm not gonna deny that. So, can you? Why are you asking that? Do you want to like tell
Because
me something about it?
type on Google elevation profile and go on the, let's say, the images.
What should I type?
Photos. Elevation profile.
Elevations profiles of Earth.
No, only type that, and then they will give you some pictures of elevation profile.
They're giving me some graphs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Do you see the graph? Any graph?
Yeah, it's a flat from the bottom, and then they have some.
Yeah, that's how. Imagine this is one continent, and that is the graph. You see the only one line. That's the land, and on the top is changing the elevation.
Okay, so they have a point one and.
And then add now from both sides sea level.
Should I add something? Sea level?
Yeah, when you have that elevation profile, you know, in your mind, add sea from the left side and sea from the right side.
Yes.
And then you will get all that above the sea level, and that ground base 0. That's elevation profile of the land.
That's fucking complex.
It's not complex, man. Imagine that you're on the lake and you have like 7 islands on the lake.
Okay, they are flat, right? They are connected each other, and then
No, they can be separated also. Let's say that they are separated. 7 islands on the lake.
Okay, so with this graph, it's gonna be a flat totally. Like if you're gonna connect them or separated.
Yeah, it will be flat all the distances, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, 20-meter hill in the middle of the continent.
Yeah, it's gonna be flat.
It's telling you this is 20-meter hill above the sea level, but sea level it's 2,000 miles away from you. Practically, you cannot have 20-meter hill above the sea level if you're on the sphere. You cannot have sea level on the sphere. That's the problem.
You guys have a really lot of reasoning and understanding about this concept more than me. I think there are a lot of people who do not understand that way. you might have some simple ways to explain. But yeah, I think I do have to do research on my own.
Yeah, it now it's simple, but we were also, all of us was like believing in globe years ago.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, of course. We got we got this information that that water does not curve in reality, and some of us check it that. But yeah, now it's simple to think even logically that water cannot curve. But if you want to check it in reality, the reality is the best thing.
Yeah.
If curving, it must curve in reality.
Mm-hmm.
Did you saw the video that I posted on the wall, VIP?
What?
Of people running on the. Did you saw the video that I posted on the wall? People running on the globe.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Do you think that is logical? Is that what happens in reality?
That globe is so small, bro. That is really small. It seems like water should come, and
This is good thing what you said. It's small. You know, because people think this earth is big, and it is big, but people does not know how big it is.
yeah.
And that's what how big it is so important, because people think, well, it is big because curvature is over there and it's so big, but it's not so big when you put all this size and math inside.
So according to flat Earth, like, do we get like some sort of absolute dimensions of Earth?
They are telling you there is a radius of 3,959 miles.
3,000 radius.
Yeah.
So it's like circular and flat.
No. They are saying that it's a sphere.
Wait, no, I'm just asking to you.
Oh, I'm telling you what they are saying. They are saying that it's a sphere with that radius, and that if you put in the math with your height, you cannot see more than 3 miles. Let's say that you are 6 foot height, you cannot see more than 3 miles.
Oh, so we don't like to have an estimate idea, right, about dimensions, even it's a flat Earth.
Yeah, we don't know.
We just gonna believe what we see. Like, okay, if I able to see just 3 kilometers, then I should believe on because I can see it, right?
No, you can believe in that. Let's say what is mapped, almost. Yeah, that's 6 continents. Apart Antarctica, that didn't map.
Oh.
In a sense, what you can travel. You know, that's real. That exists. Yeah.
But we can't trust the government, right? And the maps were mapped by government.
I mean, one thing I can agree with you here about the government situation, but yeah.
So what you've got to understand is the government give us a depiction of a map on a flat 2D plane. So when you see your globe mapped out on a map, it looks like a flat circle. They'll use longitude and latitude lines to determine these locations and where they would be if we were on a ball. So those longitude and latitude lines can match with the flat map, but the coordinates that you get are calculated afterwards. Yeah. So what we do is we're seeing and observing the Earth flat, but we get a coordinate system as to how to map that on a ball. And that's how people think the Earth has been measured. No, they have a coordinate system.
I got really interesting questions since we I saw like the server has really a lot of people in that you provide me, right? So it's really also possible like some of scientists might be also like a flat earther, right? So you get some scientists go in the space or something like that. So that is also flat earther. and they give some sort of interview or maybe data related to that.
Yeah, we got geophysicists. There are scientists, that have claimed the Earth isn't what as presented. You have people who believe the Earth is geocentric within scientific circles. You can even find these people online quite easily, but they don't tend to last very long. Their popularity and funding is usually pulled after they go against the mainstream narrative. So if you're a scientist and you produce something questioning the heliocentric model, you now are an independent. You will no longer be funded by programs from the mainstream because the mainstream is propping up a heliocentric model.
So
So yeah,
it's
there
like
has been plenty. Yeah.
so it's like
Imagine one teacher now. One teacher realized that Earth is flat, everything he knows. Imagine if he goes to school and start to speak colleagues. Well, people, come on, people, Earth is flat, and start to say that to students or whatever. What do you think would happen?
I don't think so. They're gonna believe.
Outcasted.
They will lose the job.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna lose the job as well because if you talk about this theory, like there are 100 people, are like they are. 99 say the 2 plus 2 is equal to 5, and 1 says 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. So obviously, then 99 people is gonna be the righteous, you know.
And look at this. What do you think about not scientists? Scientists is something what has experimented and proved something. But let's say some guy who has a books, and all books are somehow connected with heliocentric model. How, even if he realized, that Earth is flat, now he will throw away all his work, all what he did in his life, and say it's very difficult, for some people, and it's very difficult to put
they
that
do
in
have
message.
to.
Even if you, for example, if you are some scientist, you cannot, even if you do something, you cannot pass so easy, even in that science world, how to say.
I mean, the single person is just trying to rebel against the whole system. It's gonna be hard for the single person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got you there.
But mostly, if you people does not think, people believe. You put it like this. Do you know that everything what is made on the earth, everything what is working, industry, military, it's based on the flat earth. There is nothing that you can use the spherical earth for anything. Only NASA can claim it. Oh, we are using the spherical earth. Nobody in any industry use or whatever you can name it. It's using spherical earth in a practical way. Nobody. Navigation, military, and that should to be for sure. If I'm shooting the target in it,
they're using a flat Earth in the technology, but they are representing a globe. Is that you want to say?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, about that, Sasa. Airplanes, do you know that they don't travel in a straight line? They travel in a curved line to account for the curvature of the Earth and to distance traveled. Do you know that, right?
If no, they don't travel around the curve.
So anything that leaves the Earth and then returns to the Earth will make an arc. But if you're saying that the aeroplanes take into account the spin and the curvature, the constant drop rate, 8 inch per mile squared, that's incorrect. And you have airplane pitch data and gyroscopes that can confirm that. So they're not accounting for the curvature or the motion of the Earth.
A question for Zero. You ever been up in a plane? Zero?
Yeah.
You ever been up in a
Yeah.
plane?
Uh-huh.
What happened to the horizon line out the side of the window as you went up, gained altitude? as you gained altitude, because you looked out the window, because everybody who sits on a plane does that thing. They look out the window. So question to you is, what happened to that horizon line as you gained altitude to 35,000 feet on that plane? It's a really basic question, brother.
Yeah, I can see I can see the horizon below the plane, right? Obviously, and the thing that happens is the horizon distance it increases. Like in ground. Okay, I may be confused, but in ground I can see up to like 4.5 kilometers. Uh, if I'm in plane, because my vertical height is increased, I can look farther.
Perfect.
And
So as you gain altitude, right, you can see further out. That horizon line extends further away from you. So my question to you is, if in fact the Earth was a ball, would the horizon line start to curve as you gained altitude?
you know that the Earth is 3,000 miles in radius, and we only fly about. Let me. You calculated 10,000 feet divided by three. We only fly above 3 or 4 kilometers, so it amounts to like negligible. For our observation, it amounts to negligible change, almost. So
That's why let's go back to the ground and see how much it's legible. You said if you're on the ground, you can see 4.5 kilometers. Is that correct?
yeah,
With your height.
sorry.
With your height.
Yeah. I think so. I may be
Okay,
confused on the number,
okay.
but
I will tell you something. What is beautiful? We have observation showing that 6 times less your height, we see 16 kilometers.
I'm not talking about like if there are mountains and if it is elevated in
No,
front.
we are not
I'm
on
just talking
mountains.
if
We are not.
it is a smooth plain.
Can I repeat? You said we can see on the sea level, on the beach, 4.5 miles with your height. With your height, you're correct. That's what Matt is saying. But I'm telling you now, we have observation showing that 6 times less height than you, we see 16 kilometers. 6 times less height than you, we see 16 kilometers. 6 foot height, 5 kilometers. 1 foot height, 16 kilometers.
What's your math? I don't understand your math. I'm sorry
My
if you are incorrect.
math is this. What you said, the Earth is big globe with 3,959 miles. I use that math. When you was speaking how your aeroplane it's above that 3,959 miles radius, I was using the same radius on the ground.
You have to use the same math. You can't change the math. The Earth has a radius, so we use that math.
That's what I'm doing, but I really don't understand your constructions of the geometry. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, can you type it on Google? How much I can see with the 2 meter height or 6 foot height if I'm on the sea level, and it will give you the answer.
So the math would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That will give you your horizon distance.
How much I can see.
Yeah. So your distance to horizon for a 1 foot observer height would be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. So that'll give you about 3 to 3.5 miles, or the 4 kilometers that you mentioned.
Yeah, 5.2 kilometers. And you're talking that if you decrease your height, you will see further, and that is geometrically impossible.
Yeah, I know. We have observation on it in reality.
That's what we see in reality. At 1 foot, we're seeing further than you should be seeing at 6 foot.
Yeah, but do you know that like at the coastline you can see a ship seemingly rise above the ground when it is coming from a very far away distance towards you. You can
Sometimes you do.
observe that.
Yeah, but you would observe that on a flat surface as well.
How can you observe that on a flat surface? How is the drop observed in a flat surface?
So everything at distance will drop on the horizon. It's due to perspective. So as things disappear or come from a further distance, they will appear on the horizon. And if it's in the
For that to happen,
sun in the sky, if it's the sun in the sky, the sun is still above your head at distance. Yet the
to happen,
horizon.
a light rays should bend, and that cannot happen. Light rays don't bend unless there is a massive gravitational force, as explained by relativity.
Nobody said light rays are
don't
bending.
bend.
Light rays are not bending. You will still get the light coming.
If that does not happen, you cannot observe drop in a flat surface. How can you observe a drop in a flat surface? Okay, what you are saying is like, let me draw a straight line, and then a parallel line above it will intersect with the line. That cannot happen, my friend. That's geometrically impossible.
No, because it's not. It's due to perspective. This isn't a linear measurement. This is due to perspective. So listen. Listen.
Perspective should follow the light rays.
Excuse me.
Okay, perspective.
Excuse me. You need to understand something. You need to understand something. The way we see is non-linear. The way we see is the drop on the horizon is non-linear due to having a limitation to how far you can see. Once things reach that limitation, you will get bottom-up disappearance due to angular size. The angle at which you're viewing the distance compounds at the horizon. So everything that goes further away will compound and eventually merge into your horizon. Now, just to make things more complicated, you have atmospheric effects like refraction and lensing, which can make things look bigger as they are further away, or can make things look slightly distorted as they're further away. So we would expect to see things disappear. Yeah, so we would expect to see things disappearing from bottom up on a flat surface.
Okay, distortion is a thing. Okay, I can say that refraction causes distortion, but actually observation of drop cannot happen due to distortion. Distortion does not hide the bottom part of the. That does not happen.
All right, so you don't know what atmospheric lensing can do. And I guess you've never heard of a supermoon before. Because things can be distorted through the atmosphere through atmospheric lensing, giving the appearance of things in the distance on your horizon to look bigger, which can cause a sharp bottom-up disappearance as it goes away from you. Now, I can show you this in a lab setting with a lens, and you can move a candle away on a table, less than a foot, and that candle will appear through the lens to disappear from bottom up. The atmosphere itself can act as a lens under certain conditions. Now, that doesn't always happen. Listen, that doesn't always happen. The majority of the time, things will decrease in angular size over distance, and it will cause the angular resolution will cause things to disappear or appear from bottom up. And we know that things aren't actually disappearing or coming from behind a physical blockage or horizon being physical, because we can zoom in with a high-powered camera or telescope and bring that object back up from the horizon. And if you want an example, I can show you in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, I'd like to see the example.
Yeah, bear with me.
And supermoon, by the way, is not due to
Go ahead.
Yeah, supermoon, to my understanding, is not an optical illusion. It is because full moon appears near Perigee. Perigee is the shortest distance between Earth and Moon, so the size is slightly increased. That's it. Nothing magical about supermoon, other than that.
Yeah, sorry, apologies. I may have used the wrong term, but we do have. Is it a new moon? I might have used the wrong term, but we can have a new moon where we get the lensing effect on the moon, giving it the appearance that it's bigger than it should be.
Yeah, but it is being bigger. Like it's due to lensing. But a lens cannot destroy actual information. It cannot block information, right? So what we can observe in a coastline, from a beach to horizon, in horizon, is that the boat actually seems to be dropping down, and some similar thing that happens when happens with stairs. You can actually see the hull of the ship sinking down.
Yeah, and that's what I'm sharing with you. Okay, I'm going to put some images in the chat here, and I don't want to put too many at one go, but I'm putting 4 in. And I'm going to find you an observation with a lens in a lab setting that gives the appearance of a sharp bottom-up disappearance with a large object. Have a look at those images while I find the last image for you, and we'll go through it. There it is. So the top three left, the natural observations in the natural world, giving the appearance of bottom-up disappearance. The bottom right video that I've shown you is a...
Hello.
Yeah, the bottom right image is a video of a boat disappearing bottom up due to refraction. Okay, so
I am now in a long trip. I'm looking for the end of this flag. Can someone help me?
No, we're in the middle of a discussion. You can wait. So the 3 images that I showed you are natural observations of things disappearing from bottom up and then reappearing in the boat image. The first 2, you can see that they rise from the horizon as you zoom in. Okay, now this is what we would expect due to angular size. Everything in the distance will drop on the horizon in a non-linear fashion due to perspective. Now, when it comes to the bottom right image, which is something disappearing due to refraction, that is what happens as well when the temperature gradient, the heat is warmer below the air than it is above the heat. There's a heat gradient where the warmer air rises the horizon up. Okay, so you can see that on a tarmac surface. Excuse me, just wait for a second. You can see that on a tarmac surface or on a surface where the heat below the air is warmer than the heat above the air, causing bottom-up disappearance. And the last image I shared is that of a Fresnel lens with a candle, and we move the candle away from the lens, giving the effect that the candle is disappearing from bottom up. Now, these effects are known within the atmosphere. We have atmospheric lensing, i.e. the lens with the candle, and we have refraction, which we all should know by now is apparent within the atmosphere under certain conditions. So if you combine those conditions with the fact that things disappear in angular size into the horizon, sometimes you will see things disappear from bottom up, but sometimes you won't. It all depends on the atmospheric conditions, but one thing is true, all objects will merge into the vanishing point on the horizon at some point in the distance, due to the perspective, the limitation of how far you can see. So I sent all that to demonstrate this is how things would appear to disappear from bottom up. whether it's extreme bottom-up disappearance or gradual, whether there's angular size change or not, it's what we would expect under the right conditions on a. So would you like to respond to that point? If not, then the other guy can ask his question. Nope.
I'm sorry, but I'm still looking at those videos.
Yeah, that's fine. Just checking you're still with us, because somebody else was trying to get in. If you look below as well, DJ's posted a few good observations showing bottom-up disappearance.
Okay, if this thing happens, then okay, wait, I'll search for.
If you have a look at what AG has just posted below as well, you can see the horizon due to refraction has lifted. The tarmac itself looks like it's raised, and now you can't see the man's feet walking towards the camera. So imagine that a boat on the horizon coming towards you. It's going to seem like it's coming up from behind a physical obstruction, isn't it?
My question is, how do you know that the road is perfectly flat all the way up to the person? So these are not experimental evidences. These are just observations, and there are concepts behind those observations.
It's not meant to be an experimental observation. It's just an observation proving that these effects happen within the atmosphere.
Exactly. That's why that's what I'm saying. Observations. Observations.
He's giving you an example of something that happens within reality. You cannot take that out of context.
Yeah, but
so you asked a question. You asked a question, Zero. You asked a question. How do you get bottom-up disappearance on a flat Earth? And we're showing you on a flat surface.
I'm just asking about the last effect. Last. You say observation.
Refraction.
Quickly, it's called an inferior mirage. It's a well-known type of miraging effect, right? And it happens when you have warmer air closer to the surface because the sun heats up the ground, right? Or you could have warmer water than the air temperature above it. Okay, so it's when you have a layer of warmer air lower, and then it gradually decreases in temperature as you go up in altitude. And what it does is it creates a sinking effect, right? They literally call it sinking. So there's a link to Oxford reference there. What is sinking refraction, right? Sinking is a type of inferior mirage. It's a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It occurs when air density decreases with height at a lower rate than normal. Right, and the the density of the air decreasing in height, right, is because of the temperature. That's what controls the optical density of the air. So this is a known miraging effect called an inferior mirage. So we have plenty of demonstrations of it on a flat surface.
I'm just asking that what is your proof that the road is perfectly flat in the observation?
It doesn't matter whether the road is perfectly flat or not, because this is just a known miraging effect that always happens, right? When you have that particular temperature gradient.
It matters because if the Earth, if the road in the last video was to be curved, then it would be obvious for the man to be.
Excuse me, I just sent you a toy boat on a very small car park. Yeah, I just sent you the same effect with a toy boat on a very small car park. Are you going to tell me that that boat has disappeared beyond what looks like the horizon has gone behind the horizon on a small car park over about 10 meters? Go back to my boat example, the toy boat, and it's the exact same inferior mirage. Heat distortion, refraction due to heat distortion. Are you telling me that's due to the curvature of the Earth? The toy boat on the car park? That's a really poor argument. We're just giving you examples of how the horizon can rise up due to heat distortion. If you want to deny that, that's up to you.
Optical phenomenon is real.
So what's the majority here? Flat or round?
Dude, you're a flat earther too. You just don't know it yet.
We're all flat earthers. That's how we treat the Earth. That's how we operate on the Earth.
Elon Musk tries to break the firmament with his rockets, right?
I don't believe in the firmament.
Are you making that claim?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I am. No, I'm not making that claim. I'm putting it out there.
And it's not my claim. I don't believe in a firmament.
There has to be
There's certainly
something
many other
behind
words,
it, right?
Roger.
So, do you concede that things can disappear from bottom up on a flat surface, or do you need more? Or are you able to accept the fact that this is what we would observe under the right conditions in different ways? Is the toy boat being hidden behind the curve of the Earth, or is that refraction?
Yeah. I'm looking for like more context behind it, why it happened physically. I need physical laws about behind those that works every time, not just when
DJ just explained it to you. It's to do with the refraction index. It's due to the temperature distortion. Things will disappear. The horizon. I'll send you another observation of the shoreline rising up above the shore in an observation. That's impossible. Otherwise, there would be a flood. But no, we very often see the shoreline raise over long distances above the shore. This is not the sea, it's not raising above the shore level. It's refraction. Are you denying refraction can cause the horizon to rise up over distance? Because that's what it sounds like.
I'm not denying refraction. Refraction is a well-known phenomenon.
Well, that's what we're discussing. You seem to be denying that that's possible on a flat surface.
From denser medium to the rarer medium, race schools. From denser medium to the
Somebody's hot micing, whispering.
I don't think they're hot miking. I think they're just interrupting with some BS. Good morning, by the way. Good day.
Yep, they're being rude on purpose.
By the way, the angle of refraction and angle of do you know the critical angle inside that refraction and the reflection?
For that particular observation with the toy boat, no. What's your point though? What does that change? We're only discussing, is it possible for the ground to ramp up and your apparent horizon line to appear higher? Have a look in the side chat. There's a shoreline here rising above the terra firma, the Earth. Yet the island is not being flooded. Why is that? As the shoreline rises up, why isn't it flooding the land? Could it possibly be atmospheric refraction?
No.
No, it's not.
Because
So what's going on here in this image that I've posted?
where I need to see that.
I've just shared it in the side chat. It's a shoreline, and the water level is rising above the buildings, hiding the buildings. So how is this happening? How is the land not flooded?
Because of the gravitational force of attractions, when moon comes close to the earth, then the gravitation will be towards the earth, so the gravitational force rises the level of sea. Okay.
What are you talking about? We are seeing the shoreline, the water level, rise above to the level of where the buildings are. Okay, you don't need to invoke gravity. I want to know, why is the shore not flooded?
Not flooded. Okay.
Is the water line really above the buildings, or is this an optical illusion due to refraction? That's the question. Stay focused.
Optical illusion due to refraction.
Right, that's what we're establishing. So over a flat surface, and we can see that that's not hidden behind the curve. We are seeing a line of sight image of this town or these buildings. And now all of a sudden, over time, the shoreline appears to rise above the buildings. That's optical, and that's an optical illusion due to heat distortion, causing the horizon to rise up. That's the same effect as the guy that DJ posted who's walking towards the camera a few images up, and it's the same effect as the toy boat that I posted a few pictures back. Heat distortion. So things over distance with the right atmospheric effects, with the right temperature gradient, it will cause the horizon to rise up, giving the appearance of bottom-up disappearance. Not due to the curve of the Earth, due to the atmosphere, due to refraction. So that's how things can disappear from bottom up. One of the things is refraction.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Right. So we only said that in response to, well, why do things disappear from bottom up? They can only disappear from bottom up on a ball. No, that's just a misunderstanding of perspective and the atmospheric conditions. So you very well see what we see in reality is what we would expect to see on the Earth with an atmosphere. And sometimes we don't see the bottom up disappear.